Good morning, everybody. Welcome to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to get underway on day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Worcestershire and Essex. The match situation is that Worcestershire lead by 259 runs. They have 5 wickets remaining in their second innings. They are 58 for 5 though, second time around. 2 wickets having gone down in the last over last night, or the penultimate over last night, bowled by Simon Harmer, who is going to continue from the New Road end of the ground. He has figures of 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8 at the moment. The ball turning quite sharply and bouncing last night. And he's liable to be a handful, I think, on this pitch. He has a leg slip, a short leg and a slip in place, crowded around the bat, as well as 4 men saving 1 on the leg side and 2 on the offside. So it's a heavily biased leg side field. And here he comes with the first ball of the day, which is to Yadvinder Singh, the Worcestershire night watchman, who is forward, and it hits him on the pad and drops down in front of him, and there's no run. It's going to be difficult against Harmer out there this morning, no doubt about that. He's in again, bowls to Yadvinder, who is forward and pushing out on the offside. One of 2 night watchmen sent in last night. The first one, Ben Allison, was LBW to Harmer without scoring. Yadvinder then came in and just was at the non-striker's end for the last over. Harmer is in again to him now, and he is taken on the thigh by this one, which turned and bounced a little bit. Worcestershire having established a first innings lead of 201 yesterday, losing 5 for 58, so they're 259 ahead. As Yadvinder is hammering this one away in the air and just gets away with it as Tom Westley runs back from long on, fancies the catch. It's a real steepler and it lands just out of his reach, about 2 or 3 yards inside the long on boundary, down in front of our commentary position. A real wipe, that one from Yadvinder, but they get through for 2 runs. Harmer is into him again and he's back into defensive mode, just blocking this one, and it turns and takes the inside edge, drops down on the onside, and is fielded at short leg by Robin Dash. Shane Snater going through some elaborate loosening up exercises. Might see him shortly. Whether it'll be Jamie Porter or not at the other end, I'm not sure. Yadvinder again is discomforted by this one on the back foot. It turns and bounces, takes him on the body, drops down on the offside. The end of the first over of the day, successfully negotiated by the night watchman. 2 runs came from it. Worcestershire 60 for 5. In terms of their plans, I would imagine that Worcestershire are hoping they can add another 100 or so today and set a target which will be pretty tough on a pitch which has not been conducive to stroke making. Indeed, as the more we saw yesterday, I think it's fair to say, as I'll be telling Nick Gledhill in a minute when he joins us from BBC Radio Essex, how Worcestershire got 350 in the first innings. I think most people are scratching their heads and not able to quite work that out, because it really hasn't been easy, and at one stage they were 123 for 5. Shane Snater is taking up the attack from the Diglis end, and he comes in now and bowls to Rob Jones, and Jones is driving this one up to mid-on. Jones, who is on 13, but he's faced 46 deliveries now. Not been easy for anybody. Did make 50 in the first innings, and that was his first double-figure score of the season for Worcestershire in first-class cricket. It's been a tough time for him, but he's applied himself well in this game. Snater is into him now, he bowls, and Jones is forward and gets his first run of the morning as he just tucks this one away on the leg side for a single. So as I say, Worcestershire hoping they can add maybe another 7,500 runs this morning. If they do that, and the lead is approaching 300, then I think they will feel, approaching 300, maybe even 350, they will feel that Essex will have to play very, very well indeed to achieve that target, batting last on this surface. Snater is in, and Yadvinder is forward and pushing into the covers. Noah Thane is the fielder there. 3 slips in place, as there have been almost throughout the game when the seam bowlers have been operating. The ball has moved sideways, the bounce has been a little bit variable, and the catching behind the wicket by both wicket keepers and slips has been pretty high standard. 1 or 2 have gone down. Here's Snater again in to ball to Yadvinder Singh, who plays this one up to mid-on, and there is no run. And it is good morning for the first time to Nick Ledhill from BBC Radio Essex. Nick, you haven't seen the first 2 days, but you've turned up in time to see what could be an enthralling day 3 and maybe even day 4.
Yes, and Worcestershire will be hoping it all ends today, because I can't see anything other than a Worcestershire win if the game ends today. That's
true, I suppose, yeah. Essex will be hoping it'll go into day 4. Snater in to bowl to Yadvinder, and he plays and misses outside the off stump. You'll get used to seeing that, Nick. Batsman playing forward and missing on this pitch. It's happened with incredible frequency, really, in this game. And as I said when I was summing up yesterday, if a player of Dean Elgar's ability takes 21 balls to get off the mark and then eventually is out for 16, and he's faced 56 deliveries, that tells you how difficult it is. Snater in, bowls, and Yadvinder very late on this just jabs the bat down and plays it down on the offside, and that's the end of the second over. So 2 overs negotiated without loss this morning. That doesn't sound like much, but actually, given that Yadvinder would have been number 11 had he not gone in as a night watchman, and Simon Harmer's asking a lot of questions out there, and the seamers have been difficult throughout the game. It is actually one of those situations where every 10, every 15 runs or so that either side can make has almost twice that significance, really, in normal terms, if that makes sense.
Yes, it's very urgent for Essex. Of course, one of those wickets is a night watchman, so you can say it's 4.5 really, but they do need to bowl Worcestershire out really before lunch, as soon as possible, to give themselves any sort of a chance. As here Harmer bowls and using his feet nicely. This is played down the ground for a single by Jones. That was a good shot. He got to the pitch of it, played it up to Tom Westley, who's at sort of deep mid on, and he goes to 15, 62 for 5. And Yadvinder Singh is with him on 2 and has the strike, and here he pushes forward at 1 and fortunate not to edge it. It was drawn into the stroke there by Harmer.
Off the pad to slip, I think.
Yeah. Harmer going back to his mark. It's been very tight. 2 for 11 in his 8th over. Comes in again from the New Road end, and that is played defensively by Yadvinder Singh, just getting his bat and pad together there pretty well. And the longer he can hang around this morning, the more useful that will be for Worcestershire. They're not too worried at this stage, I think, about time in the game. It's really got getting a few more runs. He comes down the pitch and tries to hit Harmer down the ground, and now does that go back on the bounce to Harmer? He in the end fields it with his right hand. It's a firm hit. If we get to see a replay of that, I don't think it was any sort of a chance. 3 round the bat as Singh comes forward and plays defensively up into the offside, and there's no runs.
It was a chance. Yep. It was a chance, yeah. Looking at the
very little reaction.
It was hit quite hard. He threw his hand up high above his right shoulder.
Yeah, just got one hand to it, I think.
On it, yeah.
3 round the bat and 4 others saving 1, and Singh just props forward, and that's the end of the over. So yeah, it was a firm hit, and Harmer in his reaction, hard to see from our angle immediately whether it bounced, but it didn't. He got a hand to it, and sort of parried it. A bit like the goalkeeper in the cup final yesterday when when Haaland was converging in.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
62 for 5. Yeah. Yavinder Singh 2 and Jones 15.
You can get in touch with us if you would like to. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter is my Twitter handle, and the designated BBC Essex Cricket Gmail address. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com.
You remember that from a few weeks, or even
well,
the last couple of days?
As well. We've had plenty of correspondence, and quite a bit of it in response to my light-hearted quiz questions. I set a couple of tough ones in the first 2 days, but lots of people, certainly quite a few Essex correspondents, got the answers. Snater in, bowls, and Jones edges this one in the air. Snater did this quite a bit in days 1 and 2, getting the ball to bounce quite steeply, and that one took the shoulder of the bat and went down to third man. Good save by Dean Elgar, flicking the ball back. Well, actually by Charlie Ireson flicking the ball back and Dean Elgar completing the fielding, but 2 more runs to Rob Jones. And yeah, my quiz questions have been light-hearted. Tried to make them Essex and Worcestershire based. No cheating. If you were, it's not so easy to cheat on today's question, which is a bit more light-hearted. Snater bowls. Jones is defending this one back up the pitch, because this one's a bit more light-hearted, and anybody can have a go at it. They might remember the occasion. It's quite a long time ago, but as I say, quite light-hearted. I've got one more if the day does go into day 4, and this is today's quiz question. So pin your ears back, listeners, viewers, Essex, particularly Essex supporters. Snater in, Jones beaten outside the off stump. Good delivery from Snater. Generally has shaped it away from the right-hander. So here we go. In Jamshedpur in 1981-2 on the England tour, in a game against East Zone, Graham Gooch was no-balled for throwing. He was impersonating whom? So he was impersonating a bowler, as he did occasionally, as did 1 or 2 others. Snater bowls, and Jones jabs this one out on the onside, and he gets a single. So Jamshedpur 1981-2 England Tour of India, game against East Zone, Graham Gooch no-balled for throwing. Who was he impersonating? That's today's light-hearted question. Yesterday's were a bit more, and the day before a bit more serious. So there you go. That's just to get the old brain ticking on this sunny Sunday morning, wherever you are. Here comes Shane Snater and bowls, and this is edged by Yadvinger, and a very good diving stop at third slip by actually at Matt Critchley, I think it is, at third slip, just diving to his right. Save 4 there, because that would have gone all the way down to third man for 4. 65 for 5 it remains, and the lead is 266. Charlie Ellison dispatched now to the third man boundary. I started counting yesterday how many went through third man. Pushed out on the offside, this one by Yadvinder. Just a reminder, if you're listening and you want to have a go at the quiz lightheartedly, at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter is my handle, or BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. 65-5 at the end of the over, and I was just going to say, Nick, I started counting, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 balls went off the edge to third man for 4, and 2 went for 2. And I was suggesting that perhaps Worcestershire should have put a third man in. I know he's got to come from somewhere else, but even so.
So 65 for 5, and Harmer bowling from this new road end. No wickets down for Worcestershire yet on this third morning. Sunny, partly cloudy. Just propping forward here. Jones just comes off his pad and just pops down to short leg, and there's no run. So the longer that Worcestershire can add to this innings, prolong this innings, the better from their point of view. If they can match Essex's first innings score, that would be some sort of a target for them. This comes off the pad, just with a turn from Harmer, and just bounces up to short leg. 3 round the bat. Slip, leg slip, short leg. There's a backwards square leg with a mid on, a mid off, and a backward point, and a long on Wesley down in front of us. So this is a nice looking sweep shot, actually, well executed by Jones out towards deep mid wicket, the one fielder we haven't mentioned yet. There's Thane out on the boundary in front of the pavilion, and 1 goes to the total. So useful sort of start this from Worcestershire. They're keeping the scoreboard moving, not getting stuck. They're just propping forward here. Yadvinder won't collect any further runs. It just comes down off the pad, back down the pitch, and there's no run. But he's hanging in there on 2. Got the 2 runs in the first over of the morning. Harmer bowls to him again. Just comes forward quite nicely, and just head over the ball, plays that defensively, and there's no run. He stays on 2. Jones has 19, and Worcestershire 66 for 5. So I'll be pretty pleased with their start so far, as they look to try and get this lead further and further away from Essex. Is going to be a big ask, even as it stands now.
I did mention that third man point to Worcestershire head coach Alan Richardson last night, and he said, yeah, I see what you're saying, but it's got to come from somewhere, and you might concede runs elsewhere. I think that's true, but my argument is, if you're aiming at the top of off stump and you're finding the edge frequently, and you've got 3 slips in place for that, Snater is into Jones, who blocks this up to extra cover, then if you've got a long leg, you're probably putting him there for a ball that isn't going where you want it to go, and it's more likely to go through third man. And it's 6 of one and half dozen of the other. But if you not, even if all those 4s are 1s, that's 30 odd runs.
Yep.
Even if you concede 10 elsewhere, you've still got 20 off in a low scoring game. Crucial, I think. Here's Snater in again, bowls, and Jones is forward, taken on the pad. Shout for LBW. Umpire Graham Lloyd turns it down. Ball just runs out on the offside. Reminder of our quiz question today. Bit silly. Graham Gooch was no-balled for throwing in a game between England and East Zone, Jamshedpur, 1981-2. Who was he impersonating when he was no-balled for throwing? Here's Shane Snater again from the Diglis end. Bowls to Jones, who is taken on the pad, and they shout for LBW, and this time he is out. First wicket of the day has gone down. Shane Snater is the bowler who strikes, and Rob Jones, having survived the ball before an appeal against LBW, this time is adjudged out, and it looks a pretty good shout to me. That, if you look down the scorecard, is the 5th consecutive LBW in this innings. The only one of those 5 that I think, having watched the replays, was perhaps a little bit unfortunate for the batter is Kashif Ali's against Harmer, because although it would have gone on to hit middle, I think it hit him just fractionally outside the line of off stump. But my argument yesterday was don't play back to Harmer, because Allison and Kashif were both out in that way. Rob Jones has gone. As I say, 5 LBWs on the trot in this Worcestershire card, which is unusual. They are 66 for 6.
And that's useful for Essex, because they've got the batter out, if you like, when night watchman stays, but they've got the batter out, so that's is pretty useful. And 3 for Snater, 3 for 25, 4 for 78 in the first innings, so he's having a pretty good game with the ball, and it's all about sort of keeping a consistent line and length, not giving anything away, because if you keep it there and thereabouts on this pitch, and what I've seen and heard, then it's going to be pretty difficult for the batters, and no surprise we're getting a lot of LBWs on a pitch like this. And Snater just with the right sort of ball to exploit it, beating the defensive shot. and D'Oliveira coming in. So Worcestershire batting a long way down. I'm going to say they'll be hoping that they can. Well, I think if they did match the Essex first innings score, I'm pretty sure they'd be in a very, very strong, probably impregnable position. But the Essex hope has got to be get the psychological boost of bowling a side out for less than 100, because it just alters the dynamic of a game slightly. And if they can do that, it's still going to be a very demanding task. And it's not like that pitch at Taunton, which seemed to flatten out and in the end help Somerset. But it will be a psychological lift for them.
Here comes Snater then to the Worcestershire captain, D'Oliveira, and he is forward to pushing this into the offside. There's no run. I've had the first attempt at the quiz. Andrew Pepper, I don't know if he's any relation to Michael, listening in Cyprus, he says. Was it Bob Willis? Gucci did a good impression of Bob Willis. He did do a good impression of Bob Willis, but that wasn't who he was doing when he got no ball for throwing. So good try, but it was not Bob Willis.
Yes, I've had a few for Bob.
I'm not going to give the answer out.
Yeah.
So if you can say what they are, and I'll say somebody might have got it right, but I'm not going to give the answer until after around about tea. Brett D'Oliveira is off the mark here with a lovely shot through mid wicket for 4. Nicely timed. Every boundary is very, very important. Matthew Waite came in the first innings and batted very, very well, forcefully, probably the best way to describe it. Put bat to ball in a way that nobody else had, and it changed things quite quickly in that period where Essex just lost control a bit in that Worcestershire first innings. Snater in, D'Oliveira lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Pepper. End of the over from Snater, the first successful over of the day. Worcestershire leading by 271 now, are 70 for 6.
And Barry Jones in Ellen in Scotland says Bob Willis. Of course, Graham was famous for his Bob Willis impersonations, wasn't he? And another for Bob Willis from Cliff Cansdale in Grays. So good morning to all of you.
It wasn't Bob Willis. I say this. I got this out of a book, so I'm only going on what was in the book, but I think it's a fairly trustworthy account.
Here's Harmer. Going to bowl to Yadvinder, who gets off strike with a little single just to push wide of mid-off. He'll collect 1. Charlie Allison moving across. He's doing a pretty good job for his side here, and just staying in at one end and letting the more experienced players play around him. He'll do a fine role for Worcester this morning if he can do that. 71 for 6 as D'Oliveira just comes forward and plays that up towards mid-off. And there's no run. 3 round the bat, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, sort of, backward square leg. Then we've got a deep square leg just in front of square and a long on. And here is a reverse sweep which is very well caught. And I think it's Rajita there who's got that. And he's just struck out a hand on the reverse sweep at backward point, and he's taken it, and that is a big boost for Essex, because yet again it's the night watchman who survives and it's the batter who's gone. And it was an attempted reverse sweep off Harmer, and with an outstretched hand he's just taken that and done so very well indeed at backward point. Always a risk in the shot, of course, but that is a very, very big double breakthrough for Essex. Just when it looked like Worcestershire had made a solid start this morning, just sprawling across to his left. I don't know if he got both hands to it or one, but he's taken it very cleanly. And so Rajita, and just the sort of morale boost that Essex needed. They've taken 2 wickets. The night watchman survives, but they've taken 2 big wickets this morning in Jones and D'Oliveira, and it's 71 for 7, and it's 3 for Harmer.
It's a tough one to assess that, really. I think that part of me says you didn't need to do that. Just play conventionally. Having said that, if he'd have hit it for 4, we'd all have been saying it's a good shot, boundaries are hard to come by, etc, etc. He executed it pretty well, but obviously it was just a top edge, wasn't it? Just watching it, it was a top edge, and Rajitha dived to his left one-handed. A shorter man might not have been able to make the catch. So a combination of reasons. The one man that probably could play that shot without it being considered too risky is the man walking out now, Ethan Brooks, who resumes a battle with Simon Harmer that we witnessed it at Chelmsford briefly in the first innings. But Brooks is a very capable reverse sweeper, as we saw at Chelmsford both this season and last. Difficult situation for him coming in, but D'Oliveira, he does play it, but perhaps not quite as well. It's early in his innings to play it. I'm just a little bit of the opinion that he probably would have been better off playing more conventionally. But it's easy to be wise after the event, and he was absolutely gutted when he got out, wasn't he?
Yes, because obviously it's a big wicket. Now Brooks is on strike, and here comes Harmer to bowl to him, and he just stretches forward, and ball just rolls off the bottom of the bat, and he picks it up himself and just tosses it onto Michael Pepper. Well, I was saying at the start I couldn't see any scenario of an Essex win today, partly because of the scoring rate they had in their first innings. But I think whatever Essex do when they bat again, they have to try and be more positive. 71 for 7, and stretching forward, this is just played defensively up towards short leg, and there is no run. They've got the players who can do that, of course, the Critchleys and Peppers, but didn't quite come off in the first innings. But I think one of the things for Essex is try and be more positive. As Harmer bowls, and it's an attempted sweep here, just trying to sweep that on length, but just a stifled shout. But success for Harmer, 3 for 13 in 10 overs. He's having a pretty good outing here. He didn't get any wickets in the first innings, but he's certainly proving a danger in this second. And the Snater-Harmer combination, they're doing the trick for Essex at the moment. So the lead is 272, but Worcestershire had a rather precarious looking 71 for 7. And the decision to not enforce the follow-on, Frank, I'm sure you talked about it yesterday, but just to give me your views on it, what was your thinking on it?
Okay, but just before that, I will say, when you were talking about a scenario where Essex might win, I made the point yesterday that Worcestershire were bowled out in a session against Durham for 81, I think. Just break off as Snater comes in and bowls, and Yadvinder lets that go outside the off stump. And I said yesterday, if they got bowled out for 80 again, then, we've seen stranger things happen than a run chase at the end. And I still think Worcestershire are in a commanding position because they're 272 runs ahead. But as you say, picking up those wickets this morning, if they bowl Worcestershire out for less than 100, Essex will just feel that there's a little chance, there's a little hope. It shouldn't happen on this pitch, but there's a little hope. And Worcestershire have lost games twice this season when they've had first innings leads. Snater in, bowls, and that's edged by Yadvinder down to third man for 4. All along the ground, past the diving Critchley at third slip. So that goes to 75 for 7. So they've lost game. Admittedly, they were small first innings leads, but that has happened twice. So, let's keep our options open. You'd say Worcestershire is still in a very commanding position because of the pitch. As regards the follow-on, my take on it, they bowled 60 overs in that innings when they got the last Essex wicket. It had been all seam. Just break off as Snater bowls again and beats Yadvinder outside the off stump. It had been all seam. Taylor, Allison and Waite in particular had bowled well. Taylor and Allison had bowled 15 each. Waite had bowled 12. Yadvinder, the fourth seamer, hadn't been as accurate and had relieved a bit of pressure. And I think the thinking was there's still well over 2 days left in the game. If we bat well and get 150, 200, which they would have been aiming for, probably still are really. Snater bowls and Yadvinder plays this down on the onside. If we can get another 150, 200, we're batting Essex out of it completely.
No
that was the thinking. I agree with it actually. Had they had Jacob Duffy rather than Yadvinder, had they had a fourth seamer who was of that quality, then I think perhaps the thinking might have been different. But Taylor and Allison in particular had bowled 30 overs between them. It would have been quite a lot to ask them to go straight out. Snater bowls again, and Yadvinder is beaten again outside the off stump. The other point I made, Nick, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, is that times have changed really. The follow-on isn't enforced with quite the frequency that it used to be. And if Worcestershire, back in the day when Worcestershire had an attack of Dilly, Botham, Radford, Newport, you wouldn't have been able to get those bowlers off the field.
Yeah.
You would have been enforcing the follow-on because they wanted to get back out there and bowl again. But it isn't quite like that anymore. Last ball of the over, Snater in, bowls, and Yadvinder is pushing that out on the offside. There's no run. That is the end of a good over from Shane Snater. Jamie Porter is loosening up. He may well replace Snater shortly. Harmer, I think, will continue from the New Road End. Worcestershire 276 runs ahead, but they are a parlous 75 for 7 this time around.
And just by contrast, the game at Taunton, where Somerset did enforce the follow-on, Sussex were bowled out for 152 in 46.2 overs, of which Jack Leach bowled 6, and none of the seamers bowled more than 11. And of course, they've got Matt Henry on board, which helps. Yeah. So that's a little contrast for you, the fact that the workload was very different, and you can see there where Somerset decided that that would be the right course of action for them to enforce the follow-on. In fact, proved to be, after a good start by the openers, actually a useful decision for them.
I don't think it was a consideration that we don't want to bat last on this pitch, because I don't think the pitch is going to change much.
No. So it is Harmer. The first ball just played up into the offside. The second ball of the over. Oh, it could be an edge, and this gone just fizzing past leg slip. It's 1 run. I just wait to see if the umpire makes any signal. That has come off the bat, therefore. That must be a chance, because the fielder sprawling on the ground has not got up. Interesting to see a replay of that if we can before the next ball. And it's just gone flying past the right hand of leg slip. So Harmer creating chances here. This one just a defensive push, and it goes on the bounce to short leg. So really causing Yadvinder seeing a few problems here. Look fairly comfortable so far, actually, the night watchman, but he's having a few problems in this over. One that's just gone past leg slip. In fact, that was Brooks to get his run, and then Yadvinder just pushing one just almost short leg, and that one again just comes off an edge. And it's going to go down for 4. Actually, it was pushing forward, but it's actually gone through, and it's going to be 4 down to the 5-leg boundary. So it is byes. It's gone through everybody.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody last night about wicket keepers, and I was a keeper, Nick, and I always watched them very closely and chat to Gareth Roderick about keeping sometimes, and I was just saying that it's changed. The game's changed a bit now, hasn't it? Obviously, you look at even who's keeping in Test cricket. So
Yadvinder stays on 7, goes for a big swing across the line. It's LBW. That was very unwise. Got one there, but he thought was a bit shorter. Went onto the back foot and was trying to crash it away through mid-wicket. And very, very quick decision to give him out LBW. And it's 4 for 14. And yes, Harmer was just causing all sorts of problems in that over virtually every ball. And no surprise that he's got the wicket, just pulling at that one, which might have just kept a bit lower than he thought. And in the end, he was sort of stuck adjacent to his stumps with the ball, I think, having thudded into the back pad. And the end of Yadvinder Singh for 7. And Worcestershire, after a pretty comfortable first couple of overs here, suddenly have lost 3 quick wickets. They're 80 for 8. They still have a very useful lead, but Worcestershire losing a bit of momentum in the game, and Essex will be very pleased with the way the morning has gone.
Yeah, just go back to finish my point about keepers, and I was saying that because there are fewer spinners around, pitches have changed as well. You don't get the experience of the keepers keeping to spinners in the way they did. People like James Foster and Jack Russell and Alan Knott and Bob Taylor and many of those keepers were just much more adept at it. And Michael Pepper, who is a very fine young cricketer and an outstanding batsman, and a perfectly good keeper, standing back as well, picked up 5 catches in the first innings. But this sort of test on a pitch like this is something that he won't have often come across that much, really, and you've got to do it to get better at it, and that's simply the point I was making, and it just came into my head because of that 4 bars. I'm not saying he was particularly to blame for that, but I think people will understand what I'm getting at, really. Yeah. 80 for 8. The one thing about sending in 2 night watchmen is you've still got good batters coming in, but the other thing is you've got Matthew Waite, who played probably as well in the first innings as anybody, got 73. He's coming in at number 10.
Yeah.
So he's liable to run out of partners, really. Tom Taylor's going to be batting 11.
As Harmer is going to bowl to Waite, and Waite, what a superb over that. That's one of the best overs he's bowled this season, if not the best, from Harmer. Beaten on the a bit of an aggressive shot, actually, just driving at it outside the off stump and beaten outside the off stump. But virtually every ball posed problems. There was a sharp chance to leg slip. There was one that just bounced short of short leg. Then we had the LBW very much plumb in front there, Yadvinder Singh, and then a difficult delivery first up to Waite. Superb over from Harmer, 4 for 14 in 11 overs. Worcestershire 80 for 8, and they lead by 281 on this third morning here at New Road.
Jamie Porter.
So Jamie Porter it is coming on to bowl at the Diglis end, as we thought he would. I wonder if Worcestershire now are wishing that they had Yadvinder Singh, Fateh Singh in their lineup, because looking at the way the ball's turning, left arm spinner around the wicket, turning it away from the right-handers would have been useful. Porter, his first bowl this morning from the Diglis end, and his first ball is left alone by Brooks. So we've got two decent batsmen at the crease at the moment, Matthew Waite and Ethan Brooks, but they're 8 down, Worcestershire. They need to eke out another 40 or 50 if they can. If they do, they'll feel they're in a very strong position. Had an interesting message following the follow-on discussion that we had, Nick, from Kevin Sharp, former head coach here at New Road, former Yorkshire batsman, of course, as Brooks is turning this one from Porter on the leg side for a single. And Kevin makes the very good point that there were many more follow-ons when 3-day championship cricket was played, because you didn't have as much time to play.
Right.
Whereas now it's 4-day, it's much more time to bat a second time, try and put the game beyond the other team, and then bowl them out in the last innings.
In 5-day tests, it's very much the norm now, and unfortunately, it can make for a very boring day's cricket if, say, you've got tickets for day 3 and the side batting first is already 250 ahead and batting again. It is not the most exciting scenario.
In comes Porter again outside the off stump, left alone by Matthew Waite, who is yet to get off the mark. Played very, very well in the first innings, Matthew Waite, for his 73. Made off 91 balls with 11 fours and a 6, and in the context of this game, that was really quite a remarkable innings. He's a strong man, thrived against one or two wideish short deliveries, but not from this man Jamie Porter. He doesn't deal in those, generally speaking. He deals in straight deliveries on a length. This one pushed out on the onside off the inside edge, and Waite gets a single. 25 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 57, Porter in that first innings, and Shane Snater 4 for 78 from 24.2, but couldn't help feeling that Snater, Rajitha and Thane picked up wickets, whereas Porter didn't, but it was because Porter's nagging accuracy meant that batters were trying things against the others, perhaps. Brooks on the walk to Porter and driving this one straight back up the pitch, and there's a good bit of fielding off his own bowling, no run.
Good day 40 at ntlworld.com, suggesting Bob Willis to our question, and also Andy McElroy doing the same. So we've got a full house for Bob Willis.
He did do an impression of Bob Willis, didn't he? I can see him doing it in my mind's eye, but on this occasion it wasn't. I'll just repeat the question again after this ball from Porter. Brooks on the walk again, drives again very nicely and sweetly up to mid-off. Tom Westley fields, no run. End of the over, 82 for 8. Worcestershire lead by 283 runs, but they've lost 3 men this morning. Jones for 19, D'Oliveira for 4, and Yadvinder Singh, the night watchman, for 7. That question then, Graham Gooch was no-balled for throwing in a game between East Zone and England at Jamshedpur in the 1981-2 England Tour of India. Who was he impersonating when he was no-balled? And it isn't Bob Willis.
So it's going to be Harmer again. A game at Edgbaston, which is following quite a similar course to this one. Give it a latest score on that in a moment as Harmer bowls, and just popping forward here. Waite's taken on the pad and it rolls backward a square on the offside out towards Radita, who took that fine catch a couple of overs back. Hampshire 192 for 8, lead by 298. Albert is 41 and Ethan Bamber has 4 for 51. So similar sort of setup to that game. I think probably a slightly easier pitch as Harmer bowls one of his very few ineffective deliveries actually in recent times, because it's outside the off stump and too far outside to trouble Waite into playing a shot. Leg slip, short leg. We've got a backward square, a deep and wide mid wicket, a mid on and mid off, a backward point and a long on, and pushing forward. This just comes off the bounce to short leg, and there is no run. But yeah, very interesting factor. Obviously Harmer enjoying the conditions here, and Worcestershire perhaps not quite able to fight back in the same vein when it's their turn to bowl. Could that be important? 4 for 14 in his 12th over. Down the pitch here comes Waite on the move, just plays it out towards Snater, who's coming in from that wideish mid-on position, and there's no run. 82 for 8, and 3 wickets for Essex this morning. It's partly sunny, around about 20 degrees. Lovely day as this is played defensively on the move up towards Snater again at mid-on, and there is no run. Worcestershire still very much in the box seat. Still this feeling that they got too many runs on the first day, and that will probably prove decisive, but it's only probably, as Harmer comes into bowl, and that's just played with actually nice soft hands just down into the pitch by Waite. Negotiated that pretty comfortably, and in fact compared to the last Snater over where Worcestershire really was struggling, that looked a little bit more comfortable, and we'll just maybe just alert a few jitters. But well played there. Waite, he's on 1, Brooks 2. Harmer has 4 for 14 in 12 overs, and Worcestershire at 82 for 8 on this third morning, lead at the moment by 283.
Good morning to listeners to 5 Sports Extra, with the news that Worcestershire are in that position of strength, 283 ahead, but they have lost 3 wickets this morning, and that a really good start to this third day from Essex, as Jamie Porter bowls to Ethan Brooks, who pushes out into the covers and there's no run. Worcestershire have lost Rob Jones LBW to Shane Snater for 19. Brett D'Oliveira caught reverse sweeping at Simon Harmer by Kasim Rajitha at backward point for 4, and Yadvinder Singh, the night watchman, LBW to Simon Harmer for 7, the 6th LBW of the innings. We could be on for a record equalling 8 if the last 2 were LBW. This one left alone by Brooks outside the off stump from Jamie Porter. I am Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. The other voice that you heard just a moment ago is that of Nick Gledhill from BBC Radio Essex, and we are watching a contest that is being played on a testing surface for the batsman. Simon Harmer is getting the ball to turn and bounce. The seam bowlers have found sideways movement throughout the game, and the ball has also been a little bit up and down in terms of bounce as Porter bowls, slightly over pitched on leg stump, and that's neatly clipped away through mid wicket by Ethan Brooks just for a couple of runs. But every 2 or 3, every boundary that Worcestershire can add was just extending that lead, which is already a pretty daunting 285, given that Essex were bowled out in their first innings for 157.
You know, even the partnership of 20, 30, 40 here would be psychologically very important.
Absolutely. In the sunshine from the Diglis end, Jamie Porter to Brooks. He's on the walk and pushing this one on the onside, and there's no run. Just for fun, while we've got a slightly larger audience, I'll repeat, we've been doing a little quiz question each day of the game here on the Worcestershire live stream and on the Worcestershire commentary on the BBC Sports app. And questions generally related to these two sides for the last 2 days. Today, a more light-hearted one, but feel free to get in touch if you think you know the answer. Nobody's got it right yet. Porter bowls. Brooks steers this one down to third man, and I say steers rather than edges because he was in complete control of it, and it goes to the boundary. He goes to 8, and the total to 88 for 8, so all the 8s, and Worcestershire lead by 283. 89. So our question today, Graham Gooch was no-balled for throwing when impersonating a bowler at Jamshedpur in the 1981-2 England tour of India. Who was he impersonating? And just to save you the trouble, it is not on this occasion Bob Willis, somebody else. Porter in again, bowls. Brooks leaves alone outside the off stump, taken by Michael Pepper, the wicket-keeper, and there is no run. And if you'd like to have a go at that and you want to get in touch, I am on X or Twitter at FrankWatson58, and Nick has a designated email address. It's bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. If you'd like to have a go. Who was Graham Gooch impersonating when he was no-balled for throwing at Jamshedpur in 1981-2?
Good morning for Surrey at the Oval, unbroken 8th wicket stand of 71 between Jordan Clark 59 and Nathan Smith 28. 422 for 7 there. 167 ahead of Yorkshire as Harmer bowls, and that's a bit of a swipe across the line, but Waite gets away with it and it goes out towards backward square leg. That would have been rather ungainly if he got out to that. Trying to be aggressive against Harmer, but he really has got it on a string here. 4 for 14, one ball into his 13th over. 3 round the bat, comes into bowl, and that one bounces and is negotiated pretty well by Waite.
I honestly, Nick, say it again, I said it last night, they do not want to play back to Simon.
So they're trying to get forward, and managed to negotiate that one pretty well. He's getting bounced from a length. Turn as well, Harmer here from the New Road end. Bowls, and that one is just past short leg, but played with soft hands and away for a single out towards Thane at deep mid wicket. In the end, did that pretty well there, Wait, but it was quite close to short leg, and Worcestershire edge up by 1 to 89 for 8, and Waite gets off strike, which he probably won't be too displeased about. Brooks on 8 will have the strike on this third morning. Partly cloudy, around about 20 degrees. Another beautiful day. Not too much of a breeze. And Harmer bowls. That's well pitched, well floated up and just coming forward. Brooks playing defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. Harmer again. Turns, starts to move in. Bowls, and that's driven away. Might have got a hand to that. Just taking a bit of weight off it, and they've come through for single. Just stretching out to try and stop that one, Harmer, as it was driven pretty crisply. Brooks goes from 8 to 9. Waite back on strike. 90 for 8. Harmer again, bowls, and that's just back. It's just a short one. It's bounced prodigiously, and there was a thought from Waite about trying to cut it, and then thought, no, can't do that. And in the end, it's just gone past the shoulder of the bat. But he's getting bounce here, Harmer, and quite prodigious bounce as well, and proving a real handful. And well, I tell you what, if Essex did go on to win this game, this spell of Harmer would be very, very significant and instrumental in it. 90 for 8. That's still a long shot, mind you, but my word, he's bowling well. Brooks 9 and Waite 2. It's almost like August-September time here in terms of brought it to the surface for him.
It would be a challenge facing Harmer in these conditions for, Rahul Dravid or somebody like that. Somebody, a top player of spin, somebody who was used to it. But it's almost something that most county batters these days have rarely come up against, really, I think, to be fair. And that might sound a bit harsh. Jamie Porter in and bowls, and Brooks is beaten outside the off stump, taken by Pepper. That might sound a bit harsh, but and that's not a criticism of modern batters. It's just it's experience, isn't it? It's how often in a season, if you're a young batsman in county cricket, are you going to face a bowler of this sort of class on a pitch like this? And the answer is very, very rarely, I think. And it would be testing for a top technician, player of spin. Porter bowls, Brooks is beaten again outside the off stump. It would be testing, as I say, for them. So for modern lower middle order batters who've not got that kind of experience, it's exceptionally testing, I think. and there's a feeling perhaps that just staying out there and pushing forward and allowing him to bowl is waiting for trouble. As Brooks is beaten for the third consecutive delivery by Porter outside the off-stump, which is why perhaps Brett D'Oliveira tried to play a reverse sweep early on in his innings, tried to put some pressure back on Harmer.
Just read this question out. We are not near a beach here, but we are near water. Michael Biswell says, a question, could you ask Frank what time high tide is at Worcester, and does it affect the humidity in the atmosphere and also in the ground? Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, it's the 7 isn't tidal this far upstream. Left alone this time by Brooks outside the off stump. I'm assuming that was not a facetious question, and but the 7 does not affect. Is not tidal. It's tidal further down, down towards Bristol, but not here. We do get the 7 bore though coming upstream.
It's all about
once or twice a year.
The level of the 7, of course.
Yeah. Here comes Jamie Porter, and Brooks is on the walk and beaten again. So 4 times in that over Jamie Porter gone past the outside in this over in 5 deliveries, and that just about is typical of the way that he's been bowling in this game. He's just nagged and nagged and nagged away in that off stump corridor. I literally lost count of the number of times that he's gone past the bat. The wicket keepers have taken a high proportion of deliveries from the seamers in this game. Porter again is in, and Brooks lets that one go this time outside the off stump. So Jamie Porter bowls a maiden in which every delivery went straight through to Michael Pepper. 4 of them played at by Ethan Brooks, 2 of them left alone. That is the end of the over. Porter 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 23, 90 for 8. Worcestershire limping along, but they do lead by 291 runs. And even though Essex have had a good morning and picked up 3 wickets this morning, for the addition of just 32 runs to the overnight score, nonetheless they are in a position where they know they will have to play very, very well in order to win this game.
So Harmer to continue, and he has bowled a lot of overs this season. I think it's something that Tom Westley accepts, but he's perfectly justified in carrying on with Harmer in this situation. There's no question about that. 90 for 8 as he bowls. That one just comes off the open face of the bat and pops up into the onside from weight, and there's no run. And on that quiz question, Graham Gooch, Chris Grant gets back and says he remembers Gooch being no ball when he was doing impersonations for switching to left arm without informing the batter.
Oh, there you go.
Here's Harmer bowling again, and that's just he just goes onto the back foot to that and just plays defensively down to short leg on the bounce. Was he impersonating Bish and Bailey or Phil Tufnell perhaps? Thank you very much.
No, Chris. Neither of those.
90 for 8.
Neither of those. Mike Proctor is suggested here. No, it wasn't Mike Proctor.
Yes, this was just coming forward and gets in a bit of a tangle there. Wait, I tell you what, to impersonate Mike Proctor absolutely effectively, you're bowling off the wrong foot, aren't you, in the end? So it'll be a really difficult one for anyone to master. That would be a very high class impersonation to get that one right. 90 for 8. Comes down the pitch. Oh, is that a possible stopping chance, or has it come off the bat? Now, it's no run. He's come down the pitch there. Wait, first of all, I thought it might be a stumping shot, but it went past Pepper, and I think it was gathered in at the end by slip. So we need to see that again, as to whether there was anything on that. But again, Harmer with his flight just causing a few problems. So it was right down the pitch. It bounced, and therefore made it difficult for Pepper to execute a possible stumping. This bounces again, and onto the back foot. It's just run down towards Rajita, who took a good catch earlier on today at backward point, and there's no run.
Technically
again.
A stumping chance,
yeah.
I think. Technically,
that was the main thing I thought it would be because of the way the extent of the way it come down the pitch.
It would have been a really tough one to take, I think.
90 for 8. Wait on 2, comes down the pitch again, pops up off the pad of the claim for a catch at short leg, but I think it's more just in hope rather than anything else from Robin Das, who batted nicely yesterday. 90 for 8, and well, Worcestershire hanging on. They can just do with a partnership here, just for psychological reasons. Get the lead over 300, get the total over 100. They're 291 on at the moment, and Harmer has 4 for 16 in 14 overs.
And he is proving exceptionally difficult for them to play. Brooks is a good player of spin. We've already seen that. I think we saw it at Chelmsford last year. We saw it at Chelmsford this year. Waite is a fine ball striker, but on this pitch, against the quality of Simon Harmer, he is, not surprisingly, being tested. It's hard graft out there. Porter, meanwhile, giving nothing away, is in from the Diglis end, and that one left alone by Brooks, and actually bounced quite sharply as well. We've seen Porter do that, and Snater quite often in this game, seen the ball bouncing from not really far short of a length, where Brooks is prodding at the pitch there. And well, you've already, Nick, you walked in this morning having not been here the first 2 days, and you asked a few questions about the pitch. Well, I think you've seen it all in this first hour.
Key thing is it's not flattening out for the seamers.
It's exactly what it's been like for the whole game. Exactly the same, really. And quite how Worcestershire got 350 in the first innings, nobody's quite sure. And Tom Wesley wasn't happy about it. First evening when we interviewed him, that one edged, gloved by Brooks, down on the offside. They don't get a single, and Brooks shaking his right hand there. We've seen lots of batsmen doing that as well, including Matthew Waite, who got a really nasty blow on the finger, and it caused quite a long delay in the first innings. Brett D'Oliveira was hit on the hand. Brooks has been hit on the hand here, as he was at Chelmsford, if you remember. It's been a really, really testing surface for batters. Brooks lets this one go outside the off stump, and it's encapsulated really this last few minutes what we've seen. Seamers bowling like Porter is now, very little to hit. Yadvinder a little bit more expensive, inexperienced. Harmer, the only spinner that we've seen, not quite unplayable, but absolutely asking questions every delivery. And you've seen exactly what we've been watching for the last 2 days, really. Porter in, bowls, Brooks drives up to mid-on, and there's no run, which is why when you look again at that Worcestershire first innings card, and you see 54, 43, 73, 38 at the lower end of the card, you see where the game got away from Essex, really, I think, on that first day.
Hampshire 203 all out, 4 wickets for Bo Webster, 4. I'm sure he'll be Australia's number 6 in the World Test Championship final.
Porter in again, Brooks blocks up to mid-off, no run.
And Ethan Bamber 4 wickets as well, so 309 is the lead for Hampshire, 310 the target for Warwickshire, who've fought their way back a little bit after a disappointing batting performance yesterday, but Warwickshire unfancied at the start of the season. If they can win this game, my word, they really are in business, but still probably quite a tough ask on a pitch that's not quite as straightforward for batting as the last one against Surrey was.
Yes, Porter in again, bowls, and Brooks drives nicely, but even though he timed it beautifully, straight to Tom Wesley at mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. 90 for 8. Waite has 2. Brooks has 9. Porter stacking up those maidens. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 23. And Harmer will resume his little battle with Matthew Waite.
And Sussex have lost 2 wickets this morning. Are still behind at Taunton, following on 14 behind at 172 for 6. James Coles is 27 not out, but Somerset are handily placed for back-to-back wins at Taunton, which could be turning their season around. That little bit of confidence does them the world of good as Harmer bowls, and that pops up, and it's come down towards backward square leg. There's a sharp single being taken here, and they get through. So in the end, there were a couple of danger points there. Getting that through the infield was the first one, and it just flew off the inside half of the bat, and then trying to beat the throw from backward square leg. But Waite's got through, and he's 2. Brooks is 9. It's 91 for 8. Brooks is on strike now, as Harmer comes in and bowls, and that's just played a bit more securely this time, past short leg, and goes out to Porter, who attempted that run out from backward square leg off the previous delivery. No such opportunity here. There's a deep square leg on the boundary, there's a long on, and there's also a deep backward point, or more like a wide third man as well, I think, as that's displayed defensively. Back down the pitch, Rajita's been sent back to the boundary at the far end of the ground, just in front of the cathedral as we look at the moment. 4 for 16 in 14.3 Harmer as he bowls to Brooks, and Brooks comes forward and plays into a bit of a gap. There's a sharp single here as Midoff has to run around and get through fairly simply, because that was just setting off immediately. Always going to be okay because it was to the left of Midoff. Worcestershire taking what runs they can here. Brooks goes to 10. They're really batting all the way down here because we've seen 2 night watchmen in the innings, as this one just pops up off the pad. Don't think there was any bat on that. There was a stifled shout that goes up to short leg, and there is no run. So, tense morning here at New Road. Essex, after an awful day yesterday, did fight back with the ball. 5 late wickets, and they've taken 3 more this morning just to give themselves a bit of a chance. 92 for 8 Worcestershire. That one's played defensively, head over the ball nicely enough. Back down the pitch, 92 for 8. And Paul Brown on our email says, good to see the fight back from Essex. Wanted to hear our opinions about Rajita as the overseas. Took a good catch today. He wasn't the Essex first choice because of Thakur playing in the IPL, and saying that Essex have been lucky over the last 8 to 10 years with some very good overseas seam bowlers. I would also say they've been unlucky in the last few years, Paul, with a couple of attempted signings that haven't worked out. I think Will Sutherland was one, and then of course you mentioned Thakur. And you're just asking if you feel that Rajita's been more value to the team than playing someone like Jamal Richards, who of course was playing for Kent recently. He was playing in that first class Select 11 game going on at the moment as well, or Mackenzie Jones. And your answer to the quiz case, we've got a different answer just for once. The first non-Bob Willis answer is going to be John Embury. So there we go. Thank you very much for Paul. And we'll let you know, Paul, later on.
I'm not going to give the answer until later on. So I don't want to spoil it, but we'll put that one in the bank. 92 for 8. Waite has 2. Brooks has 10, and Shane Snater has been reintroduced at the Diglis end. He comes in now and bowls, and Brooks is on the walk and allowing that one to go through outside the off stump. Snater, who took 4 wickets in the first innings and has already got 3 in this innings, so he's having a good game, but he did, it's fair to say, offer a few more scoring opportunities than did Porter. And it might be that that's exactly the reason that Tom Westley has reintroduced him. And if that sounds a bit double Dutch, I'll explain it in a minute. As Brooks drives straight up the ground and there's no runs, Snater dives to his right. Because they've almost been getting into a frame of mind against Porter where they're not going to try and take him on in any way. And introducing Snater means that the odd ball comes along that does offer a scoring opportunity, so the batsman is more likely to take a risk, etc. And I hope that makes sense, and that possibly is why he picked up 4 in the first innings when Porter only picked up 1. 92 for 8. Snater in again, bowls, and Brooks is on the walk, and just in a way kind of exemplifying what I'm saying as he punches this one through the covers on the up for a couple of runs, and each run being greeted with warm applause by the Worcestershire supporters this morning, because runs have been hard to come by. Worcestershire have added, in fact, just 36 runs this morning in over an hour. Ethan Brooks now goes on to 12, and the total to 94 for 8, and the lead is approaching 300. Snater is in and bowls, and Brooks is flicking this one away down to fine leg. It's racing away down there. A very, very good bit of work by Rajitha means that they only get 2. Diving to his right, big man, long way down, just flicking it back inside the rope. Good work from the Sri Lankan. Brooks, however, picks up a couple more, goes to 14, and Worcestershire move up to 96 for 8, limping towards three figures. But the big number that matters is the lead. Snater in again, Brooks again moving forward and flicks this one down the leg side. Snater appeals, Pepper has failed to gather, it's run down to fine leg, and again Rajitha is the fielder coming round to stop it going over the rope. Leg byes signalled, two more, doesn't really matter to Worcestershire how the runs come. Total, as I say, creeping towards three figures, 98 for 8 now with those extras. Extras have played a part in this game as well, Nick. In the Worcestershire first innings of 358, there were 32 extras. In the Essex innings of 157, there were only 4. Snater bowls, Brooks edges, Charlie Allison fields at backward point, and there's no run. And I always think in a low-scoring game, extras is worth looking at and seeing if it's a factor. Worcestershire also ran well, so looking at that 32 extras in the first and 16 of them leg byes. They ran aggressively throughout the innings. That's the end of the over. That last ball was a dot ball fielded by Allison at backward point. Weight is on 2 off 22. Brooks is 14. Worcestershire 98 for 8. They lead by 299, so Essex will have to score a minimum of 300 to win this game, and Simon Harmer will continue to examine the technique of Matthew Waite.
With 3 round the bat, he bowls, and Waite actually plays this pretty well, just with an angled bat down towards short fine leg, and there's no run. So 98 for 8, and Harmer in his 16th over, 4 for 17 from the New Road End bowls, and coming forward to negate any turn. Waite, the ball just takes him on the pad, and there's no attempt at a run. Harmer again tossing the ball from hand to hand, starts to move in once more. Lead just one short of 300, as that's just pushing the ball forward. Stifled shout for LBW, and there is no run. We'll have that quiz question again at the end of the over, perhaps. I've got a few more answers, so
yeah.
I'll get you to come in on that again, Frank. A few more varied answers actually, as this delivery, an attempt to force the ball off the back foot, and that was a risky shot because of the bounce, and it's gone through to Pepper.
Best thing with the answers, Nick, is if you show me them,
sure,
but don't say them, and then I can say, well, that one's right, but because I don't want to give it yet too soon. That might be that. I think that's what we did on the other days.
Okay, this is an attempt to force the ball down the ground, but runs off the pad,
and we can even tell people they've got it right without saying the name out loud, so if you know what I mean. So you say, Peter, you got it right, but we don't say what it is until later.
98 for 8, 3 round the bat, deep square leg, long on, and third man on the boundary. That one's just run out towards backward square leg. It's Nick Brown on as a sub at the moment, and there's going to be a scampered
single
run to take the score on to 99 for 8. Brown having to move around there, couldn't prevent the single. So Waite has 3 now, and Brooks has 14, and the lead is an even 300, and Worcestershire, that will be a little bit of a landmark for them. And one more to get the leading score up towards a 3-figure.
So the question for the quiz, which we're asking, and I asked a couple on days 1 and 2. Today's question, a bit more light-hearted than the others, is about Graham Gooch. Just break off a Snater bowls to Waite, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Graham Gooch was no-balled for throwing in a game at Jamshedpur in India on the 1981-82 tour. England were playing against East Zone. He was impersonating another bowler, as he often did. It wasn't Bob Willis, that's been suggested. Who was it? Who was he impersonating? And we've had one right answer in. Snater bowls and Waite is walking forward, and just combination of bat and pad pushes out on the onside. Right. Not Jeff Boycott. He could have turned his hat round, couldn't he? Jeff Boycott used to bowl with his cap backwards. Not Tony Gregg either. No. But I'll say it was one of his teammates. It was one of his teammates in that game, I think. Snater is in to bowl to Waite, and Waite is forward and beaten outside the off stump again. The number of times the ball has gone past the bat has been extraordinary in this game. I mean, you'd have to watch the live stream back to count them all, but it's almost been sort of 40-50% of the balls bowled by seam bowlers. Playing and missing has been incredible. Saw that over earlier from Jamie Porter, where 4 were play and misses and the other 2 were left. So the whole over went through to Michael Pepper. This next one takes Waite on the pad. They go through for a leg by, and you can hear from the applause that Worcestershire have got to 3 figures. 100 for 8. They lead by 301, and every run greeted with applause at the moment by the Worcestershire faithful.
Yeah, and Paul, your question about the Essex overseas. Obviously, they brought Rajita in for 5 games. He's done pretty well, particularly when the conditions have suited him.
Snater again in. Brooks on the walk, beaten outside the off stump, and Snater just stands with his head in his hands. Everybody's just accepting of playing a miss now. They're not producing oohs and ahs in the way that they usually do, because you're just expecting it to happen almost.
What Essex really need is a bowling all-rounder, and Somerset have got them falling out of a cupboard, haven't they? You've got Gregory and 3 other bowling all-rounders in that side, and they missed the fact that having a bowler who could bat at Taunton, because the last 3 were all tail-enders there.
Snater again in, and again Brooks is playing. It's almost playing and missing outside the off stump. It's just almost the standard in this game is the right arm seamer runs up and bowls the ball down just outside off stump, and the right-handed batsman, whoever it is, just pushes at it, misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. It just happened again and again and again, and sometimes you think, well, he maybe doesn't need to play at it, but you can see, we talked about this at length yesterday, he's playing at it because he doesn't know which way it's going to go off the seam, so he's playing at it in case it nips back, and if it nips away he misses it by that much, and it looks like a really awful shot, but that's basically what's happening out there. End of the over. Worcestershire, as I say, have crawled, limped, whatever you like to say, to 100 for 8.
And Harmer is going to bowl to Waite on 3 from 32 balls, and he comes forward to that and tries to drive it down the ground, but in the end it just comes off the pad and is gathered in by Pepper. Just finishing off there, Paul, Aaron Beard, of course, retiring at the end of the last season. I think if he was still around and bowling well, he'd certainly have been potentially forcing his way into contention for a place on the side, as this is driven up towards mid-on. Snater moving across, and perhaps Essex have just been a little bit short of options on the seam bowling front. 100 for 8, 301 the lead. But they do have Simon Harmer on a pitch that's suiting him, and that does help. And he comes into bowl, and off the back foot that's played with an angled bat, nicely actually steered away just in front of square on the offside, and Rajita, who's just backward of square, has to move across and can't prevent a single. So 101 for 8, a rare run off Harmer. 4 for 19 in his 17th over. So the lead now over 300. This is just played defensively head over the ball by Brooks. The Worcestershire batting right down because they've used 2 night watchmen already. One who went yesterday evening, the other one who went this morning. As Harmer bowls, down a bit of a risk there. It's come right down the pitch. Hesitation, they've set off for the single, and it's just pushed out towards backward point. In the end they get in okay, but a bit of risk there, coming down the pitch, and then hesitation about whether or not to take the run. But Brooks gets it, he goes to 15, it's 102 for 8, and the lead is 303. And Harmer again from the New Road End bowls, and that's just a bit of turn and plays back to it, but there's a risk involved, as Frank was just saying there, with the ball turning, plays back but gets away with it okay. So Worcestershire this morning resuming on 58 for 5, losing Jones for 19, and then Harmer double strike, Oliveira for 4, and Yavinder Singh, who was third out for 7. And a little bit of a recovery since then. They could do with a partnership, and these two have just settled things down a little bit and taken it up from 80 to 102 for 8.
Yeah, well, a 30's worth of 50, isn't it? I think, in these circumstances. And a 20's probably worth a 35.
You know,
and a partnership of 20 is significant.
One thing I've always thought on county cricket, Hampshire will never go down while they've got Carlisle, but look at him, 2 for 2, Warwickshire 11 for 2, and the carpet has been pulled out from under their feet in that run chase.
Yeah. Snater in, bowls, and Brooks gets a scoring opportunity, a rare one, and that's what I was talking about, the difference between Snater and Porter. That one just gives Brooks a little bit of width, a little bit short of a length, and what he does do well is he just keeps his shape. He doesn't lose it and throw his hands at it. He stands up tall and he hits it through the gap between cover point and extra cover, and it reaches the boundary, just getting over the rope in pursuit with 2 fielders. But a lovely shot from Ethan Brooks takes him on to 19, and Worcestershire now 106 for 8. And Snater from the Digley Send is in again and bowls to Brooks, and he's resuming normal service. Beats him outside the off stump, pushing forward at that one, and it goes through to Michael Pepper. So Brooks 19, Waite 4, Worcestershire leading by 307.
Lots and lots of responses on that question. Thank you to Barry, Jonathan, Anthony, and Robert, and Keith as well. So
are they all right?
We'll go through them.
Okay.
So many of them.
Okay.
With armour bowling, it's quite tricky, but we'll see if we can have a look at them.
Snater in, bowls, Brooks forward, gets a bat on this one, pushes out on the offside, fielded by Noah Thane, no run.
Yes, and Tom Latham out for naught, by the way, so 2 failures for him, 80% after that big 100 in his first match. 11 for 2, they need a further 299 against Hampshire, Warwickshire, so that's a very good start for Hampshire there.
I think we might be joined by Ashley Giles in a few minutes, Nick, which would be
right.
Fun. Quite happy for you to sit and talk with him. As Brooks gets 4 more, and Snater, that this is, I hope, people realise what I was trying to talk about. It's again a little bit of width, a little bit of back of a length, and Brooks capitalises again. Second boundary of the over, very, very important runs for Worcestershire. Now, if he were to nick the next one, because he's been put into the frame of mind of playing shots and trying to score runs, then we might see why Tom Westley brought Snater back. Because Porter was beating the bat, but the players weren't playing any shots at him. But at the same time, it's a fine balance because he's conceded 8 runs in this over. He comes in again now, Snater, and bowls, and Brooks is taken on the elbow, I think, by this one. He's in real pain. That one he's dropped his bat, he's walked away, he's in real trouble here. Not on the hand this time. Oh, it is on the hand. No, I beg your pardon, it's on the hand. It's the same hand, if you remember, that he hurt so severely at Chelmsford in that losing cause, and he was unable to even shake hands with people after the game with his right hand because he was in so much pain, and that's probably hit exactly the same place. And Simon Harmer was the first actually to go up and offer condolences. Brooks going to need the attention of the physio.
Yes, that really looked very, very nasty, and he's moving out to.
It wasn't broken before, but that's hit the same place. It's not easy, is it? It's not easy.
Got his hand on his forearm.
Yeah. It's his wrist, I think.
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, I thought it was his elbow in the first place.
Yeah.
And it is actually. It's his elbow,
right.
I think. And you know when you get hit on the funny bone and you get numbness in your hand and pins and needles, that sort of thing. I think that's what's happened. and it hit it. I thought it was the right elbow initially, and he's taking a drink. You can have a spray on your elbow. You can't have a spray on your fingers, I don't think, because of circulation problems. But you can have a spray on your elbow. Brooks just asking Tom Westley something. Whether he's asking about getting some sort of somebody's going off for Pepper's going off now. Well, we've got a bit of a break anyway for one way and another because of the injury. A time-out, you could say. Players have got drinks. 12 men have gone on there. No cricket being played at the moment. 110 for 8. Brooks has 23. Waite has 4. Worcestershire lead by 311.
And Durham have done very well in pursuit of that. Notts 407. 385 for 4. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. And Emilio Gay has just reached his 100. He's with Ollie Robinson on 63. And just as I was saying, I can't see Hampshire going down while they've got Kyle Abbott. Durham's batting is just too strong. I mean, for them to really get into trouble, even though they had a difficult start to the season, it's still a very impressive batting lineup. And
it's a strong Division 1, Nick, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a strong Division 1, I think.
Someone's going to get into bother, and if Worcestershire stay up, two sides are going to the other sides are going to get into bother.
We said this at Chelmsford. I've said it a few times. Yorkshire have come up, and they're a strong side, and you know, you could argue that they belong in Division 1. Sussex have come up. They've been a bit up and down, but when they're good, they're very good, and they're certainly deserving of a place in Division 1. So unlike football, where the teams that go up to the Premier League almost invariably come straight back down again, this year Worcestershire, having stayed up and finished 6th last year, their highest ever Division 1 posting since we had 2 divisions. It's a tougher Division 1 this year than it was last year, I think, because the 2 teams that come up have made it stronger. So Worcestershire are fighting, struggling, as we know, at the bottom before this game, but it is a tough division. I think there's some good sides around.
And you know, if Somerset and Hampshire both win, it's going to put pressure on the likes of potentially Essex and Yorkshire, particularly if Essex don't win this game. Hard to see it being a draw. It's not totally impossible if Essex occupy the crease to the extent they did in that last match, and indeed have the same sort of scoring rate. But I do think, Frank, my feeling is Essex got to try and be positive, because they did get rather stuck yesterday, didn't they, for long periods, and the innings didn't really go anywhere. I know it's difficult to score, but
you're absolutely right. I'm sure in the dressing room that'll be the talk, but it's very, very difficult.
Yeah,
it really is difficult.
And
Ben Allison and Tom Taylor, you know, they bowled a bit like Jamie Porter has here. They bowled very little in the way of loose stuff, and it was tough to be positive.
So how is Brooks? He's got his bat in his hand. I think repairs have been done, and at least I think we're going to see him continue, which is the thing that everyone here wants to happen. So that's good news. Just playing a few tentative defensive shots at the moment.
He's 23 off 47. He's probably rarely worked harder for 23 runs than on this occasion. He is back. Snater is in. Brooks is walking down the pitch, looking to turn this on the leg side. Misses it. Taken by Pepper. End of the over. 50th over of the innings has been completed. Worcestershire are 110 for 8. 311 runs ahead. They've lost 3 wickets this morning. Rob Jones out for 19, Brett Dolvera for 4, and Yadvinder Singh for 7. And they are extending this lead, hoping, I suspect, to get another 25, 30 perhaps. Get it up towards 350, then it would become a pretty tall order.
Yes, it's getting close to that Essex first innings score, which I think is a potential target for Worcestershire to have in mind, because it would mean that Essex would have to get the biggest score of the game. So it's going to be Harmer, and it's going to bowl to Waite. It's just all tentative little push, half forward. Wasn't forward or back really for that. So can I just rattle through a few wrong answers?
Of course,
Just to
Of
keep
course.
us going. We've had a lot of responses on that quiz question. Tony Gregg from Barry is not right, but thank you, Barry, as this is played off the back foot and goes up towards Snater, and there's no run. And talking of teammates of Graham Gooch, one we fondly remember, Graham Dilly, as suggested by Jonathan Winterbourne, but it's not the correct answer. As Harmer bowls again, and it's all awkward, just getting to the pitch of it, but it just pops a little bit, but rolls up to Snater at wide mid on, or straight mid wicket really. There's a mid off, there's a backward point, there's a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. Backward square leg, deep mid wicket and long on. And here this one is a shout for LBW, not particularly convincing. And Snater, well, Harmer's still down on one knee. He's not going to get up. He's decided he's going to stay there now till lunch. No, he does get up, but he was more confident than anybody else on that one. Waiter seeing an awful lot of Harmer, probably rather more than he'd like to. 4 from 40 balls. Sun going in and out, partly cloudy, but another lovely day. As that's more convincing from Waite. Just comes forward and hits it well clear of short leg up towards that wide mid on in Shane Snater. This one is just pops off the bat and rolls down towards backward point, and they're going to get a run. So rare off Harmer, but it was pretty well controlled. Again, it was just past leg slip, but soft hands, and Waite goes to 5. Brooks 23, 111 for 8 Worcestershire. And assuming that we haven't got all our correspondents all in the same room consulting with each other, I can tell you, Tony, you are right, but I'm not going to give away what you've said. So thank you very much for your suggestion. 111 for 8, 312 the lead. And this is a good part. We were talking about a partnership of 30 or 40 with just what the doctor ordered from Worcestershire's point of view, and they're getting it with these two pretty experienced players. Pretty good ninth wicket pair, I would say, to have.
Yeah, not bad. Matthew Waite and Ethan Brooks, and both made runs in the first innings as well. It's Waite on strike as Snater is in from the Diglis end, and he's forward and pushing out into the covers, and there's no run. Yeah, just one partnership of 50 or 60 in an innings in a game like this can be so important. And what I do think has created this partnership in many ways is Waite not trying to be too ambitious against Harmer. He works this one on the onside for again straight to the fielder at mid wicket, and it's uncharacteristic for Waite to have faced 44 deliveries for just 5 runs. But Olivier may well be sitting in the dressing room wishing that he'd not tried to play that reverse sweep against Harmer, not because it was necessarily the wrong thing to do, but just because if he'd have played it a bit more like Waite has done, he might still be out there now. I can understand exactly why he did what he did, but possibly on reflection he'll feel it was an unnecessary risk that early in his innings. This next one from Snater is blocked out on the offside by Waite, whereas Waite has just decided to mostly get a stride in and just try and keep Harmer out, and it's just taken the sting out of it just a little bit, and they've added 30 odd. Snater in bowls, beaten outside the off stump by that one Waite, which bounced. It's one of those that bounced a bit more than he might have expected, and past the outside edge it goes. 31 then for this 9th wicket so far. Nelson is on the board, and we've got, I think, Jamie Porter getting loose again at mid on, doing some little calf stretches and high kicks. Snater is in again, bowled, and Waite is forward, pushing out on the offside. And you could, Nick, I guess there might have been people watching from afar, or even people in the ground who saw Worcestershire lose those first 3 wickets and thought there was a bit of a lack of application, but I would say that these two have shown that that is far from the case.
There was an ambitious shot from Singh, but you know, he is a night watchman. He'd done a pretty good job.
It was a long hop, wasn't it?
He'd done a good job.
Yeah. Snater bowls, and on the back foot, Waite pushes up to mid-off, and there's no run. End of the over. And there's a maiden from Snater, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 45, his figures. And Worcestershire remain 111 for 8, leading by 312.
And Surrey are 460 for 8, leading by 205. George Hill has 5 for 66, but Jordan Clark is 69 not out. And
he's such a good cricketer, isn't he?
Surrey win that game, they're going to be getting back into more familiar territory, close to the top of the table. And everyone of course trying to prepare the flattest pitch possible for the visit of Surrey, but of course they're still very capable of winning at the Oval. And here's a reverse sweep which goes past short third man and goes away for 4. That was pretty well executed by Brooks off Harmer with great certainty along the ground, and once it had got past the fielder there, that was going to go away for 4.
Even though there is a man back there,
yes,
which is unusual. I mean, Harmer wouldn't normally have a man there. Because of Brooks, he's done this before at Chelmsford last year and this year. But he hit that so well.
Yeah, it's a very wide third man and a short third man, but beautifully played. And that's just the right thing from Brooks. He's hit the 4, gets off strike, keeps the scoreboard moving, just clicks it up to Wesley at long on. And this partnership's starting to get annoying for Essex. But of course, they're a ninth wicket pair, but they're really, if you like, a seventh wicket pair. And that's the crucial point. 116 for 8, 317 the lead. So Surrey very nicely placed at the Oval there. That's played on the bounce to short leg, and Essex have the pleasure of visiting the Oval in their next game. There might be a bit of weather around, but they have a pretty good record there. But Surrey, if you're starting to get into their stride, 116 for 8 as Harmer bowls again. That just pops off the pad and rolls back down the pitch. But Waite seeing a lot of Harmer, but playing him pretty well. He's got 5 from 50. By contrast, really, Brooks 28 from 50, and that's important. That Brooks' scoring rate is getting more than 50 runs per 100 balls, and that's just keeping the scoreboard moving, isn't it, Frank? 116 for 8, and this is clipped away down towards the backward square leg. Sharp single, throw from Porter to Pepper, but again, just keeping the scoreboard moving. Important from the Worcestershire point of view, not to get too bogged down against Harmer. He's bowled unchanged from this New Road End on this third morning. BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Essex and 5 Sports Extra, and this is played off the back foot, bit of bounce, but still just about controlled from Brooks as it runs down towards backward square leg. And 117 for 8 it remains, with Waite 6 and Brooks 28.
Yeah, good stuff from these two, I think. Michael Blandford asks, is the answer Gladstone Small? The answer isn't Gladstone Small. And Ian Wright says, is it John Price? No, it's not John Price. I can see why John Price would be a good candidate for an impersonation, because you could come in on a massive curved run-up. But no, it isn't. It isn't those. We've had a couple of correct answers sent in on the email.
This next answer, if he did impersonate this player, it would have been a very rare impersonation. David Gower has come in.
I know, but Gower did impersonations as well. He got done for throwing, I think, as well, when he was impersonating.
That was Robert. Thank you, Robert, for that one.
Yeah, Jamie Porter has replaced Shane Snater, and he almost gets Waite with his first ball of this new spell as Waite edges in the air past third slip down to third man, and they pick up a single. So fortune favouring the batter on that occasion. Waite goes on to 718 for 8. I think Gower did impressions as well, and he may have been no-balled on one occasion.
Probably the only time he ever bowled. I can't imagine David Gower coming back for his 4th spell of the day. Yes, thank you, Robert, from Essex, but living in Italy, in Florence at the moment. Thank you very much for that.
I bet it's lovely in Florence today. Here comes Jamie Porter bowling to Ethan Brooks, who is forward, pushing back up the pitch. 28 to Brooks, 7 to Waite, 118 for 8, 3 men out today. Jones LBW to Snater for 19, 66 for 6, 71 for 7 when Brett D'Oliveira was caught by Rajitha off Harmer for 4, and then 80 for 8 when Yadvinder Singh was LBW to Harmer for 7, 118 for 8 now. Porter from the Diglis End bowls and Brooks drives, but up to mid-off. Wesley is the fielder and there's no run. This partnership worth 38 now. Doesn't sound much, but it is quite significant, and they have applied themselves exceptionally well, these two.
Terry has suggested Sir Geoffrey as the answer. That's incorrect. And an interesting Worcester-based one coming in.
Okay. Left alone, this one from Porter outside the off stump by Brooks.
Keith in Little Clacton. Gooch was no ball for throwing. My guess is he's impersonating Norman Gifford of Worcestershire and England. Fondly remembered here.
Yeah. Still with us, Norman. Comes to the ground occasionally. Hasn't been in the best of health recently. Could well be watching or listening. If he is, hope you're okay, Norman. I look forward to seeing you again soon. 118 for 8. Left alone outside the off stump by Brooks, diving to his right, Pepper. The wicket keepers have been very busy in this game in terms of the percentage of deliveries collected. Sometimes you keep wicket on a really flat pitch and hardly anything comes through, and then on a pitch like this, unbelievable percentage of deliveries have gone through to the wicket keeper.
And the Grumbler's surrealist answer to Frank's question is Mike Yarwood, the ultimate impersonator.
Yeah. I don't know how he bowled. Porter in again, left alone again by Brooks. End of the over, 118 for 8. It was Matthew Waite has 7, Brooks has 28, and Jamie Porter now has bowled 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 24. Miserly, but he has only got 2 wickets in the game.
Of course, back in 1973, when the England football team was having a tough time, I remember Mike Yarwood as Brian Clough saying that he'd like Sir Alf to be Prime Minister because it meant he'd no longer be manager of the England football team, a job of course he very much coveted for himself.
Yeah, but never got.
So 118 for 8, and yes, Worcestershire can keep these two together through to lunch. They'll be reasonably pleased with their morning, I think, because it'll mean another 20 odd runs might have been added, or at least 15, as there's one there as Waite punches Harmer down the ground for a single out towards Wesley. And yes, just a little bit of frustration. It looked at one time as though Essex might clean up Worcestershire for less than 100 and be chasing less than 300 themselves, but that's just changed a little bit at the moment. The lead 320, and down the pitch comes Brooks and drives up towards mid-off, looks for a run, but it's straight to mid-off, and it's not going to be there. So lovely morning. Quite a lot of fair weather cloud, but there's blue sky as well. And here's Harmer bowling, and this is swept away, and it's gone for 4. Lovely shot, very well executed by Brooks, just sweeping it on length, and once it was past Porter, there's nothing much that could be done there from the Essex point of view, and the score goes to 123 for 8, and dangerous looking partnership. And the Worcester fans, I think, starting to enjoy this. Because they got cricket on a Sunday, which I don't think they had in the first match here, did they?
No, they didn't.
So those
no, it's lovely, and
enjoying
you could probably, if I turn up the effects mic, you can hear the church bells ringing in the background. The cathedral bells were sounding out this morning, and it was a beautiful scene.
Harmer again bowls, and this is just pushed defensively back down the pitch. So Brooks causing problems again from an Essex perspective. It's an important 32 this, 123 for 8, he's still on strike. Waite has done the hard yards, if you like, against Harmer, but Brooks has managed to find a way of scoring off him, as that's again just pushed defensively back down the pitch, and Harmer gathers in his follow through. 4 for 32 with 1 ball left of his 20th over. Here's Harmer again bowls to Brooks, who this time goes back and tries to force the ball away into the offside, gets it down to Rajuta at wide third man and collects a single and keeps the strike. So Harmer 4 for 32 in 20 overs, Waite 8, Brooks 32, Worcestershire 123 for 8. They lead 124 for 8 as that run clicks up, and they lead at this present time by 325. That is surely a very big lead on this pitch, and Essex getting to the stage where they have got to wrap this innings up pretty quickly now, surely, to have any sort of chance.
Yeah, Brooks has played the key innings this morning. 33 not out so far, but he's been given really good support by Waite, as you say, Nick. And Victoria and I both made the point on day one, actually, when we made our assessment of the pitch, and it was clear after an hour or so what it was going to be like. We both said it was the easy one was to say what I said at Chelmsford, which was that if anybody gets 100, they'll finish on the winning side.
Yeah.
Nobody has, but we did both say that a score of 30 or 40 was worth more, etc. But we said when you get a partnership at whatever time in your innings, when two players perhaps steady the ship, they've been together for maybe 10-15 overs, just beginning to find scoring opportunities in this game, that whichever side they're on, we were just musing generally. Porter is in bowls, Brooks leaves, taken by Porter. They need to get together and say, you know what, it's us today. This is it. We've got to do something with this partnership, because if we don't, then we could lose another 3 quick wickets.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we've seen. And it's a bit obvious to say it's about partnerships, but the highest partnership in the Essex first innings was 31, I think, and that's it. Or was it? Hang on, it might have been a few more. I'll just work it out in a minute. As Porter comes in and bowls, and Brooks drives, gets a single out down to deep third man. So the highest partnership was 37, I think, and in the Worcestershire innings there was a partnership of 59, one of 95, one of 47, and this partnership so far is worth 45. So that's how important it has been. No two ways about it. And that will be in the Essex minds as well when they bat again. Got to have a couple of good partnerships to have any chance whatsoever. Jamie Porter from the Diglis end bowls, and Matthew Waite is out, caught by Michael Pepper, diving to his right. Good catch, low down. Only Porter's third wicket of the game, and that's the sort of wicket that we've seen on many occasions in this game so far. And Matthew Waite has gone for 8. It doesn't sound many, but he faced 54 deliveries he shared in this partnership that we've just been describing, which is worth 45, and in that sense it was a very, very good innings. Worcestershire 125 for 9.
Yeah, he got some movement there, Porter, and just drawing batter into the shot. Nicely taken by Pepper, actually. That wasn't straightforward. It was very low in front of first slip, and not surprising, Porter doing the job. That's an important partnership though for Worcestershire. We're closing in on lunch now. It could be that the innings ends and we have a slightly early lunch, but we'll see. But pretty useful number 11 coming out in Tom Taylor. So Worcestershire will be still looking to get maybe another 25 runs and maybe even get up to that Essex first innings score, which would I think again must be good, useful psychological landmarks. Division 2, just to update, Gloucestershire 418 for 6, just 6 behind Kent, and a very, very flat looking surface at Bristol. Cameron Green got 128. I think he'll bat at number 3 for Australia in that World Test Championship final. And James Bracey, who played 2 Test matches 4 years ago, is 119 not out. So nice to see him doing well, because It all just seemed a bit too much for him
Yeah,
when he did
I
get his
agree,
brief time in
and
Test cricket.
I thought he got some very unfair criticism when
Yeah.
he played for England.
Good
People,
player.
people who had never seen him play county cricket, who only watched Test cricket, saying, "Goodness me, what on earth is this chap doing?" And he struggled a bit, I think, to deal with all that criticism. And it's excellent to see him come back because he is a very, very good cricketer. And I don't think he was given the respect that he really deserved when he got that England call up. Anybody can, as we know, I've seen many times, anybody can go into Test cricket and find it a step too far at some point in their career. Witness Graham Gooch and Dennis Amiss. Porter bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Taylor. Gooch got a pair, didn't he, on his first Test, I think?
Yes,
Amiss certainly
1975,
did, yeah.
on a pitch that was doing quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good Australian
Yeah.
attack. Max Walker would have been in there with Lillian Thompson.
Yeah, and I think Amiss got a pair on his Test debut as well, but they didn't do too badly thereafter.
No.
125 for 9. Taylor has faced just one delivery. Made 43 in the first innings. And he's off the mark here, just whipping this one down to fine leg, and Rajitha on this occasion can't get a hand on it as he sprawls to his right. Got quite a lot of bat on that, Tom Taylor, and he's off the mark, and the score goes up to 129 for 9 and the lead to 330. You would suggest that is enough to win the game, or to at least not lose the game. But as we keep saying, we've watched so much cricket over the years that we're always aware that anything could happen. But it would have to, I think, we'd have to have a change in the pitch conditions in order to see a team score 350 in the last innings. It could happen. Porter bowls again. Taylor is beaten outside the off stump. I remember a game at Merchant Taylor's at Northwood about 2 or 3 years ago that was played on a pitch that had been difficult for the batters, lowest scoring game, 129 for 9 at the end of the over, and Ed Pollock was in the Worcestershire side, and he went out on the last day and in a run chase just made an absolute mockery of it by whacking the ball left, right and centre. It's quite a small ground. He cleared the ropes a good few times, as he often does, and that's the way you win a game, perhaps in circumstances like this. If somebody came out like Michael Pepper or as you were saying, if Cox was playing, she isn't, he would have been capable. But somebody came out and just said, well, throw caution to the wind, I don't care about the surface, I'm going to play this way, and it was their day, then it could happen, but it's unlikely.
So it's going to be Harmer at 129 for 9, and he's going to bowl to Brooks on 34, and this is a drive, quite an expansive drive up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Just a little bit of a frustration, obviously, with the use of the night watchman, that Brooks could get a bit stranded in this innings. He's playing very well. 129 for 9. He goes on the reverse sweep, hits it away. It's in the air, but safe, and it's going down to the fine third-man boundary, and that will go for 4. So he's looking to score while he can here, although of course Taylor can give him decent support. But just the only frustration, he's playing so well, Frank, the fact that he could get stranded.
Yeah.
He really is playing well on 38. Reminiscent a little bit now, actually, of that innings at Chelmsford. Not quite to the same extent, but could be as important. 133 for 9.
Hit that really well, didn't he?
Here's Harmer to bowl to him again. He comes down the pitch and plays a drive, aiming to hit it between mid-on and the bowler for a single, but in fact Snater reacts very quickly and makes sure that run is cut off. The grumbler who suggested Mike Yarwood was saying that some of the inform Essex batters are the ones that are injured. That's a good point, with Walter and Cox, as this is just played along the ground past short leg and there's no run. And you're saying that one or two batters are struggling, 1 or 2 are doing okay. Jamal Richards, who's playing in that select 11 against Zimbabwe, I think he made 25 and 32, and I think he took a 1 wicket in the first Zimbabwe innings. Always a bit of a sweep across the line at that, but he's forward, and a stifled shout for LBW, not out. 133 for 9. I think he played just the one game for Kent in his loan spell. Jones still developing, perhaps not yet ready, and you're saying that Benkenstein a pretty good bat as he's shown. I'm sure we'll see plenty of Benkenstein coming up, of course, over the next few weeks as we go into the white ball, and I'm just hoping that might be route back to form for Charlie Allison as well, as this is a run down off the back foot and goes down towards short third man, and there's no run. You're saying the bowling unit broadly doing okay. Harmer having a very good day today, but of course, as you might expect in the first part of the season for a spinner, he's not quite got the number of wickets that he'll probably get over the season as a whole, but he certainly looked very good today. And of course the Cook call up for England has come at a bad time for Essex. I just think it's absolutely critical for Essex in the context of their season. It's taken them probably away from being genuine championship challenges, and add Cox into that, and it's even more the case perhaps. Should Essex get a loan signing to stiffen the batting? And you mentioned your newsletter, which is very good, your county cricket newsletter, which can be found through search engines, and some very good observations and access to recent media articles available on that. 133 for 9, Taylor 4 and Brooks 38.
And Taylor on strike as Jamie Porter continues from the Diglis end. Strides in, bowls, and Taylor drives nicely. Lovely shot, straight to Westley at mid-off though, no run.
Got a couple, that quiz question, which we'll probably maybe just give again. Actually, Giles is just walking down in front of us. I don't know if he's going to come in for 10 minutes before lunch.
He might do, or he might leave it till this afternoon, I don't know.
Yeah. We've got a couple going for Muralitharan. Not the right answer, but nice suggestion.
Yeah, Porter bowls and Taylor gets a single off the outside edge down to third man. Charlie Allison, the fielder. Yeah, that is a good shout, isn't it, Muralitharan? Because one could easily imagine that in trying to impersonate a bowler with extraordinary action, which some questioned, and he was cleared. The deflection in his elbow and everything else, but how if we tried to bowl like that, it would probably come out as a throw, but it wasn't that. It was one of his teammates. There's a bit of a clue. 134 for 9 as Porter is in and bowls, and Brooks is taken on the pad, and he is out. LBW, the 7th LBW of the innings, and it brings the innings to a close. We'd have to have a look at it. I've never seen 8. 8 is the record. I might have seen 7 before. The 7th LBW of the innings. This last Worcestershire wicket. Ethan Brooks, who made 38. And it looks a decent shout to me. He, I think, might have thought that he got just outside the line. He's pretty disappointed. It was a very good innings from him. And Worcestershire are all out for 134 in their second innings. And that is in 57.3 overs, which is just a little bit less than the Essex first innings. Lunch will now be taken, and after lunch Essex will require 336 to win, I think. They trail by 335, so 336 to win. After taking those last 5 Worcestershire wickets this morning for the addition of 78 runs, Ethan Brooks, the last to go, LBW, the 7th LBW of the innings, to Jamie Porter for 38, leaving Tom Taylor unbeaten on 5. There were 10 extras, and the bowling figures, the wicket takers anyway, Porter 3 for 30, so some reward for him after his efforts weren't really fully rewarded in the first innings. Snater 3 for 45 and Harmer 4 for 37.
Yeah, and 3:36 is the target, and Grumbler, just finishing off your point, because it is now going to be lunch. Essex perhaps caught slightly between a rock and a hard place in terms of what they need to do, because taking out both Cox and Cook obviously has quite a significant effect. And yes, they could do with a bit more experience in the batting, but the availability of those two in the second half of the season, I think, is going to be very significant in terms of what strategy Essex might adopt in terms of further strengthening the squad. We've got these championship matches. I think we've got a pair of them and another pair of them in amongst all the white ball stuff, and then of course another batch in September. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. But Essex have got a big task here, 336. I think Worcestershire probably just about satisfied with that morning, Frank.
Yeah, I think so. They wanted, I know, to get 350, 400 ahead if they possibly could. The double blow in the last over last night was a real shocker for them. But I think, as you say, if they'd have been bowled out for 80 or 85 or something, that psychologically Essex would have been really boosted by that. But I think realistically, to score 336 to win on this pitch is going to be very tough. It's not impossible, I'm not ruling it out, but it will be tough. And if they do it, Essex will thoroughly deserve to win the game. To score 336 in the last innings on this pitch, I think, is a tall order. So there we go. Lunch is being taken a little bit early. Play will resume about just after 1:30, I would imagine, and when it does, we will be back. Until then, have a very good break yourselves. Go and put the kettle on, have a sandwich, or maybe you're getting ready for your Sunday barbecue. But do join us when play resumes just after 1:30.
Bristol, Gloucestershire 440 for 7. leading Worcestershire onto the field.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where play is about to begin in Day 3, Session 2 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Worcestershire and Essex. The situation is quite simply that Essex require 336 runs to win. Lots of time left in the day, 5 sessions. The problem that they face is that the pitch has been a tough one to bat on throughout, and they made only 157 in their first innings. But things can change, and with 2 batters going out there, one of whom is highly experienced Dean Elgar, there will be hope that they can make this 336 runs to win. It will be it's a tall order, I don't think there's any doubt about that, but hope springs eternal, and after bowling Worcestershire out for 134 this morning, Essex will be optimistic, at least at the start of the innings. Charlie Allison, who made naught in the first innings, is on strike. Tom Taylor is bowling from the New Road end, and alongside me, Frank Watson, is Nick Gledhill from BBC Radio Essex. Here is Taylor, and he bowls, and Allison is pushing his first ball out square on the offside. Jake Libby is the fielder, and there's no run. What Essex need, I guess, if they're going to get anywhere near this target and challenge to win this game, is a decent start. What they don't need is to be 2 or 3 down for 50.
They can't repeat the start they had in the first innings, and they never really recovered from that. They've got to get a platform, and I think we're going to have a couple of sort of cameo innings that come off.
Well, Taylor bowls, and that's the first play and miss of this innings. If you were watching or listening this morning, you'll know that the play and miss has been a major feature of this game since day 1. A huge number of times the outside edge has been passed on a surface that has offered quite a lot of lateral movement, and that is the first of them in this innings. Whether or not that was movement or just Allison playing down the wrong line,
I think the one thing I would say after this ball, Frank, just summing up of it,
Taylor in again bowls, and Allison is driving into the offside. No run.
Essex are going to have to try and be positive. Obviously they've got to lay a platform, but if they were to score at the same rate as they did in the first innings, they're not going to make 336, because there's going to be too many potential balls with the batter's name on it.
Yeah, well, that's a fair assessment, I think. If they win, they deserve to win, I think, would probably be my take on it. You get 330 odd batting left in this game. Tom Taylor in the sunshine, number 12 on his back, he's in, he bowls, and Charlie Allison is forward, pushing that out square on the offside. Brett Oliveira applauds from mid-on. Charlie Allison, who made a couple of starts against Worcestershire at Chelmsford in the game 3 weeks ago, and doesn't look out of place in the first team. His feet move well, he looks a tidy and well organised player, and yet he has yet to turn that into a really significant score.
Both these two averaging 16 at the moment.
Taylor into him bowls, and he is again playing this out on the offside square of the wicket. Jake Libby is the fielder, and Essex are yet to open their account in this second innings, acquiring 336 to win.
both with very similar top scores, 30 for Elgar and 28 for Allison, so, and there's only sort of .03 of a run separating their averages, so both will be disappointed. I suppose Elgar, having come in after a few games have already been played.
Taylor bowls, Allison drives, and that's a beautiful shot. The first runs of the innings, the first boundary of the innings, straight down the ground. A lovely shot from Charlie Allison. He'll feel a lot better after that, having got off the mark, off a pair, and Essex are 4 without loss after 1 over.
Yes, Elgar came back and promptly found a pitch at Taunton, which certainly, given the fact that Essex were batting first, was quite problematical, and hasn't been able to play a significant innings so far, although he really battled hard in the first innings and was very frustrated to get out. For Allison, I think this is quite an important innings, because if he scores well here, I think he'll play at the Oval in the championship match. He's going to play a big part in the white ball in the T20 anyway. If he weren't to get runs here, there could be consideration perhaps of looking for the experience of Nick Brown, but let's see how Allison gets on first, because what a chance this is for him to really make a significant contribution, because it's what Essex need from their top order. None of a top order really, in the absence of Cox, particularly firing, and indeed the absence of Walter, as was mentioned on our emails. The injuries have fallen really to the players who have been in form. So here we have Allison to bowl to Elgar, and Elgar just gets into line and is half forward and plays defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So Allison's had a pretty decent game. Didn't get runs when he came in as a night watchman yesterday evening, but got some runs in the first innings and contributed well with the ball. And he'll be waiting for the moment when he's got a chance to do a double on his brother, potentially, having got him out cheaply in the first innings. At the moment he's bowling to Dean Elgar with 3 slips waiting. Allison up to the wicket from the Diglis end, and Elgar plays the ball into the onside just wide of mid-on. It's quite a sharp single, but it was always on. As the throw came in, Allison safely down at the keeper's end. Good call, and Elgar, with that stroke away into the onside, gets himself up and running. 336 the target, 5 for no wicket. Essex in this, well, not really a run chase, so to speak, but the only thing is, as we mentioned, you need to be relatively positive, because there's still plenty in it for the seamers, and no real sign of the pitch flattening out as per Taunton. 5 for no wicket. Allison again from the Diglis end bowls, and Allison's made a good start here, just gets into line and plays comfortably up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So yes, Allison, best score of 28 with just 131 runs from 8 innings, so he'll want to try and improve on that, but he is going to play, I'm pretty sure, quite a big part over the next couple of months in the T20, which starts in the not too distant future, Friday week. Yes, Allison again running towards us, partly cloudy, plenty of blue sky, and steered nicely down to the third man boundary for 4. Controlled shot, just got head over the ball, steered it away, and well, by this stage of their first innings, Essex were already in trouble, but they made a slightly better start this time round. 9 for no wicket, and Allison with a couple of boundaries, and that was a nice controlled one, just steering it away, keeping it to ground. And then 9 for no wicket after 10 balls in the pursuit of 336. Yes, you look at the batting averages for Essex. Cox 76 he's averaging injured. Walter 56.5 injured, the top 2. As Allison bowls, and this is Charlie Allison getting into line and playing defensively up towards mid-on. So a surfeit of Allison's here, and of course in the Lancashire-Derbyshire game there was a surplus of Andersons. I think 3, with one with double S in their surname, were sort of involved in very quick succession. I think 1 for Derbyshire, 2 for Lancashire, or I think if I'm right.
Yeah, I think so.
9 for no wicket, 3 slips, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And here, this is just played on the crease, just steered away down towards that long leg fielder that's in front of just to the left of the main scoreboard. And one goes to the total, and Allison keeps the strike. So he's gone to 9. He's made a pretty good start. Elgar has 1, and Essex in pursuit of 336 to win, having bowled Worcestershire out for 134, a 10 for no wicket.
Yeah, and no alarms as yet. A couple of player misses, but nothing too worrying. As the Worcestershire bowlers Allison and Taylor look to just get loose and find their rhythm. 3 slips waiting as Taylor is in and bowls, and Allison takes his right hand off that, plays it as though it exploded from the length. It didn't really, it bounced a little bit more steeply than he might have expected, but quite an exaggerated removal of the hand, as you often see batsmen do when they're taken by surprise by a little bit of extra bounce.
Still at lunch in most of the other games, just finishing the lunch break, and Surrey said to Yorkshire, whatever you get, we'll double it. Yorkshire made 255, Surrey made 512.
Taylor over the wicket bowls, and Allison beaten by this one, and having had one that bounced a bit more than he expected, I get the impression, and until I've seen the replay I won't know, that one actually kept a little bit low, as we saw one or two do, or have seen one or two do earlier in the game. And yeah, definitely that one. So in a way, in 2 deliveries, Nick, we've seen the pitch encapsulated really, and why the batsman can not really trust it. One banged in and bounced a bit higher, and the other one scooting through quite low. He's in again now and bowls, taking one hand off the bat again, Allison, as he plays this away square on the offside. He's picked up a couple, but again it was a less than certain stroke. What he does do, Allison, is he's quite positive, I think, in his footwork generally.
Yes.
And he was there, but in terms of the actual contact, it wasn't what he expected. And he's prodding at the pitch again, a little bit perturbed by those last 3 deliveries.
If things were to go his way, he would score relatively quickly, and that would help Elgar.
He's on 11. It's 12 without loss as Taylor is into him, and he's again slightly uncomfortable as he gets in behind this and pushes it up to D'Oliveira at mid-on.
Yeah, Surrey batting all the way down. 69 from Jordan Clark, 42 from Nathan Smith, and 37 from Tom Laws. We were just talking about Nathan Smith, weren't we, saying how useful he might have been on this pitch if he was with Worcestershire.
A great loss really to Worcestershire, given that he was all set to come back, but I think Surrey made him an offer that he couldn't really refuse. There's Taylor again into bowl to Allison, and he is beaten outside the off stump. Having said he's positive in his footwork, he's possibly a little bit too positive in his footwork. They're really going for big drive outside the off stump and missing it by some margin, I think. Climbed quite steeply then through to Roderick.
Yes, Surrey have plenty of influence clearly, and getting into their stride. Of course, there is that sort of cynical view that the only way of getting into the England team is if you might be threatening Surrey winning the championship. And
Taylor into Allison, and he's more watchfully forward this time. Plays up to mid-off, end of the 3rd over. No alarms for Essex really. Couple of player misses, 12 without loss. Allison has 11 of them. Elgar has just 1.
And Haseeb Hamid is in terrific form, the captain, 206 not out for Notts. If he carries on for Notts all season, they're going to be in contention. So the cynic might say, it might be his best chance of getting called up for England, because it might stop Surrey winning the championship. But that's only the cynical view. I think there is actually a justifiable case for saying that he should be in the England squad. And I think you made the point off air, Frank, he doesn't quite fit this Bazball mould that we hear about.
Yeah.
with very much with Zach Crawley, it's there's always tomorrow is the mantra for England, isn't it? Allison bowls. This is played defensively down the pitch, and there's no one. And they'll think, oh, he's got a good technique for Australia. Let's keep him in this summer, and I hope that he does something there. But there are others probably with a stronger case than him at the moment, all around the country, of course. One of the Surrey openers doing well, Dominic Sibley, the youngster at Durham.
Ben McKinney.
Yeah, Ben McKinney. I think he batted at 3 in this game, but there's been some openers in form around the country. As Allison bowls and Elgar pops forward and plays defensively at 12 for no wicket, square to the offside, and there's no run.
If Hasib Hamid doesn't fit the mould, then Dom Sibley certainly.
No, that's probably true to say.
But you wouldn't mind having him in your county team.
Yeah, apparently he's done a pretty good job as captain there. We were talking off air lunch about how not to turn themselves around, having sort of hit rock bottom with their T20 performance last year, and it's just seen if they all got together and sort of playing as a team, which hasn't always been the case. As this is played defensively up into the onside. Having said that, they're not going to beat Durham in this current game because Durham have batted past them with wickets in hand, but they've still got a very, very good start to the season. Durham 34 ahead at lunch, and I think they've still got 5 wickets left. Yes, 441 for 5 with Ollie Robinson, 83 not out, and Emilio Gay got that 100 and then was out for 104. 12 for no wicket here, 336 is the target, 324 to win. Sun's been in and out all day. It's a lovely day, 20 degrees, and Elgar leaves one alone outside the off stump, just thinking there might be a bit of movement there from Allison, but goes down to prod the pitch. Perhaps that one just did something which he wasn't anticipating, but it was a pretty good leave in the end. So 3 slips, we've got a point cover, mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, and fine leg right down in front of us. That's weight. So just little banks of cotton wool cloud, fair weather cloud, but really lovely day for the spectators. So here Elgar is pushing forwards an appeal, and quite confident behind the stumps that one, but nothing doing.
He usually throws it up, Gareth, if he thinks he's got a nick, and he didn't. It was close. Encouraging, shall we say, for Allison.
And yes, the other score in Division 1, bit of a fight back after 2 early wickets lost for Warwickshire. They're 57 for 2, needing a further 253 to beat Hampshire at Edgbaston. So they're getting back into that one, with Alex Davis 33 not out. That's outside the off stump, and left alone. Hampshire were bowled out for 203 and Warwickshire 57 for 2, needing a further 253 with both wickets to Carl Abbott. So that's another pretty long run chase, and I'll keep an eye on that one. 12 for no wicket, 324 more needed. Allison 11 and Elgar 1.
And Taylor to resume from the New Road End. Earlier today, Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 58 for 5, bowled out for 134 in 57.3 overs, leaving Essex requiring 336 to win. 4 wickets for Simon Harmer, 3 each for Porter and Snater in that Worcestershire second innings. Taylor to Allison, who is forward, pushing up to D'Oliveira at mid-on, and probably hear the Worcestershire fielders encouraging one another out there as they seek the first wicket in this Essex second innings.
Yes, just that one final Division 1 game we haven't mentioned. They just started again at Taunton. John Simpson, the redoubtable John Simpson, who's done a great job as with Sussex, 31 not out. They're only 40 ahead though, with just 3 wickets left. Sussex 226 for 7 against Somerset.
Taylor in again, bowls, and Allison is taken on the pad. There's a shout for LBW. Umpire Blackwell says not out. I dare say we'll see 1 or 2 LBWs. Have been fairly frequent throughout the game. In fact, in Worcestershire's first innings, there was only 1 LBW. Then in Essex's first innings, there were no LBWs. But then in Worcestershire's second innings there were 7 LBWs, which is extraordinary, really. So maybe it took a while for the umpires to get warmed up in this game, shall we say. It's Taylor bowls and Allison is pushing this one up to mid-on where D'Oliveira fields. It's odd, that, isn't it? Unusual,
yes.
Isn't it? It was all about catches behind the wicket in the first 2 innings of the game. Broderick 5, Pepper 5, and then 5 LBWs on the trot in the Worcestershire second innings, and a couple more after that. So quite extraordinary.
Increasing variable bounce, maybe.
Maybe, or just one of those things. Taylor bowls, Allison drives straight down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. He repeated the shot that he played in the first over. I suppose even on this pitch, a half volley's a half volley. Taylor is pitching it up, trying to get it to do a little bit in the air, and he's just over pitched slightly. The real quality about that is the fact that Allison recognised the length early and made sure that he capitalised, and he gave it a full face and a proper spank down the ground. Good shot. His second straight drive for 4. Not such a good shot this time, as he loses his shape a little bit to one that's a bit wider and just collapses his back leg a little bit, and through that goes to Gareth Roderick. So 16 without loss. Allison has 15 of them. He's looked in good shape so far for the most part. Played and missed a couple of times, but a good start to this unchased. 350 more needed. Dean Elgar, non-striker, just on 1. Happy to let the young guy at the other end make the running at this stage, as Taylor bowls and Allison is forward and plays up to mid-off. End of another over. So Taylor 3 overs for 10, Allison 2 overs for 6, and Essex 16 without loss.
Yeah, as I say, it's an important innings this for Allison. If he gets runs in these difficult conditions, it's almost going to be worth double. And obviously they'll be thinking about how Essex might try to reshape things going into that game at the Oval. There's not a lot of options on the table, really. I mentioned earlier that the loss of someone like Aaron Beard just reduces that pressure for places in the seam attack, and of course they've got injuries and galore really on the batting side. So that's made things doubly difficult. But if Allison can get runs here, he'll be certainly confident of keeping his place, and it might be a nicer place to bat the Oval. This is outside the off stump and left alone by Elgar. First ball of Ben Allison's new over. 2 overs, none for 6 at the moment. The standout score from Division 2, Middlesex at Lords 81 for 5, 39 ahead of Leicestershire. If Leicestershire win that, goodness me, they're in a strong position. It's absolute dreamland for a side that has struggled so much in recent years. 99 points at the moment. They'll go to 115 if they win. And what a great position they're in. As this delivery is outside the off stump, and Elgar just keeps his bat inside the line and leaves it alone. But a little bit of movement there, but he's dealing with it pretty well. And wickets being shared there for Leicestershire, but Middlesex with a lot of work to do to set up some sort of target. So in the Lancashire-Derbyshire game, it always seems to be it's exciting if Jimmy Anderson's bowling and not otherwise. This is all potentially edged up, not quite in control of that, but he's safe. Is Elgar, bit of bounce, and it went to ground, but again he's prodding the pitch. It went straight down to prod the pitch where that one landed, because I think that was up near the shoulder of the bat, but no real carry. There's 3 slips, there's no gully, there's a backward point, there's a cover. Might be worth having a close catcher in there, square of the wicket. There's a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, a fine leg. And Ben Allison from the Diglis end going round the wicket, bowls, and that's another good shout. And that was one that just wasn't that far away from the outside edge. no contact, but certainly he's putting it in the right place and causing Elgar a few problems here. A bit of bounce, and then that one which maybe just shaped away slightly.
Went away quite a long way off the pitch.
Yeah. So good over this from Allison. Turns, starts to run towards us. 16 for no wicket, 320 more needed. He goes around the wicket to a left-hander Elgar, who just comes crouching and plays a defensive shot up into the offside, and there is no run. He stays on 1, but the ideal scenario for Essex, I suspect, is if he's in there for the long haul and the others bat round him, and that might be one way that Essex can get close. There's no question that it would be a huge boost for Worcestershire to get Elgar relatively cheaply in this situation. 16 for no wicket. BBC Hereford and Worcester and BBC Essex. And this is just straying in length. It's going down the leg side, help round the corner for 2. It's going to be just picked up by weight, just short of the fine leg boundary, just straying in direction. It's off the pad in the end, but he was shaping for the leg glance. It came off the pad, and 2 get for total. So 18 for no wicket is the score. We're also available online via the BBC Sport website and app, and also via your smart speakers. Just say that you want to listen to Worcestershire and Essex Day 3. 18 for no wicket, Allison 15, Elgar 1, and another 318 needed.
Yeah, you have to say day 3, don't you?
Day 3, yes.
So
otherwise you get just yesterday again.
Alexa, play Worcestershire against Essex. You have to say play Worcestershire against Essex Day 3. And you could also, while you're at it, say Alexa, who was Graham Gooch impersonating when he was no-balled for throwing in Jamshedpur in 1981-82. If you want to enter our quiz, Taylor bowls, Allison forward, pushes up to mid-on again. Suggestion from his body movements that it kept a little bit low. So that quiz question, again, if you're just joining us, we gave it out a few times this morning. We'll give the answer just before tea. We've had a few right answers already, but we're not giving it away just yet. You can't cheat. Well, you can try and cheat on this one, actually, probably, because I doubt if the information is anywhere online. It might be. Taylor again bowls. Allison is watchfully forward, pushing out into the offside. Cashier Valley Field, and there's no run. So in 1981-2 tour of India, England playing against East Zone at Jamshedpur. Fabulous name, isn't it? Jamshed.
Yes.
A jamshed, a shed full of pure jam. Jamshedpur. Graham Gooch was no-balled for throwing when he was doing one of his silly overs where he impersonated other bowlers. Who was he impersonating? It wasn't Bob Willis, and it wasn't Gladstone Small, and it wasn't David Gower. Taylor bowls. Allison opens the face, steers it out square on the offside, fielded by Libby. He's playing well, isn't he, Allison? It's encouraging. Timing it really well, but Dean Elgar's gone to have a look at the pitch where that one landed. He's actually just having a little poke at it with the toe of his bat. He's happy again there, comes back to the non-striker's end. And if you want to get in touch to send an answer for the quiz, either contact me on X, or what used to be Twitter, at FrankWatson58. Taylor in, balls, Allison, taken on the pad, might have got an inside edge on it, runs out on the offside. Or via email, it's BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com. BBC Essex Cricket @gmail.com.
We had a run of answers for the time we were little, and from Tony Anson and Clive Coles, and also from David Clark. Not right, but interesting.
I gave an extra clue, and it was a teammate, so
yeah.
that might be an extra clue. We've had a few correct responses.
We had talking of teammate, Rob Mead came in again, not a correct one, but Derek Underwood, and Underwood and Gooch's careers overlap probably a little bit more than some might think, because Gooch made his debut in 75, and I think Underwood might even have gone on Keith Fletcher's tour to India in 81-82. Probably not much beyond that, but I'll try and check when Underwood. But certainly they overlap by maybe a bit longer than some might think, but it's not the right answer, but an interesting one. So impersonating Derek Underwood, that would be a very convincing one to pull off.
Here comes Taylor round the wicket, over the wicket to the right-handed Allison, left alone, taken by wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. So Worcestershire waiting for a breakthrough in this Essex second innings. In their first innings, Essex were 9 for 2 at one stage, so 18 without losses. A marked improvement on that, but they need 336 to win. And patience is the name of the game for Worcestershire. Keep nagging away, bowling the ball in the right place, trying to hit the top of off stump. Take your chances when they come along. Taylor in. Allison steers this down on the offside, and there is no run. So that's the end of a better over from Taylor, a maiden from him. His figures now 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. Allison has bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 6. It's 18 without loss.
Yes, just looking up Derek Underwood. He made his Test debut in 1966, of course, famously involved in that 68 Test match against Australia, where he bowled in a wet wicket, uncovered pitches, once they got conditions fit for play. I remember him bowling against Viv Richards, who probably didn't enjoy that too much in 1976, but his final Test was indeed in 81-82. I think he probably went on that tour to India, and then his last Test was against Sri Lanka. Derek, who died April of last year at the age of 78, one of the great slow bowlers, although of course he wasn't that slow. This is his first ball of a new over, and it's come off an outside edge and gone for 4. Elgar was looking to hit that through the covers, but he's got it away, and it's gone to ground. Pretty certain that
I think he was looking to hit it on the leg side.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't where he was intending. It's certainly moved a lot. It's come off a sort of like an outside edge. Yeah, he was. You're right. He's actually been turned around. It's come off a outside edge and gone more or less in the opposite direction that he was intending. But he's gone from 1 to 5, and Essex will be pretty pleased with this start of 22 for no wicket, 314 to win.
A couple more wrong answers have come in. Is the answer Phil de Freitas? No. Was it Mike Gatting? No.
As this next one, it's a terrific piece of bowling, which the ball jags back, and I think it's taken Elgar somewhere. He's kept the ball down, and it hit the very top of the bat handle.
Yeah, I think on the shoulder of the bat. I think
yeah,
maybe it. This is it. Things are beginning to happen. Aren't they? Just
gosh, that's. And remember that Brooks got hit.
Played that really well, actually.
Yeah, we assume that Brooks is okay. He got hit, we think, on the sort of like shoulder forearm area. Had to have a bit of treatment for 5 minutes earlier, and he was batting from at that end as well. So there's clearly very awkward variable bounce and prodigious lift for the bowlers from the Diglis end, and it's not going to get any easier. Still, it's a decent start for Essex, 22 for no wicket, as Allison comes into bowl to Elgar. And Elgar off the plays his best shot so far and gets no reward for it. A crunching, very well timed cover drive, but straight to cover point. And he's a bit unlucky there because that was beautifully struck, but he gets no reward, having got a 4 early in the over for one that went in the opposite direction that he was intending. But that's the nature of the game. 22 for no wicket. So Elgar and Allison trying to give Essex a bit of a platform here. Essex, who got that unlikely draw last time out, having suffered an unlikely defeat in the previous match. Can they, if you like, complete the trio with an unlikely victory? 22 for no wicket, but a long way away from that at the moment. Here's Allison again, bowls. That's another delivery that moves, and Elgar just keeps his bat inside the line of that, but I've got a feeling that the ball was certainly not far away, and Allison bowling well here, and you get a feeling that if you can just persist with this line, and given he's getting this variable bounce, a wicket may not be too far away for him. Yes.
Yeah, he played at it, but he does that thing where he pulls his bat across at the sometimes after the ball's gone, but I think he played it.
Pitching and just leaving him outside the off stump. But good bowling from Allison, who's going around the wicket and bowls to Elgar, and Elgar gets right into line and plays a shot that would encourage the Essex dressing room. It's a very compact defensive shot, head right over the ball, very secure looking, and it remains at 22 for no wicket. So absorbing play here with a fairly even morning session. And to be honest, Worcestershire will, if every session in terms of wickets and runs is fairly even from here on in, then probably Worcestershire will win. Essex is going to have to do something a bit against the head to win this match, as this is played off the back foot on the move by El Guy's trying to get a pass backward point. He doesn't manage to do so. He switches his bat in a bit of frustration, but it was a good over from Ben Allison. Both Allisons going well, with Ben bowling well and Charlie on 15 and El Guy is on 5. It's 22 for no wicket, 314 more needed.
Yeah, good over from Ben Allison. Safely negotiated by Dean Elgar. Well, the thing that struck us about Elgar's innings yesterday was that he never looked comfortable. Even a player of his excellent ability and technique never looked comfortable. But he's that sort of player, and I compared him yesterday to Alan Border in this respect, that he can look as though he's struggling, but he'll just keep battling and keep battling, and he is a real tough cookie at the crease. I think everybody who's watched him play Test cricket knows that, and he will keep battling however hard it is out there, and that's why he's such an important wicket for Worcestershire to get. Well, we've got a change of bowling, and Yadvinder Singh comes into the attack to bowl at the New Road end. It's an interesting change, as his first ball is short and is pulled away for 2 runs. He was considerably more expensive in the first innings than any other seam bowler on either side. He bowled 12 overs and conceded 55 runs in the first innings, which is, in the context of this game, profligate somewhat, but he's inexperienced despite the fact that he's 29 years old. South Asian Cricket Academy product, playing only his second championship game for Worcestershire, and he's short and whacked away again by Allison here, and he's not started well here. As I say, he'll be nervous. He's been given a chance early on. He's got to be bowled if he's in the side as the 4th seamer, but he has started with 2 short deliveries. Allison has capitalised to the tune of 6 runs, and even though it's a target of 336, Worcestershire cannot afford to give away too many runs. Allison's gone on to 21, it's 28 without loss. Yadvinder is in, bowls, that's better, fuller, outside the off stump, left alone by Allison.
We know that the answer to the Graham Gooch question is a teammate, so it rules out Tony's suggestion from Dagenham of Dennis Lilly. What I would say is that he probably would have waited, if it was Dennis Lilly, he would have waited until Dennis had safely retired, because I don't think he would have wanted to antagonise the great Australian bowler Overage. But it's not the right answer, but a nice suggestion. Thank you.
There's Yadvinder in again to bowl to Ben Allison. This one down the leg side, and Allison makes no contact with it. So he's not got the radar right yet. Yadvinder, 2 short ones pulled away, then one that was a bit wide outside the off stump left alone, and then that one down the leg side.
One thing that Essex might try to prey on if they get a good start is the fact that Worcestershire aren't used to winning and don't know that sort of winning feeling. We're a long way off that yet, but that will be the objective for Essex, to get a good launch pad.
Yadvinder in again, bowls to Allison, and this one finds the edge and bounces in front of Brooks at 3rd slip. So encouragement there for Yadvinder. He's a rhythm bowler. He has picked up quite a number of wickets in the second team this season. Got 4 in the second innings in his debut game at the Oval last year. Mainly moving it into the right-hander, but he's just had a stress fracture over the winter, so had a long wait to come back to fitness. And comes in now and bowls, and Allison is forward to a good delivery, probably the best delivery of the over, and he just blocks it down on the onside. So 6 from the over, 28 without loss. Allison 21, Elgar 5, and a reminder that the target for victory is 336.
Yeah, difficult first over for him, but actually a pretty good comeback, I thought, Frank, given the fact his first 2 balls were hit away for a 2 and a 4. And so 28 for no wicket. Essex will be pretty pleased with this. Next little task is to get the target below 300, which they should be able to do fairly soon. Quite interesting that change was made as early as the 9th over. which a bit before one might have anticipated. There might have been a reason for that, but it's still going to be
Taylor
Allison.
might replace Allison at that end.
So Allison's to continue from the Diglis end, and Elgar gets one that's on his pads and works it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So it's certainly still Worcestershire in the driving seat, but Essex will be looking to get a launch pad, and then I think they're going to need some controlled aggression, because as I say, the way the pitch is playing, it doesn't look like it's going to get any easier, and it's going to take quite a long time batting at their first innings pace, probably the whole of the rest of the match actually, to get through 36. So here's Allison bowls to Elgar, and Elgar gets turned around by a beauty. He's just playing that back down the pitch, and it whizzes past his off stump and outside edge. So he's playing pretty well, bowling pretty well here, Allison. I'm tempted to give him a full sort of 7 overs or so here, because you just feel a wicket may not be too far away for the former Essex man. Andrew in Newmarket on bbcessexcricket@gmail.com says, just tuned in, been dog walking. A lot of LBWs turned down in the first innings, and then they were upheld in the second.
Yeah.
He hopes that the hands are back in umpires' pockets from this point onwards. As this is a beauty, and it bounces and it leaves Elgar, and he plays it really well. I think in the end that was close to shoulder height. There's clear variable bounce on that Diglis end, and Allison is bowling really very well and deserves a wicket for what he's doing, but Elgar is good enough at the moment to keep him out. And that one from Allison going round the wicket really bounced, took off, and in the end it was going by sort of round about shoulder height. Nice piece of bowling. Allison looks very much in the groove here, but Elgar is dealing with him at the moment. Allison goes round the wicket again, bowls to Elgar, gets on the pads, and Elgar works it to sing at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But 28 for no wicket, and we don't think this pitch is going to get any easier, so certainly, particularly from the Diglis end, there is plenty there for the seamers. It was significant that Simon Harmer was bowling from the New Road end all morning. Certainly this is the end where the greater danger appears to be at the moment. And Worcestershire will probably want to keep their most threatening bowlers at that end, I would have thought. As here is a stroke from Elgar, just easing into an on drive, but with no particular timing on this occasion. And it rolls out into the onside, and there is no runs. It goes up to mid-on. Earlier, Worcestershire 134 all out. Simon Harmer took 4 wickets. It's a very nice 38 from Ethan Brooks. He shared 45 with Matthew Waite for the 9th wicket, when after Worcestershire had lost 3 wickets early on. As Allison bowls again, and this time Elgar's taken on the pad. Quite a big shout. They're going to go through for a leg by. I don't think there's any bat on that. No, there isn't. He was slightly on the move as he played it. It was quite a good shout though, and don't think he would have been outside the line. We might get a chance to see a replay of that, but Allison causing problems. It's 29 for no wicket.
Well, I've spent 2 days explaining how a bowler bowling round the wicket, hitting a batsman in line, unless he is sat back on his stumps,
He was on the move.
probably going to miss, and I think that was one that would have gone on to miss. It hits him in line. A lot of people think, oh yeah, that looks out. See them on the TV all the time, but delivered from about 8 feet wide of the stumps, angled in. If it's hitting him in line, it's still got 4 feet to go. Probably missing leg. And my feeling is that bowling round the wicket, unless you straighten it, left arm spinner straightens it, or a in-swinger from a right arm around the wicket, very, very unlikely to be going on to hit the stumps. A lot of people, I don't think, realise that. I banged on about it for a couple of days trying to explain it, so forgive me if you've heard me say that before. Here's Yadvinder Singh from the New Road end, bowling to Elgar, who drives straight down the ground. They pick up a single. They have to be quick, as Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding, but they are quick. And the score goes to 30 without loss, which is a nice little start for Essex, given that they were 46 for 3 in their first innings when Elgar was out and dismissed for 157. And Worcestershire be feeling 10 overs into the innings that they would like a breakthrough. They won't be panicking yet, but it'd be nice to get the first one out of the way, they'll be thinking, as Yadvinder bowls to Ben Allison, and he's very solidly forward and playing back up the pitch to the bowler.
Phil on our emails also suggested Deadly Derek Underwood. Phil joining us from Tenby in Pembrokeshire, I'm sure. Not that far away, but I'm sure it's a very nice day there as well.
Yeah. It's a fair way.
Yeah, further than it is from, not as far as it is from Essex.
No, indeed, that's true. Here's Yadvinder again, he bowls, and Allison is again very solidly forward. His footwork is good. 21, he's made another decent start. He's yet to go on to produce anything of real significance this season in the Championship. Now would be a very good time, and as Nick was saying, would probably guarantee him a spot at the Oval in the next game. But however, if he were to fall short of 30 again, that might not be the case. Yadvinder bowls, he lets that go outside the off stump. Roderick takes, and there is no run. Bright sunshine still here at New Road, and a good crowd in for a Sunday. We've tended to see bigger crowds on Fridays than any other days, not just here at New Road but in the Championship in my experience this season. But a decent crowd in, a lot of them at this end of the ground and in the members pavilion. Basil D'Oliveira stand at the far end, which is a bit of a sun trap. It's not quite so well populated as Yadvinder bowls, and this one is edged down to third man for a single.
Getting his length right though, Yadvinder. He's just pitched that up, which is better. And after those two loose deliveries that he started with, he's actually bowled pretty well. Just see if he can find a bit of movement. I think there's more action for the bowlers from the other end, but what his captain will want is for him to do at least a holding roll here and see if he can grab a wicket as well.
Here he is, bowling to Elgar, who is driving this one straight down the ground. Good tumbling stop by D'Oliveira. They get a single though, so 3 off the over. Charlie Allison's called for a drink and a rub down, maybe a new pair of gloves. 32 without loss off 11 overs. 336 the target. Allison 22, Elgar 7.
And Matt in Braintree, thanks for your comments on the coverage, Matt. You say it's a battle between you wanting to watch this and your wife wanting to watch the Formula One. So I don't know how it's going, but I'm glad you've been able to join us. You say from an Essex perspective, you think the total will be a tall order to chase down, but at least it's given us a bit of hope. Now, can Frank repeat Friday's question, or the answer, because he missed the answer?
Okay, Friday's question was, who links Wakefield, Hobart, Chelmsford and Worcester?
And here is Allison, who's not the answer, bowling to Elgar, who played defensively up towards cover, and there's no run. Allison into his 6th over.
So it was obviously a player who had connections with those places. Well, it was a player who was born in Wakefield, played for Tasmania, played for Essex and played for Worcestershire. It was a player that I'd actually played with and against, a wicketkeeper called Rodney Cass, who didn't play a huge amount of cricket for either county, but a fair amount, and quite a few of your Essex correspondents got it. So that was the answer to Friday's question.
Allison again, sun out at the moment, but also that's edged and it's gone through between, I think it's gone between possibly first and second slip. It's going to be 2 as it's gathered in about 5 yards short of the boundary.
Landed short of Rob Jones, I think. He's wide, isn't he? It's a strange position.
Edge, yes, a big gap between keeper and slip. First slip is deep.
Yeah, didn't carry.
No.
Didn't quite carry.
So, Elgar, who's not really finding his timing so far, and actually the 4 and the 2 he's scored have been with rather involuntary strokes. He's had hit some better ones that haven't gone for anything. But he's gone along to 9. He's still there, which is critical for Essex in this context of this situation. 34 for no wicket. And here he edges out again, and this time he is caught. And We've been saying that Allison has deserved this wicket. It has finally come. It is not against the run of play by any stretch of the imagination. The former Essex bowler has bowled a terrific spell here, making use of the movement and bounce available from the Diglis end. He's forced Elgar into the error. It's taken a long time for the error to come, but in the end the edge has gone through and Roderick has taken it comfortably, just moving across to his left. It's 34 for 1. Essex needs 302 to win. Elgar out for 9 and Allison is 22.
Big wicket. I think even though Allison has 22 and has dominated the scoring, I think if you have asked Worcestershire which of these two they would like to remove, it would be Dean Elgar, because he is obviously the key man in terms of experience and technique and know-how, and he has looked uncomfortable. As I would confirm what my colleague Nick Gledhill has just said, is that Ben Allison has bowled a beautiful spell from the Diglis end. He's really deserved this wicket. He's in his 6th over, 1 for 12 his figures, and that is a big wicket. 34 for 1. Tom Westley comes to the crease, but I think we're all in agreement that Ben Allison deserved that wicket.
Yeah, and but the issue with Ben probably at Essex was his batting was admired, his bowling was useful, but he wasn't getting enough wickets to force himself in as a fourth seamer who could bat, which is sort of the role that Essex would have liked him to play, and it's a role he's playing at Worcestershire. But indeed he's opening the bowling here, and he's got the privilege, I think I would describe, of bowling from the Diglis end. But it's not quite a different game bowling from the Diglis end, but there's certainly more threat there, isn't there? And it's going to be interesting to see how D'Oliveira rotates his bowlers at that end, and who he gets to bowl, because there's clear movement and bounce, and Elgar did well really to stay there for as long as he did. He's not quite timing the ball at the moment. He's not in the best of form, but he was putting everything into it there, and I don't think there was a lot he could do with the ball that got him out there. It was a very good piece of bowling, and the right hand medium fast bowler going round the wicket, crapping him for room, and in the end that bit of movement just drawing him into a shot. So Tom Westley is coming out to bat, and we've mentioned that generally the Essex top order, in the absence of Walter and Cox, not in the best of form, as Westley comes forward and plays that up into the offside, and there is no run. We had of course the very lengthy stage at the crease from Critchley and Pepper in a heroic rear guard in the last championship match, but before that Essex had lost 4 wickets quite quickly. And as I say, generally the top order not firing as they would like, and Tom Westley's probably will count himself amongst those at this stage. But here he is in a very important situation, facing up to his former teammate Ben Allison, and that's played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. Westley averaging 22 with a top score of 40, and the number 4 of course is Robin Das, who got that 44 in the first innings, and he's averaging 17. So you've got a situation where none of the top 4 for Essex are averaging more than Westley's 22.22. which gives the bowling side some encouragement perhaps. 3 slips, a backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid, 2 short mid-wickets, and that's a delivery which is just straying down leg side. Westley tries to work it away. That's an interesting field placing from D'Oliveira. He put in a sort of short square leg and a short mid-wicket for Westley. Allison gets the applause he deserves. 6 overs, maybe there's one more for him there. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 12. And 34 for 1. Important for Yadvinder Singh to keep things tight, as he has done for his last 10 deliveries from the other end. But Worcestershire will be a bit happier having got rid of Dean Elgar. 34 for 1, still 302 needed.
Yeah, I repeat what I said before. I think that Elgar was a key wicket, even though Allison has made more of a contribution. It's Elgar who's been facing the excellent bowling of Ben Allison, and he's absorbed most of that, but he couldn't hang on. Yadvinder Singh bowls to Charlie Allison. He drives this to mid-on, and when I say he couldn't hang on, what I mean was he was beaten a few times, wasn't he? Turned around a few times, edged one just short of slip, and you thought, well, he's the sort of player that can put that out of his mind and just get on with it. But Allison's examination continued, and sooner or later it looked likely that he was going to nick one, and that's exactly what happened. Straightforward catch for Gareth Roderick. Yadvinder Singh is in, outside the off stump, low, left alone, wide enough to leave alone. Make the batsman play is what Brett D'Oliveira will be saying to Yadvinder Singh. Don't let them get away with anything. Don't let them leave the ball early on while it's new. Off stump, top of off. That's where you've got to aim it. Make sure that you're giving yourself every chance while the ball's new and hard. As Yadvinder is in and bowls, and Allison edges down to third man. Picks up just a single. Tom Westley will be on strike. It'll be interesting to see whether they do the same with the field as they did there. We've got Brett D'Oliveira in quite tight at mid-wicket, but he's not a catching mid-wicket. We saw two of them to Allison, who does swing the ball back into the right-handers, and there's obviously a feeling that Westley might just lift one on the onside. He waits now as Yadvinder comes in to the Essex skipper and bowls, and he's forward, pushing out on the offside, and again there is no run. Gripping stuff. It's been a good game. Not been an easy one for the batters. Not a game where batters dominated ball really at any stage, but it's been one you couldn't really take your eyes off. 31 wickets having fallen, and where are we? 230 on day 3. Yadvinder is in and bowls, and Westley is on his toes and plays this one down defensively on the onside. Brett D'Oliveira fields it mid-wicket.
Ron Clark with our Graham Gooch question. Ron joining us from Driffield, which is just east of York.
Yep.
And of course Essex are playing at York, which is I'm sure going to be a very popular choice for visiting an away ground later on in the season. John Snow was his suggestion.
Okay. Yadvinder in, bowls, left alone by Westley, taken by Roderick. End of the over. 13 overs gone, 35 for 1. The total 336. The target. Elgar the man out for 9. It wasn't John Snow.
And their careers might not have overlapped. I'm trying to think of when Snow finished, but don't think he was around in the mid-70s.
Might just have about 75 or something.
Yeah, so it could just have been, but yes, of course we associate John Snow particularly with that 70-71 Ashes tour. But not John Snow, but a very good suggestion. And I mentioned would Graham have had the nerve to have impersonated Dennis Lilly? How about Ian Botham as a suggestion from Ron in Hatfield Heath?
I'm not sure Ian Botham would have been that easy to impersonate. Really, he was quite a sort of well, not entirely conventional action, but quite a classical sideways on action, really. 35 for 1, and it's going to be Wait,
Wait has come on for Allison, and that's a delivery that keeps low, and Allison digs it out pretty well. Well, he's got himself in here, 23 from 41. He's lost Elgar. Can he play? Well, if he gets a major score here, it's a career-defining innings. Not only does it keep his place on the side for the Oval, sets him up, of course, for the T20. But got a great opportunity here, but it's difficult, particularly facing the bowling from the Diglis end. Wait. It's going to come in from the Diglis end, and he bowls briskish medium pace, nice looking drive, timing the ball well, but straight to cover. But he hit it pretty well. Did Charlie Allison, and so he's made an encouraging start here. It's not easy out there by any stretch of the imagination. He's got his chance in the first team in red ball cricket this year. He wasn't involved in the last campaign. It was white ball that he was. And he reaches forward as a peel, and he's given out. He was half forward, and Waiter struck in his first over, and I think it's LBW, isn't it?
Caught behind.
Caught behind. Yeah, caught behind, not LBW. He's pushing forward, and it's come off the bat rather than the pad. Gone through, taken by Roderick, and it's 35 for 2, and a double breakthrough. and disappointment there for young Charlie Allison, who was looking pretty good, but it is very difficult facing the bowling from this Stiglitz end, and that one, so he was pushing forward, and well, it took the bat, deflection off the bat through to Roderick, and yeah, looking at it again and can see that it at first, because he held the pose with the pad in front, I was thinking it might be LBW, but no, it is a deflection. It's a caught behind, 35 for 2, and now Worcestershire will be feeling pretty happy. Robin Das got runs in the first innings, but again, relatively inexperienced, and yeah, I mean, Worcestershire would have settled for 2 wickets at this point. The ask is still over 300. It's 35 for 2.
Yeah. Outstanding
Tea and cakes are for sale in the
game for Gareth Roderick so far. That's 7 catches. Might have to check the record number of catches or dismissals by a Worcestershire wicketkeeper in an innings. Because I just got a feeling it could be under 3. You just never know, but it could easily be that somebody could pick up something like 7, and I think it is 7. I'm just going to check if I can. I think he holds the record for Gloucestershire for most dismissals in an innings for a wicketkeeper, and that must be quite an effort if he managed to get it for 2 counties, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be. And they're looking fairly secure behind the stump, taking what's on offer, but as I say, I'm not saying it looks a different game, but my word, when you're facing the bowling from the Stiglitz end, there is so much on offer in terms of movement and bounce in particular, the variable bounce, and it's just a question for D'Oliveira of managing his bowlers. He can use Singh, and Singh can be reliable, and actually his figures are quite encouraging now, Singh, after that loose start. Holding bowler from the new road end, the attacking bowler from the Stiglitz end, and he bowls to Das now. Wait, and this is on the pads. It's not a good delivery actually. It's going to be at least 1 coming back for the second down towards fine leg. We're disappointed with that. Matthew Wade is the first delivery to the new batter. It's a leg by, but not in the right place. But if he'd be looking to replicate that delivery, he bowled at Allison, which is absolutely perfect, because it was drawing the batsman forward. If he'd missed it, he would probably been LBW. He actually deflected it, and he was caught behind. That was ideal, and there's plenty on offer for him. He doesn't want to be bowling it on the batter's pads particularly. He wants to be going it a bit straighter. 37 for 2, as this next delivery sees a little push forward by Das into the offside. So it's the second ball he's faced. He's not off the mark, although of course a couple of runs have been added since he's come to the crease, courtesy of the extras. Allison caught by Roderick off weight for 23. Elgar, the other man to go.
I've just looked up that record and it is 7, but I have to say I'm very impressed by the fact that Gareth Roderick's 5 from the first innings is already there in the record chart.
Oh right, a very quick update. Here's a stroke which goes out. We do now have a gully, interestingly, a bit of a change, and we actually have 2 slips, a gap to a 4 slip and a gully. Interesting field placing. 37 for 2, but certainly he can afford to go on the attack now. D'Oliveira, certainly from the Stiglitz end, there's so much on offer, and I think at least 4 close catches is certainly the order of the day. With Essex 37 for 2, still needing a further 299. They've got it below that psychological 300. But I rather think, Frank, it needs to be below that psychological 200. I just think it's those extra runs that Worcestershire got on the first day that, at the moment, look like making the difference.
And I suspect that if Worcestershire go on to win this game, and it looks likely that they will, not for a minute counting any chickens, but if they go on to win this game, I would imagine that you will find that Tom Westley will be saying that's where it turned, that's where it went. Yadvinder Singh is in to Westley, who gets one that's a bit short, and he swivels round and looks to pull it away on the leg side, misses it, taken on the thigh, and it drops down on the offside. It's one of those as well, I think, this where, and I was saying this actually before the innings began, that if you lose a couple of early wickets, and they didn't, but they've lost 2 now in fairly quick succession, and then a batter perhaps gets one that keeps a bit low and gets him LBW, or he gets one that bounces and hits him on the hand. Yadvinder bowls and Westley steers this out behind square on the offside, straight to the fielder at backward point. There's no run. It's easy for a batsman, almost without intending it, to just think, I can't be doing with this, and just to perhaps lose concentration. And then if one does that, another might do it, and before you know it, you're on the slide, as Worcestershire were in their second innings, and as they were in their second innings against Durham last time here. Yadvinder is in and bowls, and Wesley edges that through the slips for 4. I'm not sure it carried. Rob Jones at second slip, diving to his left. It's gone flying down to the boundary, and 4 runs accrue. Just having a look at it again now. No, it didn't carry. Squirted along the ground off the bottom edge.
Michael back in touch with us, saying, going back to the when Essex were bowling, thinking that Tom Wesley may not have much faith in Critchley, Regita and Thane, his impression from a distance. I'll just come back to that after this ball.
Yadvinder in again, bowls, and Wesley is forward, beaten this time, taken by Gareth Roderick.
Thane didn't bowl at Taunton, which I must admit, never quite. There may have been a perfectly justified reason. He might have had a niggle or something like that, but I was surprised he didn't bowl. Well, Regita's had a reasonable outing. Critchley, certainly, I'll take the point that when he has bowled this season, he's been pretty effective. And I think if that partnership for the 9th wicket had gone on much longer, he might well have bowled.
And that's out. Yadvinder has got Tom Wesley, LBW, full of length, fell over it a bit, the Essex skipper. That was my impression. Taken on the pad, big shout, and umpire Blackwell in no doubt that one was out. We are now just having a look at it, and that looks pretty straight to me. And whoever it was who wrote on the live chat before that the Worcestershire commentators just says that looks like a good shout to me. Well, it does look like a very good shout. Hit the back leg, I think, and there was not much doubt about that one.
I'm afraid
that is out, I think, and Tom Wesley's gone. It's 41 for 3, and as I was suggesting, just a feeling now, Nick, if they lost another 1 or 2 in the next, say, 45 minutes or so, that you'd think, well, we're not going to get anywhere near this, and then it could subside quite quickly.
Or they might try to apply the long handle and go down fighting, but as I say, it's those first innings runs for Worcestershire that look to be the difference. Well, all credit to Yadvinder Singh. He started off with 2 fairly ropey deliveries, didn't he, Frank? But I think since then he's bowled pretty well. He kept it pitched up, and in a way, he basically got his reward there. There's not quite so much happening for the bowling from the new road end, but he did enough there to defeat Tom Wesley, a very experienced player, and that might just give him a bit of encouragement. You've talked about the wickets he's got at lower levels of cricket, and as I say, the captain here wants him to bowl, I think, mainly do a holding role, but any wicket he gets is a bonus here, bowling from the new road end, and that, I think, is a great bonus wicket for Worcestershire to take at this point, and Essex now really up against it. 295 needed, and Matt Critchley got some players coming in with slightly better averages now, but of course Critchley's main contribution was a big 100 on a very flat surface, but he's still a very capable player. And he and Das have got a huge rebuilding job to do here.
Das played really well in the first innings, made 44. He actually started well, and it almost became more difficult as it went on. Matt Critchley always looked quite comfortable, I think. He made 15 in the first innings, looked pretty good. But it's been that kind of pitch that players can come in, play a couple of good shots, look quite at home, and then suddenly they get a delivery they can't handle, and it's good night nurse. Here's Yadvinder in, bowls to Critchley, and he's forward pushing out on the offside. But having had a little quiet period at the start of the innings, Worcestershire have picked up 3 wickets in the space of 3 overs, and suddenly it's every time the bowler arrives at the crease now you're expecting something to happen. End of the over, 41 for 3. Neither batsman, Das nor Critchley, is off the mark.
But yes, of course, we've seen a fair bit of Thane bowling since the Taunton game, Michael, and I say Critchley, when he has bowled, has been very effective, and I think he might have been very close to bowling if that partnership had gone on much longer. Essex, of course, made a pretty good start. Regita got the early wicket, Harmer, of course, bowling unchanged, so in a way, not a lot of room for other options, with one bowler bowling unchanged. But thanks very much indeed for that. And Waite bowls, and this is driven nicely actually by Das up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So, well, Worcestershire delighted. They've got 2 batsmen on naught, and if there was a little bit of, not nervousness, but the fact that the openers had started reasonably well, I think they'd already seen enough, particularly with the bowling from the Diglis end, that wickets were around the corner. And indeed, now 3 have arrived. I've had a tremendous response to these quiz questions, I have to say. This one is run down into the offside, and there is no run here for Das. And Kevin in touch with us. Would the answer be the occasional bowler, Geoffrey Boycott? And I think we've already ruled Geoffrey out. And he says, just guessing, possibly making 2 and 2 equaling 5. But Gooch's sense of humour combined with his bowling impersonations, and the fact that Boycott's last test was on that 81-82 tour, points in that direction. He wouldn't have, I'm sure he would have been quite quick, Gooch, to parodies. So Geoffrey didn't often do it with a bat, mind you. He was normally scoring at a slightly quicker rate, particularly, of course, as his career went on and he got more confident. As this is driven up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. The amazing thing about Gooch, of course, is he lost 3 prime seasons of his Test career in the early 80s, of course, because of the Rebel Tour. And my word, England could have done with him in 1984 when they were facing the West Indies at their absolute peak, but I'm pretty certain that Gooch was still unavailable at that point. 41 for 3. And of course he had a ropey year, or I think he had 1 ropey year, didn't he, in the late 80s. As this is all a very nice delivery, which Das does well not to edge behind. Bit of movement there for Waite, and he's got the very satisfactory figures of 1.4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for none, which is probably about the going rate at the moment if you're bowling from the Diglis end. It's you'd want to if you're a seam bowler. And as I say, the Worcestershire first innings and the size of it looks very much out of context with everything we've seen in the game since then. 41 for 3, 336 is the target, a long way away. So that's the overall target, as here Das gets into line, and he's negotiated the deliveries he's faced pretty well. That one just played up to cover, but it's going to take something quite remarkable now from these 2 and Pepper. And Noah Thane, of course, is partly in the side for his batting, but just a little bit of lack of, if you like, experience and strength in depth in the Essex batting lineup, with Cox taken out. And you did not feel the worst, I would say, but you did sense that the double blow of losing Cook and Cox was going to be quite something to overcome. As this is driven, it's a nice looking shot, and it's in the end quite well stopped at mid-on, because I think it was quite well timed. The fielder got across, made sure it didn't get through, and that completes a second maiden over. The first one concluded the wicket, this one doesn't, but still pretty good. 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for none. Das and Critchley also have noughts in their column. It's 41 for 3, 295 more needed.
Matthew Waite has been consistent all-rounder for Worcestershire this season. Has made contributions with both bat and ball on numerous occasions, and is becoming a key man, as is Tom Taylor, who is not involved directly at the moment, although he's keeping himself loose at mid-off, as Yadvinder Singh comes in to bowl to Critchley, and his first ball is taken Critchley on the pad, drops out on the offside. You're absolutely right about Yadvinder, Nick. I think he started, he was nervous, I'm sure
yes.
of it. It's a big opportunity for him. He didn't bowl that well in the first innings, started badly, but he straightened his line up considerably, and just seems to have relaxed a little bit. That wicket will do him a lot of good, and big opportunity for him here. He comes in again now and bowls, and Critchley is driving this one up to mid-on. He's very good through mid-on and mid-wicket, Critchley, very attractive player, tends to work the ball very nicely on the leg side, lets it come to him. So, I don't know why it is, but I associate Matt Critchley with that, having seen him get runs against Worcestershire for Derbyshire and for Essex in the past, and that was very characteristic. All that it needs is for one to just hold up, go the other way a little bit, and it can be his undoing. Tries to flick this one away down the leg side, makes no contact. Roderick takes.
Edgbaston, Warwickshire were 10 for 2, we're now 110 for 3. We need a further even 200 to beat Hampshire, and they have got Sam Hain, who has made 30, but the key contributor so far, Alex Davis, the opener and skipper, 61 not out, and he'll be looking to see it through, but it's a big ask, but Warwickshire doing well.
Yadvinder in again, bowls. Critchley edges down to third man, and that will go all the way for 4. That's a third that's gone through there for a boundary so far in this innings. He's off the mark, 45 for 3. Steve Price says, just come back to the commentary, what was the quiz question please? Well, let me say first to Steve and everybody else, the quiz questions on days 1 and 2 were kind of serious and testing of proper Essex Worcestershire cricket knowledge, and a few people, and including a couple of people outside in the ground here yesterday, got them without recourse to the internet or anything else. Yadvinder bowls and Critchley is driving back up the pitch, and there's no run. Today's is a bit sillier. I couldn't find another one about players from both teams. I've got a couple of others that I might use tomorrow, but today's Graham Gooch was no-balled for impersonating somebody in the England versus East Zone game in India at Jamshedpur in 1981-2. Who was he impersonating when he's no ball for throwing? Yadvinder bowls, and on his toes Critchley pushes into the offside. Kashif Ali is the fielder, there's no run. That is the end of the over. Matt Critchley has 4, and the total with Essex requiring 336 to win is 45 for 3.
And Richard suggesting Jeff Boycott. Had a few for Jeff, but it's not the right answer. An interesting one from Matt from Evesham. John Lever, his long-time teammate, who would have been on that tour as well, but that's not the right answer. It's a very intriguing suggestion. And Rob would like to know Saturday's answer. We've already had a request for Friday's quick answer. Now we've got one for yesterday's quick answer.
I can do that.
Rob we'll get that done for you, Rob. No problem at all.
Yeah, yesterday's question. I'll come to it after.
Yep. 2 slips, a gap to a 4 slip, and a backward point. And here is Waite bowling. That's a useful one. We've already given him. Yeah, it's similar to the Wesley dismissal. It's another wicket from the Diglis end. Waite has 2 for none in 13 deliveries, and it really is difficult facing the bowling from that end because there's so much going on. And Das was forward, but again it looked pretty adjacent, and they all went up behind more or less straight away, didn't they? And the die does seem to be cast here because it just seems difficult to survive for too long to the bowling from this Diglis end. Waite has got that absolutely in the right place. He's played round it, and round about hitting him in front, middle and off, no real issue. It was a quick decision, and I suspect that tomorrow's quiz question may have to wait for another day, Frank, until the next time that these two sides mate. 45 for 4. I would say at this point Worcestershire will be disappointed if they're still out here tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, I'll just give you Saturday's question in response to that request. So, which former Essex and Worcestershire player also scored 4 first-class hundreds against Essex and 2 first-class 50s against Worcestershire? And the answer was, do you know, Nick? Did I tell you this, or?
I think I had a quick thing. It didn't come to me straight away.
I'll give you a few minutes before I give it then. Whoever that was who was asking us, hang on for a minute. But that was the question. The answer was got by quite a lot of people, and again, including a couple of people I spoke to outside the box at lunchtime, just walking around the ground. One of them.
So how many centuries and half centuries was it?
4 against Essex,
yes,
and 2 50s against Worcestershire,
right,
having also played for those 2 counties.
Not an overseas player?
No.
Right.
And in living memory.
Yes.
Easily in living memory. So there we are, 45. That was Saturday's question.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing we're going to do, Frank, when we get after tea, is we're going to switch ends, because it is a different game. Yeah. And I think if Worcestershire are likely to wrap this up, I think maybe you taking the bowling from the diggers.
It wasn't quite the case yesterday.
Yeah,
and obviously Harmer was a factor, but there were wickets falling from both ends in the other two innings. But it just seems to have gone that way, doesn't it?
So you got the holding bowler, and Nadvinder is doing a good job there from the New Road end. And Waite, 2 overs 1 ball, 2 for none, and he's going to come on to bowl to Michael Pepper with 2 slips and a 4 slip, and Pepper drives and it goes up to mid off, and there's no run. But it does look very, very difficult facing the bowling, and I wonder if Pepper might we've got to the stage now where, I know he's just played a long rear guard with Critchley, of course, at Chelmsford last week. Are they going to try that approach, or are they going to try and be aggressive? Got to play himself in first, but it's such a long way away from that target, 291, that you just feel that the only chance is to try to knock the bowlers off their length. But it's going to take a lot of doing on this surface. Second slip in front of first, then a gap to a 4 slip, backward point cover mid-off, and here that's a stifled shot for LBW. No, more than stifled actually in the end.
On the wall.
Yes, he was forward there, Pepper, but in the end I thought initially it wasn't much support from behind, whereas there was for the previous one. But I tell you what, Waite, it was keen on 3 for naught there at one point. He wasn't that far forward, but probably hitting him outside the line.
Yeah, I think so.
So I tell you what though, Waite is doing a fine job here, and as I say, this does look rather ominous from an Essex point of view. And what will the tactics of these two heroes of Chelmsford be if they can get a partnership going? But there's a long way to go until that happens, because such a likelihood of a wicket. That one outside the off stump, and Pepper is able to just judge it carefully, leave it alone. But of course, sometimes averages don't really tell the story of a contribution to a season, and I guess in the sense of Pepper's average is still, Critchley's average is still pretty good, but of course it's what they did, batting almost for the entirety of 2 sessions together at Chelmsford to save that game against Yorkshire.
Had a few more guesses. Is the answer Chris Old? No. Is the answer Chris Taveray? No.
And this is a drive off an inside edge for going to be 2, I think. Is it just going to be stopped before it gets to the rope? Yes, it is. And they come back for the second run. It wasn't off the middle of the bat. There was a bit of movement there. It's come off a thickish inside edge. Almost went for 4, but in the end cut off, and there's 2 to a total.
Going back to the quiz, I don't know how you would do an impression of Chris Old, and I don't know how you do an impression of Chris Taveray, because he didn't really bowl very much. The impression is of a full-time bowler, and I do think he had quite a characteristic action actually. Certainly Gooch must have thought so. I'll give the answer in a minute, because we're already. Shall I give it when there's 40 overs left in the day?
Yeah, might be good. We'll get a few more guesses done, as this is driven by Pepper. Nice looking stroke, but stopped at mid off, and the first run's conceded by Waite, where that shot off the inside edge that went for 2 square in the onside. So his figures are 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs, 2 wickets. 47 for 4. Pepper averaging 32.5. Critchley averaging 44. They're both from the top 4 in terms of Essex averages, but as I say, it doesn't tell the whole story because of what happened just last week. I tell you what, Essex lose this game, but they're not. Let's be honest, they're not likely championship winners in the absence of Cox and Cook. Those 8 points against Yorkshire could yet prove to be quite important. Hopefully it won't come to that in terms of worries for Essex at the wrong end of a table, but it could prove to be a very important 8 points that they got from that game, because 3 successive defeats, which this would be without that, would certainly be as alarming as it has been for Worcestershire supporters, I guess, Frank, with the way they started the season. 47 for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Pepper has 2, Critchley has 4. I'm quite sanguine about it really, and I try to keep everything in perspective. I do find some of the comments that I read on social media from Worcestershire supporters, and I understand that their comments born out of loyalty and favour, and they don't want to see Worcestershire struggle, but you can get a bit too critical, I think, when results go against you. I've said earlier that there's some really good teams in Division 1, and Worcestershire were overpowered by Yorkshire, where they didn't play particularly well, and they were close in 2 other games they lost. They had first innings leads. It's not been that awful as Taylor comes into the attack to replace Yadvinder at the New Road end. And then you look at the table and you're bottom and you've not won a game. And I mean, Worcester have been relegated before where they didn't win a game in a season. It wouldn't be the first time. It's tough. And things can go against you, injuries and illness and unavailability for various reasons. Look, Essex has been badly affected by Sam Cook not being available. So don't get too up when you're up and don't get too down when you're down. Taylor in, bowls, and Critchley is on the back foot playing that defensively up to mid-off.
And similarly, I mean, Simon Harmer's given an interview where he sort of knocked back suggestions that Essex have been below par. You know, the first game of the season, the pitch was just a little bit too good. Something a little bit more for the bowlers, and they might well have beaten Surrey because they played very well indeed in that game.
Yeah, I saw that interview or some comments from it, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Really, I'm fully in agreement. Taylor bowls and Critchley is in behind this and plays out on the onside. And if you only, if you watch a half an hour here or an hour there, or you just look at the scores and you don't actually see the games, then it is difficult to get a real impression, I think. And the other thing I think is that people see a low score and they automatically assume appalling batting, when in fact it might be top class bowling on a very helpful surface and there isn't much you can do about it. There have been a lot of that sort of dismissal in this game. Critchley, lovely drive up to mid-off, no run. Where I often think as the batsman walks off when he's been out, and I know from my own experience, sometimes you walk off and you think, oh, what on earth was I doing? Why have I played that shot? Or you think, I've been drawn into a trap and I fell for it or whatever. But sometimes you walk off and think, well, you know what, if I got that ball again I'd probably nick it again or miss it again or whatever, and in those cases you don't beat yourself up too much. And I think there have been a lot of those sort of dismissals, especially here at New Road. Taylor bowls, Critchley leaves alone outside the off stump, and there's no run.
I mean, let's say second game, Trent Bridge, Notts have been sweeping all before them, very even game, and then Notts actually just got themselves in a tangle in their second innings trying to set the game up. Varane came in about just before the close, and they should have sent in a night watch. When he got out, they sort of not panicked, but they thought we might lose this, so they batted fairly slowly on the last morning, and in the end batted beyond lunch, and the game was dead. And that was because Essex had forced them into a position where they had to have a defensive mindset.
Taylor bowls, Critchley is taken on the pads. A shout for LBW as he looked to work it away on the leg side. Umpirean Blackwell indicates as he shakes his head that he thought it was just running away down the leg side, and that is the end of the over. He survives. It was a maiden. 47 for 4.
And of course we had the game between these two sides at Chelmsford, which ultimately was settled by a fine individual innings from Paul Walter, which was the difference between those two sides on the on that occasion.
And a 100 where he got off the mark with a chip off a leading edge that landed just over mid-on's head. Such are the small margins.
Now it's fair to say, of course, that they were outplayed by Yorkshire for 2 days, but they managed to salvage that. And of course the Taunton game is one that really got away, and that perhaps has knocked Essex back a little bit, there's no doubt about that, as Waite bowls, and that's driven by Pepper and goes nicely up to cover. Well stopped because he timed that well. The Somerset game really was a bit of a mystery. In many ways it was similar to the game the previous year, which ended in 2 days, with the pitch starting green, with Jack Leach bowling before lunch, and Essex, I think, had a small first innings lead from memory, and that was similar to the way it had been last year. And then Somerset fighting back, with, of course, Essex having that clatter of wickets in their second innings, and then recovering from 78 for 5 in the run chase. This is run down towards
backward point and there's no run. But in the end, it was those two things really. Essex from an impregnable position, losing the second half of their batting with three, what you would call, without being unkind, tail enders, and then contrast that with Somerset, who are batting all the way down with, as I say, a genuine all-rounder, a batting all-rounder, and three bowling all-rounders, and that's handy. That's handy. Even if you're short of confidence, as Somerset were, that is handy. And of course, they've won that game. They look like winning again against Sussex in the current match. 47 for 4, as this is just played from the crease down towards into the 4 slip, and there's a gap between second and fourth, and there is no run. 47 for 4. The runs have dried up. Pepper's timed a couple nicely, but interesting to see what approach. Can they repeat their heroics of Chelmsford? It's going to be a lot more difficult. They're going to give it a go. 289 needed, and we're just coming up to 3 o'clock. 46 overs left after this, plus a full day tomorrow. As Waite bowls, and Pepper, looking to negate any bounce problem, just comes down the pitch and plays defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 47 for 4. So I think the Somerset game, because Essex would have been in a pretty good position in the table if they'd won that, and obviously I think it did knock them back for the Yorkshire game that followed, and so they got out of that one, but it's going to be hard to get out of this. But all very much about momentum. Here's Waite again, and this again, Pepper consciously getting right forward to Waite, and again just steering this one up into the covers, and there is no run. Big wicket for Hampshire. They've got Bo Webster for 18, and Davies is 63 not out. Warwickshire 117 for 4, need a further 193, but Webster's been in fantastic touch. That's a big wicket for Hampshire to take in that game. Sussex still battling on. They're doing well actually with their lower order. 286 for 8. They're 100 ahead, and Simpson is 55 not out. Probably not enough to really worry Somerset, but we're doing okay with their lower order Sussex. As this one, Pepper just goes back and plays defensively. Waite's just giving absolutely nothing away here. He's bowled 4 overs and given away one scoring shot for 2, which was off the inside half of the bat and went to square leg for a couple of runs. But he's bowled quite superbly. 4 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 2, and 47 for 4. Pepper 2, Critchley 4, still another 289 required.
Yeah, 3 wickets in the first innings as well for Matthew Waite, and before this game he had taken 14, so that's not bad for an all-rounder, is it? It's not a frontline seamer, as it were. That's a pretty good effort, and he's also contributed with the bat significantly in a couple of games up to now, as well as in this game, so proving his value as an all-rounder to Worcestershire, the former Yorkshire man Matthew Waite, and he's becoming a massively important figure in this Worcestershire side, as is this man Tom Taylor, whose first ball is blocked out on the offside by Matt Critchley. Critchley has 4, Pepper has 2, Essex 47 for 4, having been 34 without loss in this run chase of 336. Taylor is in and bowls, and Critchley is steering this one down on the offside, and this is exactly the pattern that has been established in all of the innings of this game except for the second half of the Worcestershire first innings, which is good accurate bowling, nagging away around the top of off stump, and even when batsmen like these two look as though they're playing well, they're playing watchfully, sooner or later one has come along which has just been too much to handle, and that is what we've seen over the last 2.5 days. Taylor is in, bowls, and Critchley is watchfully forward, playing out on the offside. And if you're batting in a situation like this, you keep going, one ball at a time, play one ball at a time, one ball at a time. But when you face 50 balls and you've still only got 8, you might think, oh, I can't be doing with this anymore. Or maybe you don't even think it just happens, and you chase a wide one and you nick it and it's all over. And that's the kind of thing that we've been watching happen. Get rid of that live chat, don't like that very much. Watching the stream. Critchley drives nicely on the offside, but again, straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there's no run.
Henry Driver from Berlin. He's actually on holiday, but not well at the moment, which is always awkward when you're not well on holiday. Hope you're okay today, Henry. And you're saying some thoughts about Essex this season. Hopefully I've just covered that first question. How would you rate the Essex season so far? I thought it was a pretty good start. I think the Taunton game has knocked them back, but at least they did manage to scramble that draw against Yorkshire.
Here's Taylor in again to Critchley, and Critchley drives again, straight back up the pitch. Taylor does his own fielding.
Obviously, if they were to lose this game, which looks likely, it would be a big disappointment. I think it just underlines the fact that with injuries to in-form players in Walter and Cox wouldn't have been available for this match anyway, but of course the loss of Cook, who I think probably would have enjoyed bowling on this surface and may well have, well, I think it goes without saying Worcester wouldn't have got so many runs with Cook in the side. I would have been very surprised if they had done.
Taylor bowls. Critchley just drops this down on the onside. The end of another maiden over from Tom Taylor. 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 10. Matthew Waite, 4 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wicket for 2. That alone tells you how difficult it is for the batters out there at the moment. At 47 for 4.
Yes, you take out key players. Now there are some counties, and we've mentioned Surrey in passing, but they seem to have the ability to slot other players in, sometimes short notice contracts, who have almost equal strength to the players that they're losing, but it's not the same for everybody. And Essex are going to have to hopefully develop some younger players. They're trying to do that with Allison and Das. I'm glad to see Das after that double 100 making the side for this game. Played well in the first innings, but I think Walter, they'd like to get Walter back certainly as soon as possible, as this is the first delivery from the new over from Waite and played by Pepper back down the pitch, and there's no run. So hopefully that answers the question about the Essex season. You're saying delighted to have Cox and Cook selected for the England squads. Do you think that any other players might be called up? Could Pepper play limited overs for England? If he made an unanswerable case with his T20 form, possibly there's probably quite a few players ahead of him. But if he has another cracking season in T20, who knows? He might force his way into contention for World Cup squads and things like that. Which is edged and caught at first slip.
Jones
Played it on the move. Another wicket from the Diglis end. Waite has 3 for 2. And a bit of movement there, may have been a bit of bounce as well. We'll look at the replay, but that was nicely taken at first slip, because of the angle would have been slightly awkward with the batter just playing it on the move. The end of Pepper, yes, he was on the move, and actually that made it a better catch, I think, because it was coming off a deflection from the bat. In the end, quite a big deflection, and taken well just in front of the keeper. And 47 for 5. Pepper goes for 2. Surely Worcestershire are going to get their first win of the season, and a big disappointment for Essex. And you can only wonder how Worcestershire made 358 in their first innings.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be booking into your hotel for tonight, Nick, if I were you now. And I
can't cancel it now.
Kind of what I was trying to suggest might happen earlier is that there's no quitting out there. There's nobody who's saying, "Oh, I can't be bothered anymore." It's just the body language of the batters, the collective feeling that this is just. It's just too much. It's just you just can't do it. You keep going, you keep trying, but it's just not happening. And Noah Thane comes out to join Matt Critchley. Critchley's played pretty well, but he's got 4 of 19 deliveries.
Yeah.
It's just tough, and the bowlers know that if they've been really disciplined, I think, in this innings, particularly the Worcestershire bowlers. I mean, there's hardly been anything. Has there been a cut? No. Has there been a wide one? 2 short ones from Yadvinder, first 2 balls. Other than that, almost nothing to hit. Really, really good disciplined bowling. I wonder if it's possibly, Nick, because when you run up to bowl on a flat one, you're worried. You know your margins for error are are very small, and so you're slightly nervous and tense, and maybe the shoulders tense up, and you don't perhaps get it in the right place. You run up to bowl on this one knowing that it's all in your favour, and you relax, and you just tend to hit your straps a bit more.
Well, Allison bowled a very good spell, but I think Waite is stealing the honours at the moment. A remarkable 3 for 2 in his 5th over as he bowls to Thane, and there's a big appeal there. My impression was it was going down leg side, but there was a pretty good shout, and 47 for 5, and Matthew Waite, who's been a key player for Worcestershire this season, really in his element here and causing all sorts of problems.
Yeah, I thought it might have been a bit high, that one.
Yeah,
too high. I think it was quite straight, but I think it was too high.
You're saying, going back to your email, Henry, that Walter's a cracking player, done very well on the 100 and the Big Bash, and fits the England star. I tell you what, we don't want to talk too many more England Essex players playing for England. I don't think I can afford to lose any more, Henry, but I take your point. Walter has really made an impression, particularly in white ball cricket, and he's reminded us what he can do in the red ball as an opener as well this season. And he's missed perhaps at the moment as this is played up into the offside, played just a big role in the reverse fixture, of course. This goes up to mid-off and there's no run. But from Worcestershire's point of view, well, we won't quite count chickens yet, but this must be, assuming it goes the way that we're all expecting now, it's going to be a big boost to the side.
They'll still be bottom, but a massive confidence boost, I think.
And if they can find a way of winning here, having not played many games here yet this season, that's going to help them. Got 3 slips and then a sort of fine gully and a backward point, as here Thane just gets into line and plays up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So thank you, Henry, but I think we'll probably leave all the Essex players unselected for now. And Chris, your suggestion is a good one. You are in fact right. Chris in Malden, won't give it away just yet.
In a few minutes. We're running out of time.
I won't cover your second point because it actually would perhaps give away the answer, so we'll come back to it. Perhaps we'll do that.
Okay. Nice.
And
it's been great having the quiz. I'm going to try and keep it going this season. Each day I'm going to try. So it's Warwickshire next here, and I'll try and come up with some questions.
Oh, there must be quite a lot.
Players that have played for both teams, but it's difficult to get the balance right in terms of difficulty and so on. But it's been good fun.
Here's Waite bowling, and this is driven away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Obviously, there've been a few Worcestershire players who've gone on to Warwickshire, but I suppose that's it being outdone by the exodus to Trent Bridge in more recent times. Yeah. 47 for 5. Waite's figures: 5 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 2. 47 for 5. 289 is the notional target. There are 12 overs to go before tea, which will be slightly late. And this game you would have thought is going to end sometime in the final session today.
There have been some good pickups by Worcestershire from Warwickshire as well over the years. I'll throw 2 out there, people don't always realise. Glenn Turner and Tom Moody. Glenn Turner, who didn't play for Warwickshire in county cricket but came over from New Zealand. This one played out into the gully by Critchley, combination of bat and pad, I think. Came over from New Zealand on the recommendation of Billy Abdullah, who was a Warwickshire player, obviously. But they didn't really fancy him at Edgbaston because he couldn't hit it off the square. And when he first came to Worcester, he had the same problem. He couldn't be dismissed, but he didn't score very quickly. When you think of the player that he eventually turned into, that is absolutely extraordinary. But that wasn't a bad one, and Tom Moody didn't do too badly either when he moved down the M5. This one from Taylor is played out on the onside by Critchley, who's now faced 21 deliveries for 4.
I'm frustrated I haven't got the name for the player who got 4 centuries against Essex.
Okay.
Can you give me a decade, or I shall give up?
He didn't retire until about 10 years ago.
Right.
So
the name is, I've sort of got an idea, but I can't find the name in my head at the moment, which is annoying.
Shall I give you another big clue?
Well, yes.
The county that he scored the runs for against Essex and against Worcestershire was Northamptonshire. You can hear the cogs in Nick.
Right, so he scored the runs for Northampton.
Yeah, 47 for 5. He also, Taylor in, bowls, and This one is blocked by Critchley. He also scored 100 on debut for Essex.
God, this reminds me of when I was I was counting down. We were counting down the leading run scorers in all formats of the game.
Right.
No, not just first class. The top 20. I think I was on the air with Paul Newton, and we got to number 2, and I was trying to give clues about Graham Hick without giving it away, and Paul eventually got it.
Taylor in, bowls, Critchley on the back foot, plays defensively, no run. Matt Critchley is playing really well here. He really, really well. Let's make no bones about it. You could be an Essex fan watching this from afar, or you could be just following it on text or whatever, and you'd think, oh, here they look at this, 9, 23, 4, 0. Matt Critchley's hardly played a full shot, hardly put a foot wrong. He's 4 off 23.
Yeah.
He could bat like this for an hour and then be out for 8. And he's played brilliantly.
And as I say, his average is still pretty good, but it doesn't tell the overall story of his contribution to the season because of last week.
Taylor is into him, bowls, and he's solidly in behind this. He's actually coping with this almost as well as anybody has. You would point out, Nick, that he's at the right end because he's actually batting at the Digless end and facing the bowling from the new road end.
I think if Jeffrey Boycott was, he'd be very much staying at that end.
He would, No, you stay down there. Right, go on. Do you want me to tell you?
Go on. I'll
Stephen Peters.
Oh yes, of course, Stephen Peters. Now Dick would have got that. Dick Davis, who was a big fan of Stephen Peters. Interesting one, Stephen Peters. Yes.
Taylor is in and bowls, and Critchley actually lets me down because that's probably a bit of a full shot. He gets a thick inside edge and it runs out on the onside, but that is yet another maiden. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maidens on the trot now, which is pretty extraordinary even in these circumstances. 47 for 5. Thane yet to get off the mark. Critchley has 4. The men out in this innings: Elgar for 9, Allison for 23, Westley for 4, Das without scoring, and Pepper for 2.
Yeah, and Worcestershire probing for this 6th wicket. Here comes Waite again. He bowls, and that's steer. That's going to ruin his fingers. That's gone down between the second slip and gully for 4. It was a steer with an open face by Thane, and he kept control of it pretty well. But suddenly, Waite has gone from 3 for 2 to 3 for 6, and the 50 is up for Essex. Well, small mercies from the Essex point of view, but well negotiated by Thane. Goes to prod the pitch. And Dr. Ben Knighton says that Gooch's favourite impression was Bob Willis, who we guessed a lot early on. He did several others. Which law did he break to be no balls, asks Dr. Knighton from Kidlington in Oxfordshire. So that was his question. So it's actually 3 slips on a gully and a backward point. Very attacking field as you'd expect, as this is just run down by Thane to the last of those mentioned fielders. To
what was that
Jake
question?
Libby.
Sorry.
So which was it? Back foot, front foot? What no ball?
Throwing.
Throwing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, that was it. That was a kind of a clue, I think. Really.
Fine. So
I mean, and let's just give it just before we give the answer. That there's a tiny little clue in there, isn't there? Because more bowlers of this type have been called for throwing in history, I think, than any other type. Would you say that was true?
Yes. That's a brute of a delivery, which saying that hits him on the hand. He's okay, but he was just taking his bat away from the bat handle. He's managed to keep it down, but certainly that was very much jarring the top of the bat with his right hand as he negotiated that. He's okay. Had a nasty blow for Brooks earlier on, and seam bowler, you would just get back to your market with Digless end and say, I'll spend the rest of my career coming in from this end and end up with record wicket taker in all forms of the game. It is outside the off stump and is left alone and there's no run. But no, I mean it just I was wondering what sort of pitch we might get, because I thought that Worcestershire would not want another 2-day game under any circumstances. Well, they want it perhaps, but they want something for the crowd on day 3, which they've got.
To be honest, Nick, it's not by design, this pitch. It's
No.
just
It's just happened.
They're just trying to get the best pitch they
Yeah,
can,
they can.
and it
Yeah.
just happened. Yeah, absolutely.
But it's produced
A pitch for an interesting game. 51 for 5, and this is driven away down the ground. That's a very nice looking stroke by Thane. The first shot with any real conviction, I think, played against the bowler from the Diglis end that I can remember in this innings, and it's a lovely drive through mid-off for 4. Maybe Waite will feel he's just over-pitched a little bit, but his figures have been ruined in this over. But that was a nice shot from Noah Thane. It's 55 for 5. Yes, the previous game here, was it just the Durham seamers were too strong? Or?
Yeah. They bowled better. And in the fourth innings, perhaps they knew what they needed to do,
Yes.
and McKinney in particular got stuck in, and they applied themselves very well, I think. So yeah, I think they out-bowled Worcestershire, and they deserved to win.
And 55 for 5, and played with an angle back by Thane down towards backward point. But he got a very useful 40 odd in the against Somerset at Taunton, which is top score in that first innings in difficult batting conditions, perhaps the most difficult of the match. So he's used to it. He started pretty well here. Thane has 8, Critchley has 4, 55 for 5, and well, Ollie Robinson is just out for 141, but Durham at 564 for 6 lead Notts by 157, and Graham Clark, who got 100 against Hampshire, is 83 not out. So after that dodgy start for Durham, they really are showing their all-round credentials now. I don't think they're going to win the championship, but they look a pretty solid side.
Taylor is into Critchley, who steers this down on the offside, and Jake Libby does the fielding at backward point and then shies at the stumps in case Critchley was thinking about going for a run. But he was in, and Brett D'Oliveira backed up to make sure there weren't any overthrows.
Warwickshire suddenly in a lot of trouble at Edgbaston. 129 for 6. James Fuller has done the damage there. 3 for 35, along with Kyle Abbott, 3 for 34. 181 needed. That pitch has been offering plenty for the bowlers, and that's going to be a good win for Hampshire if they can get it, because a little bit vulnerable this season, Hampshire, but if they can win that game, it'll be a huge boost for them.
Tom Taylor into Critchley, and he's beaten outside the off stump by this one. I've just been sent a message that says Worcestershire's highest victory against Essex by a margin of runs is 232 at Chelmsford in 1973, so they could potentially be threatening that one.
That was a Worcestershire side building towards the championship the following year, wasn't it? So strong team. Essex at that point not quite, although it was taking shape, but not quite into the build up to the 79 championship.
Taylor in bowls, and Critchley's edging this one down to third man for 4. Runs are not an issue, but I banged on about it yesterday. That's the 5th boundary that's gone to third man off the outside edge in this innings so far. If each of those had been a single, because there was a man there, that'd be 15 runs fewer. It'd be 44 for 5. You could argue. I know that third man would have had to have been taken from somewhere else, but in a low scoring game, it could be more significant. Taylor is in and bowls short. Critchley swivels round, pulls this away on the leg side. Waite will field in the deep, and they take a single. Brings Thane on strike at the Diglis end for the first time, 60 for 5.
A little bit of relaxation for Essex, but Ben Allison I see warming up. He bowled very well earlier on. It might be that he'll come back on and replace Waite from that Diglis end.
Yeah, I think so. I think Waite is probably done after that spell. 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 10.
Yeah, only bowled that one.
No need to flog anybody particularly in this situation. Just keep rotating them. Taylor, wicketless so far in this innings. He's in and he bowls, and this one is turned away on the leg side to D'Oliveira at mid-wicket, who throws on the turn, and if he'd hit, hands on heads in the slips suggest that Matt Critchley might have been struggling. It was a bit of a tight one to take in this situation. I can see why they want to keep the scoreboard ticking over, but you don't want to give anything away at this point. It would have been out. Just watching a replay from square on, it would have been out. A long way out, actually. But he was throwing on the turn unbalanced. It would have been not easy to hit when you're off balance like that. But it was a risky one. 61 for 5. Taylor in again. Bowls to Critchley, who drives nicely. Beautiful shot. Straight down the ground. Tumbling attempt at mid-off by Yadvinder Singh, missed it. Gone to the boundary. So suddenly a flurry of runs in that over. The last 2 overs by Essex. They go to 65 for 5. Thane has 9. Critchley now has 13. And Tom Taylor has figures at the end of that over of just looking at it, 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 20.
Critchley averaged 36 last season. His first season, after he joined Derbyshire, he just struggled a little bit in red ball cricket to adjust to Division 1 bowling attacks, which is perfectly understandable. But that was the 2022 season, and he's sort of come on leaps and bounds since then. And of course his role as a leg break, a fairly decent leg break bowler, as support to Simon Harmer, and of course he's going to be very important in the white ball as well. So particularly with all the injuries, a really key player for Essex. So here is Allison bowling, and that's driven down the ground. A nice looking stroke from Thane. It's going to be cut off at long off, mid off running back, and they come back for a couple of runs. Oh, that's the second one is tight, but he's home. And Allison whips off the bails, having taken the throw. So a little bit of relaxation for Essex comparatively, because there was a period where they just weren't getting any runs and were just losing wickets. But it's a huge ask for these two to build a partnership that is going to threaten this target of 336, 269 still needed, 16-7 for 5. It would certainly outdo what they achieved last week if Essex were to win from here. And last week was fairly remarkable. Here is a drive. It's a good looking shot from Thane. Certainly Chris Silverwood very much rates him, and he's playing pretty well here, and these two have looked as comfortable as anybody so far, as that one's driven up to mid off and there's no run. But Worcestershire's bowling has been good, looking to keep the pressure on. Huge bonus to have got 5 wickets in this session. Should soothe any nerves about Essex chasing this target. Looking very unlikely at the moment, as here Thane takes one hand off the bat, a little bit of bounce again, it goes up to mid wicket, and there is no run. Lancashire at Old Trafford 458, Derbyshire 287 for 8, need they're 171 behind, so if they can avoid the follow on, it's going to make life difficult for Lancashire, still seeking their first win. And the headline news is no wickets today for Jimmy Anderson, so he might take the wickets to get the follow on in force, but that came at quite a crucial stage as Lancashire seek their first win, as this is played defensively, head over the ball by Thane, and there's no run. 1 or 2 elsewhere. Gloucestershire made 516, hundreds of Bracey and Green. Kent are 21 without loss, still 71 behind at Bristol. That's looking as though it might well be a draw. Bit of resistance from Middlesex, 142 for 8, 100 ahead of Leicestershire at Lords, but Leicestershire will still be pretty happy with that overall position. And Northants 212 for 6 are still 27 behind Glamorgan, who made a very slow start to the season, as this is played off Allison up to the mid-off by Thane, and there's no run, but just got into their stride with the victory, and they look like winning that one. Glamorgan, Northants 212 for 6, still 27 runs behind. So Northants, after that dramatic victory against Lancashire, look like they're going to lose that one. So it's 1 or 2 scores from Division 2. 3 slips, no gully now, and then 3 saving 1 on the offside, and Thane just gets into line and plays it up towards mid-off. Could it be that as the ball gets softer it might do a little bit less? We'll wait and see, but A lot of damage has been done in these first 26 overs. 67 for 5. You think enough damage has been done from a Worcestershire point of view to more or less settle the outcome of this game. Thane 11, Critchley 13, still 269 more needed at 67 for 5.
And 40 overs left in the day, so 8 before tea, and I said I would give the answer to the quiz at this point, so I will do so. Question again. Graham Gooch was no-balled for throwing when impersonating a bowler in a game on the England Tour of India in 81-82. Taylor outside the off stump, left alone by Critchley, and that was at Jamshedpur. What a wonderful name that is, against East Zone, and the bowler that he was impersonating was John Embury, the off-spinner John Embury. It wasn't on this occasion Bob Willis, it was John Embury, no-balled for throwing. I suspect it was all pretty light-hearted, and it wouldn't have been taken too seriously, except maybe by John Embury. Here's Taylor in, bowls, and Critchley drives nicely on the offside, straight to Yadvinder Singh at mid-off, and there's no run.
So congratulations to those of you who got that right. And well, there may be a quiz question tomorrow, but it will have to be done in fairly short order.
Yeah, I'll give you. Let's have one now that I'd saved up for tomorrow. This is another silly one. People will just, I think, giggle at this. They might know if they've read a couple of relevant books in which this incident is mentioned. I checked it the other day in Derek Pringle's book, Cricket in the 80s. As Critchley is beaten outside the off stump by Taylor this time, 67 for 5. The men out: Elgar 9, Allison 23, Westley 4, Das 0, and Pepper for 2. Okay, here we go. This one I could have saved it, but I'll use it now. Which Essex player lost Graham Gooch's sponsored car during a championship game at Trent Bridge in the 80s? So this player had to go into town. It was raining at Trent Bridge, apparently. Taylor is in, bowls. Critch is taken on the pads, and it drops down almost as though it was going to go onto the stumps, and he turns around and swats it away with his bat, making sure that he survives. But encouragement for Taylor, who is wicketless in this innings. So it was Essex Notts at Trent Bridge. It rained, and this player had to go into town in Nottingham to get some medication from the chemist. Do you know this story, Nick?
I think I've heard it. Yeah, there's a couple of possible contenders,
and he
had to. I shouldn't suggest who they are.
Hadn't got a car with him, so he asked Graham Gooch, who, according to Pringle, was quite protective of his sponsored cars. Taylor bowls, Critchley cuts 4, loose, short and wide from Taylor, very, very unusual, and Critchley doesn't miss out, cuts it away down to backward point to go to 17, 71 for 5. But he reluctantly agreed and told the player concerned, you must be back by 2 p.m. in case the rain stops and we have a resumption. There were no mobiles or anything like that in those days. So off the player went, parked the car in a multi-storey car park, went and got his medication from the chemist, but when he came out he couldn't remember exactly where the car park was. It was grey and rainy, and he wasn't familiar with Nottingham City Centre. As Critchley defends this next one, and it goes up to mid-wicket and there's no run, so he couldn't find the car park, basically. 71 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, well, it's bad enough not knowing which floor. You know the car park, you don't know which floor you're on.
Couldn't
if
find
you don't know the car park.
And apparently he started to panic a little bit and went round about 4 or 5 car parks, all in close proximity. Couldn't find it, and in the end, looking at his watch and having been told he'd got to be back for 2, panicked a bit and got a taxi back to Trent Bridge, went in and said, I'm sorry, skipper, but I've lost your car. What do you mean you've lost my car? Well, I couldn't find it. I was parked in a car park, I don't know where. So the police were alerted, the number was given to the police, and they found it apparently within a few minutes. Who was that Essex player?
Allison bowls and left outside the off stump and left alone, and there's no run. 71 for 5. Sort of thing David Gow might have done on a tour, but David's never played for Essex.
It's a good story, I think, and I think people will be quite delighted when they hear the answer. Ethan Brooks is loosening up, might come on and have a little bowl before tea.
Useful little partnership, showing some fight from these two. one suspects the damage is done. It's going to take something quite remarkable to get Essex back into this, but at least more positive. Oh, that one again, bounce from a digless end, and Thane has to take one hand off the bat as he plays it back down the pitch.
So
Allison in his 8th over, 1 for 14.
Any suggestions as to who that might have been? Let us know. I'm on Twitter or X at FrankWatson58 or BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com.
Sussex hanging on, 327 for 9. John Simpson 81 not out, and 141 ahead of Somerset at Taunton. 71 for 5. Jack Leach has got 3 wickets. Maybe it's taking a bit of turn. This is driven away for at least 2. It's a good looking shot, punched away by Thane, and it's not going to be cut off. He's playing really well here now, Thane. So a good partnership between these two, and as I say, looking to salvage something from the wreckage. If they do more than that, it will be, well, it would put last week in the shade, to be honest. But at least trying to launch a little bit of a counter attack that was scoring a bit more freely, and something they have to do. They can't just try and survive, because eventually they're going to get out. They've got to try to throw something back at Worcestershire. Less cloud now, very little in fact, lots of blue sky, lovely afternoon. 75 for 5, Allison over the wicket, bowls has a shout for LBW. That's quite a good one. He was crouching there, Thane, as he went into the defensive shot. But so that might sort of indicate our thoughts on height, because it might have struck him a little bit lower down. We'll see a replay now. Yes, he was sort of
Going down the leg side.
yeah, leg side more was the issue. 75 for 5. So Sussex still fighting, probably in a losing cause there. And the other game we haven't mentioned recently, Yorkshire 56 for 2, still 201 behind Surrey at the Oval, as this is driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But these two trying to keep Essex afloat, at least extend this partnership to tea and beyond, and maybe set something up for tomorrow. But the problem is it just feels like 100 runs too many. A bit like, of course, Walter's 100 making the difference in the reverse fixture. 261 needed. And good weather forecast for tomorrow. 75 for 5, and this one's on the pads of Thane, and towards deep square leg, just worked away for single. Got some running repairs coming on, and 5 minutes for the scheduled tea interval, but there will be well, we've got 38 overs left, so there will be 6 overs to go, so it'll be slightly delayed. 76 for 5, and it's been a bit of a sorry story for Essex. Set 336, they have lost Elgar 9, Allison 23, Wesley 4, Das no score, and Pepper 2. They subsided from 34 for 1 to 47 for 5 when these two came together, and have so far added 29.
The other story in Derek Pringle's book about Graham Gooch's car is that apparently a young Nasser Hussain was driving his own car, I think, which was a bit of an old wreck, I think, probably when he was a young man. Just break off as Ethan Brooks begins his first over with a delivery which Noah Thane plays out on the offside. And he was following Gooch, who was in a nice sponsored number, and they took a route down some country lanes to an away trip, and Gooch went over a bridge, I think it was, like a humpback bridge that was sort of blind summit, and then was forced to stop on the other side. Brooks bowls, and Thane gets an inside edge. This runs out on the leg side, and Nasser came over the bridge at a quicker speed than he probably should have done, and then saw Gooch's car and braked, but went into the back of it, which also didn't go down very well. Derek Pringle, in that book of his, Cricket in the 80s, tells that story as well, almost on the same page as the one about the man I've been talking about, Thane. Again, rather uncomfortable in his defensive shot here, plays this down on the onside and Dolivera Fields. So who lost Graham Gooch's car in a game at Trent Bridge, parked it in a multi-storey car park and then couldn't find it, had to come back to the ground in a taxi and admit to the skipper that he'd lost his sponsored car. It was found by the police, apparently. Who was that? I'll give that answer after the tea interval. There's Brooks in, bowl short and wide and hammered away on the offside by Thane, but Brooks has got the insurance of a fielder out there, Cashivali, on the cover boundary, so it's just a single. 77 for 5. Thane goes to 17, where he joins Critchley, the relative riches of two players in double figures at the same time in this game, as Essex are looking for 336 to win. Brooks is in again and bowls, and on the back foot Critchley plays defensively into the offside, and Ed Pollock, who's on as a substitute, does the fielding.
And second point of Chris in Malden's email, he got it right, Chris, the earlier question, John Embry, and he said, was the call for throwing against Gooch in any way a reflection on Embry's action? well, I don't think I think Embry would have been too happy. Yes, that's right, yes.
Brooks bowls, and he beats Critchley on the... Did he play it out on the offside? I'm not sure. I saw Gareth Roderick moving as though he'd taken it. They're a long way away, I have to say, here, and just occasionally I've called it wrong, but no, he turned him round, but he got a bat on it and rolled out on the offside. 77-5 at the end of the over. At Frank Watson 58, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to suggest who that might have been.
So 5 overs to go before tea. 3 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, wideish mid-wicket, and that's a nice delivery first up from Allison to Thane, which beats the right-hander outside the off stump. We've got a deep backward square leg on the boundary, just in front of the hotel, and looking around, I don't think we've got any other boundary fielders. You wouldn't expect any others really, given the fact there isn't a third man. That would be
that was
only other
silly,
alternative.
Had a bug.
Frankie's trapped
Had a
a wasp.
bug. It's not, I don't think it's a wasp. It's a bug of some sort on the window, and I went to trap it with a coffee cup, but it had coffee in it.
A cup of coffee. This is that's a good delivery, which is just back over length, and Thane is beaten by that again outside the off stump. And
so I went to trap said bug with a coffee cup because I don't want to kill it. I want to humanely deliver it to the outdoors, but the coffee cup had a bit of coffee in it, so now I'm wiping the window. Sorry about that, Nick.
No, still got a pretty good view. 77 for 5 on this beautiful day here at New Road. Don't think there's going to be a lot of cricket tomorrow. Worcestershire would certainly like to get this done and dusted this evening. Might have some work to do against these two. This is edged to just drop short of third slip. Well, Allison probably took an over or so just to get back into the groove when he came back on from the Diglis end, but this has been much more in line with his earlier spell. He's probing away and causing problems, and in fact he's caused some difficulties for Thane with each of the 3 deliveries he's bowled and missed over so far. Derbyshire have made the follow on, but they're all out 314, 144 behind, so Lancashire have got to try and find a way of winning the game. They haven't won yet. How will they go about it? That'll be interesting. 77 for 5 as this is another good delivery which beats Thane again. Good stuff from Allison. I say, I've just got the feeling he sort of was feeling his way back in the last over, but this is much more like he was bowling in the earlier spell.
Yeah, I agree. Didn't quite seem to be hitting the deck quite as hard in that first over back, but nice rhythm again now. Been very tidy in this game. First innings, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 27, and this time so far 1 for 19.
So here he comes again. That's outside the off stump. That one doesn't trouble Thane. He's able to leave it alone. Both batters have 17, and they've looked very much the two more comfortable, or most comfortable batters that we've seen, in that Elgar never really looked to be in form, although he was dealing with the difficult deliveries capably enough. Maybe the one other batter who did look quite fluent was Charlie Allison. Right at the top of the innings, played very nicely.
Just keeps getting starts, doesn't
yes. 77 for 5, and this one Allison Thane rather, reaches for and steers it away out towards Libby at backward point. The end of the over, 4 to go until tea. 77 for 5. Both batters have 17, and for the optimistic Essex supporters, 259 required.
I'm going to give a big clue to this latest silly quiz question about the car, and the clue is the answer is close to home. The answer is close to home, I'm going to say. So make of that what you will, listeners to BBC Radio Essex Cricket. BBC Radio Essex Cricket at Gmail. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. Or at Frank Watson 58 if you want to send us your answer. I'll give the answer just before tea. Ethan Brooks from the New Road End over the wicket, bowling to Critchley, and he has got him caught behind, and Matt Critchley's gone for 17. Gareth Roderick's got his 8th catch of the game. He's now just 1 away from equalling the Worcestershire record, and that, if I may say, Nick, is exactly what I was saying before. Matt Critchley's hardly put a foot wrong, really. He's faced 39 deliveries, and he's played at one from Brooks that has just done a little bit off the pitch, and Ethan Brooks, proving a useful 5th backup seamer, has picked up a wicket, and it's 77 for 6.
Last of the experienced batters gone, as we've been saying. Critchley looked pretty good out there. I think I know how Snater's going to play. Harmer, well, I mean, it's you're in a situation where it is virtually impossible, but just have to hope that you can get together and form a partnership. But the problem is there's still 4 sessions left in the game. The forecast is good tomorrow. There's 259 needed. It's very difficult to bat, particularly from one end. That wicket actually fell with the bowling from the New Road End, and ultimately Worcestershire have, surely won this game with their batting performance on the opening day. Yeah,
I would go along with that. There hasn't been much to pick between either side, with the exception of the second half of that innings. I mean, they were 123 for 5 in that innings, and on that first night, Tom Westley, in his interview with Victoria for BBC Radio Essex, made it quite clear, and she played the interview the next morning. He said, "It is not acceptable for a team that are 123 for 5 on that pitch to get 350.
Because sometimes you can get a side at 123 for 5 where various things have happened, and a middle order pair get together and it's still a fairly good wicket, and the bowlers are coming back into their 3rd and 4th spells. But this doesn't seem to fit the bill of that.
No, it wasn't. It really wasn't. So there we are, 77 for 6, full scorecard. Elgar out for 9, Allison 23, Westley 4, Das without scoring, Pepper 2, and Critchley for 17. And Simon Harmer is the new batsman, just marking his guard out there, capable of playing a very long innings in the right circumstances, as he showed the other day, capable of putting bat to ball with good effect, as he has showed on many occasions, but capable of playing 100 deliveries on this pitch, I don't know. Brooks bowls and he's edging this one to short 3rd man, and there's no run, and that in itself I think is interesting, in that the top score in this game is 73 from Matthew Waite, and he faced 91 deliveries. I don't think anybody has managed to stay in for 100 deliveries. 77 for 6. Brooks is in and bowls, and Harmer is clipping this one up to mid-on. Taylor is the fielder, and there's no run. Bowling figures in this innings for Worcestershire: Taylor 9 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 24. Allison 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 19. Yadvinder Singh 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. Matthew Waite standout, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 10. And Ethan Brooks, who bowls to Harmer, who drives into the offside, is in just his 2nd over, and he has 1 for 1 thus far.
At Lords, Middlesex 143 all out. Ben Green, who plays Championship for Leicestershire and white ball for Somerset, 3 for 32. But Rehan Ahmed, 1.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 1.
Brooks in, bowls outside the off stump. Roderick gathers, and there's no run. Yeah, Rian Ahmed, and he got 100 as an opener the other day, didn't he?
Yep.
Rian Ahmed, which is remarkable.
Oh.
An interesting cricketer, to say the least, and his little brother, Farhan Ahmed, at Notts, probably, arguably, along with Archie Vaughan, one of the most exciting young finger spinners in the country. Brooks in, bowls, and Harmer is taken on the pad as this one drops out on the onside end of the over from Ethan Brooks. 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 1, 77 for 6, the nominal target, 336.
That means that Leicestershire need 102, and if they win that game, obviously Derbyshire are not going to beat Lancashire. I mean, they're just going to be miles clear at the top of Division 2. It really is quite remarkable what they've done, and all credit to them. It just shows them from a seemingly impossible position as they were in, a couple of years ago, where they were sort of written off as a side that weren't ever going to contribute. Didn't they win the 50 overs?
They did.
beat Hampshire, didn't
they did.
That helped them.
Yeah, they did.
As Thane faces up, and that's driven away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So it just showed that 50 over competition has its uses, in the sense that it's giving some of the lesser counties who have got fewer calls to the 100 more of a chance to show what they can do, and that seems to have built something for Leicestershire. But it's a quite remarkable campaign. They've still got to win that game, but I'll tell you what, given they're playing one of the promotion favourites on their home ground, it would be a terrific win if they can get it, and they've got a very good chance of doing so. So Allison, second ball of his 10th over, comes in to bowl, and this is Thane clipping it away. Played nicely now, Thane gets it down for a single to goes to 18. And say Chris Silverwood, an interview I've done with him, he's very clear that he sees Thane as someone that he really wants to persist with. He sees the talent in him, and he seems to have an ability to score runs in tricky situations. Day one at Somerset was far from easy, and he's only got 18 here, but he's looked very good in getting them. So Harmer is with him. Harmer, who's terrific bowling earlier, seems to have counted like it's going to count, but not very much in terms of the result. 3 slips waiting as Harmer just leaves that alone outside the off stump. There could easily be a fourth man actually in a catching position close to the wicket with the situation as it is. 258 still needed. 78 for 6 Essex, and just that little partnership between Waite and Brooks, just the psychology of that, just to lift Worcestershire to a respectable score in the end on this pitch. Just one little thing from today that just made a bit of a difference. 78 for 6, and that's a good delivery which beats Harmer on the forward push, and there is no run. So it's looking like turning into a bit of a tough May for Essex, and they still theoretically have the toughest game of the month to come, Surrey at the Oval. And we have Dr. Knighton back in touch, saying he was near Mount Kenya, and the World Surface operated only enough for him to hear Brian Johnston's giggling. You can just about hear that, remember that. This one comes off on edge, I think. It's going down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Just coming up on the bottom of the bat, and 4 go to the total, so Harmer gets himself off the mark. And he said that the clues regarding the John Embry answer helped him, and it was reminding us that Embry was a great friend of Gooch, but maybe not after that impersonation. But damaged things for a while. Thank you very much, Dr. Knighton. 82 for 6. And Allison, we've got 2 overs left after this before tea. Worcestershire need 4 wickets as Allison bowls, and again just with sort of off the face of the bat, gone down for 2 towards third man. This time it will be cut off, Libby gets round to it, and 2 more go for total, but at the moment runs fairly incidental at this particular stage. 84 for 6, still 252 more needed, and that's the end of Allison's over. 1 for 26 in 10, and there are 2 overs to go before tea.
2 overs to go before tea, and then one would imagine that this game will conclude in the evening session. by no means a given, but one would suspect 32 overs will be sufficient for Worcestershire to pick up these last 4 wickets. Brooks in, bowls, and that is edged down to third man. Runs are incidental, but I'm still keeping track of these ones through third man because I'm a bit of an anorak, and that's the 7th boundary that's gone through third man in a total of 88. There were 9 in the Essex first innings. You've got bowlers running in trying to bowl at the top of off stump, and runs are leaked through third man. It doesn't matter in this context, but it might do in a different scenario. You're going to put another slip in now because Brooks has found the edge there, and they're bringing in the sweeper on the offside boundary, coming into the ring on the offside. 88 for 6. Thane has gone to 22. He's the top scorer. No, he's not. Allison got 23, but he'll soon be the top scorer if he carries on like this. That slip has gone in, so we've got 2 slips and then a third slip, but he's actually at 4th, so there's a gap between 2nd and 4th as Brooks bowls, and he's on his toes. Thane playing this one back to the bowler, and there's no run. So Elgar first to go, caught by Roderick off Allison for 9, and then Charlie Allison caught by Roderick off Waite for 23. Tom Westley LBW to Yadvinder Singh for 4. Robin Das LBW to Matthew Waite without scoring. Michael Pepper caught at slip by Rob Jones off Waite for 2. Break off as Brooks bowls and Thane slices it down to third man. There is a man there now, and they get just a single. And the final wicket so far in this innings, Matt Critchley caught behind by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Ethan Brooks for 17. Gareth Roderick has 8 catches in the game. There are 4 wickets left to fall. If he were to catch 2 of them, which is very much within the realms of possibility, that would be a new record for Worcestershire for wicket-keeping dismissals in a match. Brooks bowls, and this one is pushed out on the offside by Harmer, and there's no run. If he gets another nick, if he gets another nick,
Yeah.
and he's got 9, and they're 9 down, and it's a ridiculous scenario I'm creating here. I'll just break off as Brooks bowls again, and Harmer is taken on the pads. A shout for LBW not given, and then somebody comes and bowls a bouncer or something, and it's sliced up in the air. You
Yes.
just imagine Roderick going, mine, get out of the way,
Yeah.
everybody else, I'm having
Yeah.
this.
Yes, I think.
I might just have to go and tell him at tea if he's got a 9th one, to make sure that he knows. No, I wouldn't. But you know what I mean, don't you? You could imagine
Absolutely.
that happening. Brooks bowls and Harmer is forward and pushes back to the bowler. End of the over. 1 over left before tea. 89 for 6. And just before we have this over, I'll give the answer to the silly question. And the reason I said it's close to home, the player who lost Graham Gooch's car in Nottingham is none other than BBC Radio Essex's own Don Topley.
Yeah, and we had one guess for that, but it wasn't from Don himself. Yeah, so somebody knew. Well, I'll find out who that was, actually. So there you
I
go.
meant to make fun of him on air down at Cheltenham. I forgot all about it, and I was going home and I thought, I didn't say anything about that, so I thought I'd save it up for today.
So, here's first ball of the new over, the last before tea, and that's outside the off stump, with Allison bowling to Thane, and it's left alone. It was Neil Verlander who got in touch with us. He said he hadn't heard this story, which is absolutely genuine, but he said, my money's on Don Topley. Now, whether you're genuine in the first part of that statement, Neil, or it was just a good educated guess.
It is a story I've read in 2 different places. I can't remember where, but I'm certain it happened.
It's like 89 for 6. And this is played defensively back to square on the offside. There's so many.
I think Simon Hughes writes about it in one of his books. That's the other place I might have heard it.
I read an interesting interview with Mohammed Abbas, who did very well in his first game for Notts against his old team, Hampshire. Haven't done quite so well, and none of his colleagues have, mind you, today at Trent Bridge. If Durham has piled up the runs, but when there was an interview with Mohammed Abbas, interesting story, because he was sort of ignored by Pakistan for a while, and then had a great test match against South Africa back in the spring, and 89 for 6, and that's a delivery which is beats Thane outside the off stump. And the story about him taking Pep Guardiola's hotel room in the hotel that overlooks the Utilita Bowl come up again. It always does. He was basically been billeted there for the season by Hampshire, and it was out of bounds as far as Pep was concerned. But 89 for 6. What is it about the South Coast for Pep? They've lost at Bournemouth, and of course they got a goalless draw at Southampton. 89 for 6, and that's driven away up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And a bit of news from Taunton, where Somerset require 150 to win. Interestingly, Sussex have just about matched Somerset's first innings score. They, following on, made 335. John Simpson was stranded in the end on 82 not out, and continuing his very, very fine season, the captain and keeper. And there were 4 wickets for Jack Leach, as that's played defensively by Thane. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. 1 of 7 bowlers used, and Jack Leach took 4 for 51. So I suspect, from the Sussex point of view, they'll be relying quite a lot on Carson when he gets to bowl. If there's some spin in that surface now, he might be their trump card of getting into that, or making Somerset have difficulties in getting that seemingly fairly straightforward target. Anyway, we'll see. That's played defensively. Back down the pitch by Thane, fairly quiet over to take us up to a delayed tee, and Essex at 89 for 6, with Thane on a creditable 23 and Harmer 6, still required 247 after a very, very good session. If the first session was even, that was emphatically Worcestershire's.
Yeah, indeed it was. 89 for 6 then. Elgar out for 9, Allison 23, Westby 4, Das 0, Pepper 2, Critchley 17, Thane 23 not out, Harmer 6 not out. The target is 336. The bowling figures: Taylor no wicket for 24 off 9, Allison 1 for 26 off 11, Yadvinder Singh 1 for 18 off 5, Ethan Brooks 1 for 6 off 3. But the standout, the man who's had a really good game with bat and ball, Matthew Waite, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 10. Worcestershire surely on their way to their first win of the season. We will be back when play resumes at around about 4:20. Do join us then. they are up against it, and their two batsmen who are not out are Noah Thane on 23 and Simon Harmer, who is on 6. Tom Taylor is going to take up the attack for Worcestershire from the New Road end. He is yet to take a wicket in this innings, but if you're just joining us and you don't know what's happened in this game up to now, and I doubt there are many people in that category, we've had 36 wickets so far. We're only in day 3. We need 4 more for the game to conclude, and the reason we've had 36 wickets is partly because the pitch has helped the seamers and the spinners throughout the game, partly because batters have allowed that to kind of get into their heads a little bit, and consequently perhaps contributed to their own downfall in a few cases. But it's not been easy, and I think there's a collective mood around the game that makes batting very difficult. Taylor starts proceedings with a ball which Harmer plays into the covers and Kashif Ali fields. So just a very, very quick resume in case anybody doesn't know. Worcestershire put into bat 358 all out in their first innings, a score that probably was more than it should have been, certainly from an Essex point of view, given they were 123 for 5 at one stage. Essex replied with 157. That gave Worcestershire a first innings lead of 201. They were all out for 134 in their second innings, meaning Essex need 336 to win. Taylor into Harmer, who is playing again defensively, back up the pitch, and there's no run. So 336 to win when Essex began this second innings. But Elgar 9, Allison 23, Westley 4, Das 0, Pepper 2 and Critchley 17 have been dismissed, and Worcestershire are, if not on the brink, then approaching the edge of the precipice which will lead to their first win of the season, as Taylor bowls and Harmer defends back up the pitch, and the non-striker Noah Thane picks the ball up and helps out the fielders.
Yes, it's a beautiful late afternoon. We've had some clouds for most of the day. It's all gone. It's just clear blue sky, maybe just a very, very small isolated wispy area of high cloud immediately above the cathedral, but I can see virtually nothing else. The sun's shining on Worcestershire at the moment.
Tom Taylor in, bowls, and Harmer is solidly forward, playing that defensively back up the pitch again. There's something quite reassuring about Simon Harmer's forward defensive, isn't there? As I'm sure Essex fans thought last week when he batted forever to save the game.
We were talking about the fact that Somerset had 3 bowling all-rounders. I mean, Harmer is virtually at that status. Sometimes when he has batted at 7, people have thought it's a bit high, but in terms of capability, he has that sort of aura about him.
Taylor bowls, and Harmer just tucks this one away behind square on the leg side, where there's a misfield by the injured Matthew Waite, who's a damaged right hand, and that contributed, I'm sure, to that misfield. They get back for 2, which won't worry anybody of a Worcestershire persuasion too much.
I mean, one of the big issues for Essex, and the reason they haven't quite been able to topple Surrey in recent years, is the balance of the side. They've lacked the genuine all-rounder or the bowling all-rounder, such as Graham Napier of years gone by.
Taylor in, bowls, and Harmer is taken on the pad, just might have hit the inside thigh, doubled him up a little bit, runs away on the offside. No run, end of the over, 2 runs from it, 89 for 6. And we have 31 left in the day for Worcestershire to take 4 wickets.
So their typical attack that they've favoured in recent years has been sort of 3 seamers and Harmer, on the basis that Harmer's going to bowl a lot of overs, and Critchley as the backup spinner. That sort of works better in the second half of the season, and can work at Chelmsford, where because the pitches are likely to suit Harmer and he's going to probably bowl more overs. Where it's fallen down is the flatter surfaces away from home, where Essex have sometimes struggled to bowl sides out. But it's been a perennial issue for Essex, and they've tried to solve it. They know what the issue is. They've tried to solve to get all-rounders, but it's proved difficult for various injury-related reasons and availability reasons in recent years. And this is Waite, 3 for 10 in 6 overs, bowling to Thane, has played defensively into the offside, and there is no run. So, of course, when they have looked at having 4 seamers in the attack, 4 out-and-out seamers, it sometimes has meant Harmer batting at 7, and the view has often been that's been a bit too high. But it has been a perennial issue. 91 for 6, as this is played off the back foot up into the covers, and there's no run. I suppose the more immediate concerns for Essex are just obviously going into that game against Surrey. I would imagine they'll try and get what experience they can, but Allison, Charlie Allison looked pretty good when he was at the crease. It's just a question of not being able to go beyond 20s at the moment.
Well,
Robin Dasford at 44.
Not the pitch on which you're likely to go beyond, to be fair.
It might just be that they'll give him another go at the Oval, and he'll certainly be playing in the white ball. This is hand off the bat and rolled away into the offside, and there's no run. Again, bit of extra bounce from the Douglas end, and Thane negotiated it pretty well. But Thane, you absolutely can see why the Essex coach has got a lot of faith in him. Looks very calm and measured at the crease. Essex need him to continue to develop as a 4-seamer who can take wickets and ideally keep it tight. 91 for 6. That is so often the source of success for a team, as this is played defensively into the offside and there's no run. That 4-seamer who isn't necessarily going to take a lot of wickets but can keep it tight and allow the more attacking seaming options to prosper without runs coming at the other end. But I think there's been the sort of summing up of the dilemma for Essex in the last couple of years, where they've had pitches at Chelmsford which have generally been result wickets, but in recent times Essex have actually got some batting points which they weren't necessarily doing a couple of years back. 91 for 6 as Waite bowls again, just defensively played back by Thane, and there is no run. So it's not as though there's going to be any sort of magic solution what I mentioned anytime soon, but whether they're going to look at another overseas option for the second half of the summer. I think Rajita's spell ends with the Oval game. Of course, all-rounders are very much in short supply of genuine quality. 91 for 6 with 3 slips waiting. And this one played defensively, just keeps a bit lower. But again, Zane played it very comfortably, and he's looked as good as anyone out there. He's on 23, Harmer 8, 91 for 6. The notional requirement is a further 245. The more realistic one for this session, with 30 overs remaining in the day, is that Somerset need 4 wickets.
Or even Worcestershire.
Worcestershire, yeah. Worcestershire need 4 wickets, that's right.
I mean, if they only lose a couple in this session and we have to come back tomorrow, that'll be psychologically a good blow. But even then, it's just so far to go in terms of winning this one. 245 the deficit still as Taylor bowls, and Harmer is playing this one out on the offside. Kashif Ali is the fielder in the covers.
Yeah, and the reason for mentioning Somerset was that they have lost a couple of quick wickets in pursuit of about 150. In fact, they're 30 for 3.
Yeah.
And Ollie Robinson, who's probably going to enjoy this sort of situation, has got 2 for 10 in 3 overs. And Nathan McAndrew has got 1 as well. So 30 for 3 Somerset, still leading 120. Can Sussex do the double?
You mentioned something earlier, Nick. I'll just break off as Taylor bowls and Harmer drives into the offside, gets a single this time. You said about Worcestershire not being used to winning, and that's absolutely right. And we all know it's a bit of a cliche, and they say it in football and so on. But Sussex, although they've been a bit up and down this season, they are used to winning because of last season, and there's a bit of momentum. just, if they pick up another couple of wickets in the next half an hour or so, they will really fancy that down at Taunton, and Somerset will start getting a little bit edgy.
Oh, I promise you, there'll be nerves in the commentary box
Yeah.
already, having worked with that team a couple of weeks ago.
This one from Taylor is played out on the offside by Thane. There's no run. Thane's played well for his 23 off 51 deliveries. You've got to play well to place 51 deliveries out there and be relatively comfortable, and he has been. It's whether he can hang on or not remains to be seen, as Taylor turns and comes in and bowls, and pushed out on the offside again by Thane. This one,
You would say that these are the two that could occupy the crease for a while. Snater might for a period of time, but I can't believe he won't play his natural game.
no.
Unless these two suddenly put on 150 and makes him think in two minds about what he should do.
Yeah, which would it's not impossible.
Unlikely.
Not impossible.
Yeah.
But Worcestershire know that discipline is the order of the day, and just keep banging away at off stump and wait for something to happen. That one bounced a bit more sharply than Thane anticipated, and he took his bottom hand off the handle as he fended it down on the offside. 92 for 6. Thane 23, Harmer 9. Just 3 runs added since tea. Tom Taylor about to complete his 11th over of the innings, wicketless so far. Comes in now and bowls, and Thane is repeating the shot of the previous over, playing that up to mid-off. Advinder Singh fields the end of the over.
Yes, 92 for 6, and so Thane has looked particularly good, just as Charlie Allison did and Matt Critchley did until they got out. But that's been the problem. There's been a ball with the batter's name on it eventually, and the same thing might happen to Thane and Harmer, but they look comfortable at the moment. So it's going to be Waite with the still very impressive figures of 3 for 10 from 7 overs. From the Diglis end he bowls, and Harmer just comes forward and plays a typical secure defensive shot of his, and when he plays that you think certainly the batting credentials are there. To describe Snater as a bowling all-rounder would be a bit generous, but Harmer is probably the closest among the Essex bowlers to that label. But what Essex perhaps have been lacking and still lack is that player who can genuinely be considered an all-rounder in both bat and ball. This is played defensively with head over the ball, up into the offside, up towards Libby, and there's no run. So 92 for 6 in the sunshine, blue sky over the cathedral, and a good crowd in fact. I think it filled up in the Diglis end during the afternoon, and as you were saying, good numbers at this New Road end, mainly out of our sight, but nice for Worcester to enjoy Sunday cricket for the first time this season, and it looks like it's going to be in a successful venture as well. Here's Waite bowling to Harmer, and Harmer drives up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Very, very impressive from Durham, 631 for 7, and another 100 for Graham Clark, 120 not out, following that big 100 against Hampshire. They're 224 ahead, and potentially they can put Notts under a bit of pressure with a declaration that might come overnight. Probably not before they've got to 700 the way they're going. 92 for 6. Here's Waite again. Been a while since he's conceded a run.
Essex he bowls, but played defensively back down the pitch. In fact, I almost remember his runs from memory, because he's in his 8th over. I think he conceded 2 from a pepper stroke off an inside edge to deep square leg, and then the other 8 runs came in the same over. One was I think steered down to third man, a 4, and then there was a very nice stroke which went through mid off, and I think that's the sum total of what he's conceded. That was a rare over pitched ball. 92 for 6. In he comes, and Harmer just gets nicely into line and plays defensively up towards cover. No great alarms since tee. There was that ball actually that bounced awkwardly from the new road end, but so far Harmer negotiating things relatively comfortably, facing Waite from the Diglis end, who looked very, very dangerous in his opening spell, and is still bowling very tidily. Turns and starts to move in again. In bright sunshine, up to the wicket he bowls. Harmer again, right in line. A bit like what we were seeing after tea on the last day of the game against Yorkshire, but Essex supporters won't mind an awful lot more of that over the next 4 sessions. 92 for 6 at the moment. It looks like they're just trying to bat out without taking undue risks. Thane 23 from 54, Harmer 9 from 26, 92 for 6, 4 wickets for Worcestershire, 244 runs for Essex, which is a long way away.
And good afternoon to listeners to 5 Sports Extra. Nice little resume there from my colleague Nick Gledhill from BBC Radio Essex of the game. Just 3 runs added in 4 overs since tea by Essex, and Tom Taylor gets one through the defences of Noah Thane here, cut back sharply. An appeal from various people, not sure whether 1 or 2 were appealing for a catch, and maybe Taylor was appealing for an LBW, but umpire Ian Blackwell basically says none of it mattered, because it was going over the top and he didn't get a bat on it. So 92 for 6 it remains. Earlier today Worcestershire were resuming their second innings, 58 for 5 this morning, a lead of 201 on first innings. They lost their last 5 wickets in taking that on to a modest 134. Thane blocks this next one from Taylor back up the pitch, and it hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. The best innings of the morning undoubtedly came from Ethan Brooks, who was last out for 38. It was an enterprising 38. Simon Harmer was a real handful on a turning pitch, and Brooks played him exceptionally well. Harmer took 4 for 37, 3 wickets each for Snater and Porter, but Brooks guiding Worcestershire to that 134 doesn't sound much, but it meant that they were able to set Essex 336 to win, as Taylor bowls and gets a wicket. Noah Thane gives Gareth Roderick his 4th catch of the innings, which equals the record for dismissals in a match for a Worcestershire wicketkeeper, because that's his 9th catch of the game. And Essex lose their first wicket after tea. Noah Thane is a man who's gone, and he made 23. Taylor gets his wicket, and Roderick picks up, as I say, his 9th catch of the match. And I'm pretty sure, I'll have to check again, but I'm pretty sure that has equalled the record for dismissals in a match by a Worcestershire wicketkeeper.
Probably just a bit frustrated. Thane just drawn into playing at that, might have been able to leave it alone, but a good piece of bowling. And we were talking before tea the fact that I was getting all the wickets because they were all falling from the Diglis end, and we were thinking about switching over, but it was perhaps right not to, Frank, because the wickets are starting to fall from the new road end now. So 92 for 7. Now, how is Snater going to play? I can't imagine he won't play his natural game, but yeah, this is going to be a terrific win for Worcestershire, and the question of can they build on it, because what they really need is 2 wins
another win.
Back.
Yeah.
And then they're back in the pack, and then it gets interesting.
Warwickshire due here on Friday, so it is possible, I doubt, personally that the pitch will be much different.
No, in fact, it might even be the same one. No, but
I don't think it will be the same.
No,
I think it looks as though they're preparing the next one about 3 across, but I don't think it'll be much different, and that means that Warwickshire will perhaps not be quite as prepared for it as Worcestershire are, although I wouldn't say it's any kind of home advantage. It's just that Worcestershire have twice played here on pitches that have been bowler friendly, and they at least will know what to expect in terms of when they turn up for the game, the batters will know how difficult it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be very, very different.
We have been asking, let's do some quiz questions. The most recent one was which former Essex player lost his then captain Graham Gooch's hire car. Was it a hire car or was it his actual car?
It was his sponsored car, I think.
Yeah. We had a couple of votes for Ray East, from Jeff Hawes and from Ben Knighton, and the right answer was one Mr. Don Topley, and a couple of votes for that. The most recent one from Keith. Thank you very much for that.
Tom Taylor is in and bowls outside the off stump to the new batsman Shane Snater, and he leaves that alone outside the off stump. So I think I'm right in checking. I'm just checking now that Gareth Roderick has already. Well, again, I was saying how quickly it goes in. It's actually in the record already this innings, which is extraordinary, isn't it? But he has equalled a record shared with now Stephen Rhodes and Ben Cox. 3 wickets left to go. I'd say he's got a really good chance of breaking it as Taylor bowls, and this one nips back and takes Snater on the pad and goes out on the offside. So 92 for 7 Essex. They're still 244 runs short of their target, and surely Worcestershire now are going to wrap up their first win of the season, much needed, because they are adrift a little bit at the bottom of the table. Kevin Howells has just messaged me and asked if I can give us an answer to the Graham Gooch question. The answer was who's the bowler that Graham Gooch was impersonating when he was no-ball for throwing in India. Taylor bowls, and Snater is off the mark with a nudge down on the leg side for a single. So Graham Gooch no-balled for throwing in a game at Jamshedpur in 81-82 England's tour of India against East Zone. He was impersonating John Embury. That's the answer. So there you go. If you've been hanging on waiting for that answer, it was John Embury. We've had a bit of fun with our quiz questions this week.
That game at Edgbaston, which has been mirroring this one in a way, the difference was really that Worcestershire's 358 in their first innings was clearly miles above par, and the general consensus from what I read was that Hampshire's 300 was possibly slightly below par, but both looked like winning first innings scores. Warwickshire 177 for 7, still need 133, and are probably now relying on Ethan Bamber, 27 not out, 3 wickets for James Fuller, but it looks like Warwickshire probably are going to be coming here off the back of a defeat. We shall wait and see. Wait to bowl, and that's edged, and it is caught, and it's pretty well caught as well at third slip. And Brooks, who has been such a nuisance for Essex in these last few weeks, played so well at Chelmsford, batted well here today, and he's taken a smart slip catch there, quite low down, to see the back of Shane Snater. We won't really know how Snater's going to approach it, because he never had any chance to show us. But he got a pretty good ball there, drew him into the shot, edged and nicely taken, and 93 for 8, and one suspects the end is fairly close. And another wicket for Waite, 4 for 10. Yeah, smartly taken at third slip. Good catch.
He caught one of the best catches I've seen for years yesterday to dismiss Dean Elgar at third slip, diving low to his left, one-handed. That one, also a good one, a sharp one. He's had a good game, Ethan Brooks. He's earning and deserving of his place in the side now. He's picked up some important wickets, including one in this innings, some important catches, and scored some important runs. Not yet the fully fledged county cricket all-rounder that he aims to be, but his career is beginning to take shape here at Worcester, and he's particularly seems to like playing against Essex, and of course he did get his first class 100 for Worcestershire last year against Hampshire as well, and has played a big part in that win at Chelmsford last season. So 93 for 8, Matthew Waite 4 for 10. Another one who is really proving to be probably Worcestershire's player of the season so far, Matthew Waite. 93 for 8 as Rajitha comes to the wicket.
And Worcestershire, with this surely imminent win, will go up to 43 points. They'll still be probably 13 adrift of Yorkshire, assuming Yorkshire lose. Obviously still a way to go in that game. Obviously further adrift still if Yorkshire don't lose that game. And of course Somerset in a bit of a tight spot at Taunton. They don't really want to lose because their overall record for the season is of course not that good, with 1 win and 2 defeats already. So be a tense little period of play in Division 1 coming up this evening and tomorrow. So it's going to be Rajitha, not particularly known for his batting, and 4 slips have come in accordingly as Waite bowls for him, and that one he just hits him on the pad as it rolls away into the onside, and there is no run. 93 for 8. The victory target was 336, and so it was actually quite a bright opening partnership, wasn't there? Really from Charlie Allison. Dean Elgar not quite finding his timing, but Charlie Allison batted brightly, and but you just felt, as we said at the time, getting Elgar out very cheaply in the end, critical for Worcestershire. And they haven't really looked back since doing that, as Rajitha gets into line, plays defensively. So we've got some lower order players here who have got very recent experience of batting out to save a game. The only problem is this pitch is a very different one to the one at Chelmsford, and there's a lot more time left in the game. So I think we can more or less say that's not going to happen on this occasion. 243 to win the game, and if you really want to look at the alternative, it's something like 123 overs to pay out for the draw. So both look pretty impossible. As this is hit in the air and safe, just goes past backward point for 4. It was in the air. Runs don't particularly matter at this stage, but short ball went for the cut, and Rajitha has got it away. Livy wasn't too far away from it there, but once it was past him, it was always going to go for 4. 97 for 8. So, Waite, annoyed at his fingers being damaged by the tail ender there. 4 for 14, 8 overs and 4 balls. 4 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket quite short. As here comes Waite to bowl, and there's a big shout here, and not out, but Rajitha was a little bit stranded there. He was wandering across his crease. Might have been a bit of inside edge there, because it looked like a shout that was cut off. But just to tell our High Sports Extra listeners in particular, bowling from the digless end, and it's been Ben Allison and Matthew Waite who've been largely doing that, really has been difficult for the batters to face. There's been a lot of irregular bounce and movement as well. And although I think the last couple of wickets have fallen with bowling from the new road end, it was the spells of Allison and Waite during the afternoon that really unsettled Essex, and very, very difficult facing up from that end. There are now 5 slips waiting, as this one is run down quite nicely actually by Rajitha down towards third man, collects a single and keeps the strike, although I think it doesn't particularly matter at this stage, given that the game is so far away from Essex. If it was a lot tighter in terms of runs or time, obviously they were looking to keep Harmer on strike, but I think it's fairly notional what happens either way at the moment. Rajitha 5, Harmer 9, Essex 98 for 8. Worcestershire require 2 wickets for their first win of this 2025 campaign.
As things stand, Matthew Waite has his best ever bowling figures in County Championship cricket. If he gets hit for 20 in the next over, then there won't be the best ever that he's had, but he's 4 for 26 before today. He's 9 overs 6 made and 4 for 15 today. Worcestershire on the brink then of their first victory of the season, as Tom Taylor comes in to bowl to Rajitha, who pushes out into the covers, and there is no run as Kashif Ali does the fielding. So Worcestershire, who will remain bottom of the County Championship Division 1 table even if they win today, nonetheless will be hugely buoyed by this injection of points into their tally. Lots of people in doom mongers been saying they won't win a game all season, etc. Taylor passes the outside edge with this one, and it wouldn't be the first time they've gone through a season without winning a game, not by any means, but it does look now as though they will pick up a victory here today, and then they welcome their old rivals Warwickshire here on Friday. And as I've suggested, I think it's unlikely that the pitch here on Friday is going to be particularly batter friendly. It's not by design, I hasten to add. Worcestershire have not instructed the groundsman to produce pitches that are particularly difficult to bat on, just trying to produce the best pitches they can at the moment. Taylor is in and bowls, and Rajitha steering this one behind square on the offside. It's fielded by Jake Libby at backward point.
No great alarms for Leicestershire in pursuit of this 102, which would give them a huge lead at the top of Division 2. They're 62 for 2 against Middlesex at Lords, and just another 40 needed. And as I say, that's going to put them in a wonderful position in Division 2.
Tom Taylor moving in again, bowls to Rajitha, and he fishes at this one outside the off stump, centimetres away from giving Gareth Roderick that record breaking catch. If he picks up one of the next two, Roderick, that will be 10 catches in the innings, which will be a Worcestershire record. He currently shares that on 9 with Stephen Rhodes and Ben Cox, who's in that Leicestershire side that you were just talking about, Nick.
Yes, playing championship for Leicestershire and be back for Somerset soon.
Taylor in again, bowls, and again Rajitha is fishing at this one outside.
Oh, that's Ben Green. That's Ben Green.
Makes no contact. Yeah. But he's keeping wicket in that Leicestershire side, and a very good wicket keeper he is, of course, and did brilliantly here. But lost the gloves to Roderick in red ball cricket. I think he was offered a white ball contract here at Worcester, but chose to go to Leicester so that he could play both red and white ball cricket. 98 for 8 as Taylor comes in once more and bowls, and Rajitha is again playing and missing outside the off stump. End of the over from Tom Taylor. His figures 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 28. Matthew Waite remarkably 9 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 15. You're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Nick Gledhill of BBC Radio Essex.
Yeah, Warwickshire 187 for 7, still need 123, but Ethan Bamber 34 not out, so if he can continue that partnership with Shay Simmons, well, you never know, it could put a bit of pressure on Hampshire, but Hampshire still very much favourites there, and the Somerset latest is 42 for 3. They need a further 108 to beat Sussex after a resilient fight backed by Sussex lower order today, led by John Simpson. 98 for 8, with Waite at 4 for 15, coming in from the Diglis end. Bowls with just the 3 slips for Harmer, much more attacking field when Rajitha's on strike. A bit of a misfield, it doesn't matter, they hadn't set off for the single, and Harmer will stay on strike. He's on 9, Rajitha 5, and Snater last man out for a single, but it's been a bit of a procession since that crucial breakthrough, getting rid of Dean Elgar, the man who could have potentially batted for a very long time, albeit in difficult batting conditions. But he went for just 9 to continue a fairly lean run since he returned to Essex. But here is Harmer looking to work that one away into the onside. It's just going down the leg side. There's no contact with the bat. 98 for 8. Elgar out for 9, and then Allison, who'd looked pretty good for his 23 from 44 balls, went to Waite, and that was the first wicket for Waite, who really didn't look back after that. Allison had removed Elgar, and that was thoroughly deserved because he bowled so well, and then Waite replacing Allison from a Diglis end got rid of Charlie Allison, and Wesley went quite soon afterwards to sing for just 4. as this is played defensively by Harmer up into the offside. And really a story of the Essex top order all being out of form, really. No one averaging more than 22. Robin Dassey got runs in the first innings, went to wait for a duck. That was 45 for 4, and it got worse when Michael Pepper was then caught off weight for just 2. 47 for 5. Bit of a partnership then, with Critchley coming to the crease, and he looked in pretty good order with Noah Thane. As this next delivery played by Harmer off the bowling of weight up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But when the score was on 77, Critchley, perhaps the last player that was likely to play a sort of a major long innings, went to Brooks, caught one of those catches for Roderick, and then Noah Thane, who batted pretty well for his 23, with Critchley having made 17. Noah Thane also caught behind, this time off Taylor for 23, and Shane Snater recently out off weight for a single, caught at third slip. So 98 for 8. All this after Worcestershire, in a pretty even morning session, had made 134. That one left alone outside the off stump. Harmer having nothing to do with that. Yes, Worcestershire started at 58 for 5 and made 134, and that was more or less sort of par for the course, given that the way the pitch was playing. We lost 3 wickets quite quickly, but then there was a good stand, 45, between a pretty useful 9th wicket pair, given the fact that they'd employed a couple of night watchmen up the order. They had Matthew Waite and Ethan Brooks to put on 45, and Brooks made 38. And that was just useful to consolidate Worcestershire's position. Here's Harmer using his feet to come down the pitch and play it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So a pretty even morning session, but it's been all Worcestershire since then, and 98 for 8, still 238 for Essex, and just 2 more wickets for Worcestershire to secure this first win of the season, which, who knows, might just turn their fortunes round. We'll wait and see.
Full resume of scores elsewhere very quickly as Tom Taylor gets ready to start his 14th over. Somerset now 42 for 3 against Sussex. They require another 108 runs to win that one. Warwickshire 122 runs needed for them, but they are 7 down in their second innings, 188 for 7. Rajitha plays this one for Taylor up to mid-on, so Warwickshire need another 122. They're 188 for 7. Notts against Durham. Durham piling the runs on, 654 for 9 now. They lead by 247, and they really have put themselves into a position of real dominance in that game. Kent against Gloucestershire. Kent are trailing by 19 runs, but 73 for 1 in their second innings after Gloucestershire's 516. Taylor is in again, and Rajitha is again defending, this time on the back foot. As Nick was saying just a minute ago, Leicestershire on top at Lords. They need just 33 more runs to win, 69 for 2 in their second innings. Northants against Glamorgan. Northants lead by 17, but they are 8 down in their second innings, so Glamorgan on course for a win there, you would imagine. Yorkshire trailing Surrey by 166 runs and 3 down in their second innings, 91 for 3 in their second innings after Surrey's 512 first innings score. Taylor again to Rajitha, who, the tall Sri Lankan paceman on the back foot, just drops this one down on the offside. Lancashire Derbyshire finally at Old Trafford. Lancashire are 65 for 1. They lead. That's in their second innings. They lead Derbyshire by 209. So there you are, you're up to date with all the scores from around the country. Worcestershire need 2 more wickets here at sunbathed Sunday evening New Road to wrap up their first win of the season. Can they do it in short order? Taylor bowls. Rajitha hammers him down the ground, in the air, over mid-off. 1 bounce for 4. A rare demonstration of power from the batsman today. We've hardly seen a shot in anger really all day. Ethan Brooks played some neat, clever shots this morning, but we've hardly seen anybody go down the pitch and take the aerial route. but Rajitha on this occasion doing so against Taylor, and that takes him on to 9, where he joins Simon Harmer, and it's 102 for 8. The 100 is up in the second innings for Essex. Taylor is in again, and Rajitha goes big again. This time he gets lucky, he gets an inside edge, and it flies away down to fine leg for 4. So Rajitha, I just get the impression, Nick, that he's had enough messing around, and he's decided if it's up there, I'm going to have a go at it, and has profited to the tune of 8 runs in the last 2 deliveries.
Yeah, I don't think Worcestershire will mind too much, because they probably prefer him trying to be expansive. I suppose what he's trying to do is reduce the number of slip catches there are in the cordon, but I don't think D'Oliveira needs to worry too much, with 230 still needed. If trade a few boundaries for another wicket, and then only be 1 more to take.
4 slips in that cordon. Well, it'll take some catching if he throws his hands at it like that. D'Oliveira's gone back to deep mid-wicket as Taylor comes in, and he does go back into defensive mode off the last ball of the over and just pushes that out on the offside. So 106 for 8 Essex at the end of the over. We've got 23 overs left in the day here at Visit Worcestershire New Road, and Worcestershire will be hoping that they can wrap things up and have a day off tomorrow.
Yes, and sunshine continues tomorrow and Tuesday, and then there's thought about the weather just breaking down for the next round of matches, probably just in time, of course, for the Test match as well. But I guess from the sort of pitch we might expect similar to this one, that even if there are the few rain delays, there's probably still a very good chance of result next week against Warwickshire if it's a similar sort of surface. 106 for 8, and it's going to be Waite with 4 for 15. He bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and Harmer on 9 is happy to leave it alone. But there's nothing like a win to produce a bit of confidence that the side, you know, when you're losing games back to back after that terrific draw at Taunton in the opening match. Obviously an element of deflation. Some of the defeats sort of more severe than others, but this is going to do the whole squad a world of good, isn't it, Frank?
Yeah,
we haven't got there yet, but I think we can say that it's virtually there.
I mean, never say it's impossible, but yeah, I think it would do them a lot of good.
Here's Waite bowling. Oh, it's an appeal for LBW out. They're one step closer on the front foot, not really forward, and that's the end of Harmer for 9, and Waite
career best
5 for 15. 10 overs and 2 balls. It's been a brilliant spell from him, and his value for Worcestershire has been underlined with bat and ball in the campaign. It's been a difficult campaign for Worcestershire, but some of the players who have contributed well have come to the fore in this game. Brooks, of course, and Waite with the ball here, and it's from an Essex point of view, it's been interesting to see Ben Allison acquit himself so well in this match as well. 106 for 9. Harmer has gone LBW to Waite 9. Rajitha has 13, and Worcestershire are 1 wicket away from their first victory of the season.
Coming to bat, Jamie Porter.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be long now. Matthew Waite, first ever 5 foot, and that is a career best from him, and he's bowled beautifully. He really has. 5 for 15. It's quite remarkable. I think 8 of those came in 2 balls, didn't they? So really,
I think it might have been 2 boundaries and 3 balls
from Matthew Waite. Yeah. And we've got that. There's one question that we've got to answer now, and that is whether or not Gareth Roderick can pick up a catch to break the Worcestershire record to finish it off. I wouldn't say that it's unlikely. But 106 for 9 now. Essex, who were bowled out in their first innings for just 157, looks likely that they'll be even below that in their second innings. Excellent stuff from Worcestershire, and in particular from Matthew Waite.
So it's going to be Waite to bowl to Porter, who's good at sticking around. Porter, who of course was very much front and centre at the end of the reverse fixture between the two sides, but this has proved to be a much less close contest. 229 runs separate the sides at the moment, with just this one wicket to fall. And Worcestershire's first innings of 358 compared to the other scores is really quite remarkable. As here's Waite bowls to him and it fizzes by outside the off stump with a play and a miss. Superb bowling performance from Waite, obviously making use of helpful conditions, but he's put it in the right place. One over-pitched ball was hit down the ground before, but I can barely remember anything else that's been anything other than testing the mettle of the Essex batters.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous performance from the man they call Pingu. And when you think that he made 73 in the first innings and he's now got 8 wickets in the game, that is a heck of a all-round performance.
It's a big hit by Porter, and it's an effective one. 4 over mid-off. That might even have gone for 6. No, it's only going to be 4. But he's got down the pitch to that, and a nice clean stroke over mid-off. But it's a great competitor to Jamie Porter, and he'll be, I think, pretty upset with the way this game has gone. Not that he hasn't performed well himself. He's bowled with his typical panache. But I think obviously not having Cook alongside him, it does make a difference. And I think Essex have just been, maybe exploited is the wrong word, but the lack of sort of strength in depth with the injuries has just been shown up a little bit. But some circumstances are really out of their own hands. 110 for 9, but it's going to be a big defeat this for them to try to respond to at the Oval. 4 slips waiting, bowls him, and that is a great win by 225 runs for Worcestershire. Essex all out for 110 with Porter bowled for 4. Frank Watson.
Yeah, well, big win for Worcestershire. They win by 229 runs by my reckoning. Matthew Waite finishing with career best figures of 6 for 19. A really superb bowling performance from Matthew Waite, and indeed from the entire Worcestershire attack. Right at it today. Tom Taylor 14 overs 5 maidens 1 for 36. Ben Allison 11 overs 5 maidens 1 for 26. Yadvinder Singh 5 overs no maidens 1 for 18. Ethan Brooks 3 overs 1 maiden 1 for 6, and Matthew Waite 10.5 overs 7 maidens 6 for 19. He also got the top score on either side in the game. An absolutely brilliant all-round performance from him. And Worcestershire win by 229 runs. They have their first win of the season. They take 22 points. Essex take 3. And we've said it a lot during this game. The damage, as far as Essex are concerned, was done in the second half of that Worcestershire first innings. They were 123 for 5 and they went on to get 358. Tom Westley said it at the end of the first night. That is not acceptable, I think he said, and that's where they lost the game. Worcestershire 358 first innings, Essex 157 in their first innings. Worcestershire getting a lead of 201, extending that to 335, setting Essex 336 to win, and they were all out for 110 in their second innings, leaving Worcestershire the victors by 229 runs. 225 runs, I should say. Apologies for that. And Worcestershire get their first win of the season. They won't be off the bottom of the table, but they will be massively buoyed by that.
Absolutely, Frank. 43 points Worcestershire in the table, and we've got to the players coming off now and the two squads shaking hands. And whereas that first game at Chelmsford was very much a nip and tuck affair, with the difference being Paul Walter's 100, really from the time that Worcestershire extended their first innings to what on this pitch is a huge score, 358 on this pitch. You don't have to be sitting here for too long to realise just how out of context that score was with the rest of the game. Essex knew it on the first day, the interview that Tom Westley gave to my colleague Victoria Polly, and really the die has been cast ever since. Possibly Essex should have got more than 157. Then perhaps would have liked to have been a bit more positive, but they never really got going. And as I say, Essex lacking Cox and Cook, with a couple of experienced players. Walter obviously at the moment has been injured. They've got obviously Nick Brown. He could come back into contention, but there's a bit of thinking to do before they go to the Oval, where they're going to be taking on a Surrey side that are probably hitting their straps at the moment. But what about weight? 6 for 19, 10 overs and 5 balls and 7 maidens, and this would be close. I think we were talking about the biggest run margin for Worcestershire over Essex. This is certainly very close to it, Frank.
I think I can check that. I think it is
right.
not quite.
Not
it was
quite.
2-3-2,
Very close.
so not quite. It's a big win. It's a good win for Worcestershire. They were beaten by 504 runs by Yorkshire earlier in the season, so they know exactly what it's like to be on the wrong end of a heavy defeat of this nature. In that case too, the follow-on could have been enforced, but wasn't. Worcestershire have won it with a day to spare. They'll be very, very happy. Essex have to regroup before they go and play the champions down at the Oval. Worcestershire will be welcoming Warwickshire here on Friday. As you say, Nick, this long spell of good weather that we've had might just break over the next round of games, but Worcestershire will be very relieved, I think, to be going into that round of games with at least one win under their belt. They were the only team that hadn't won a game, so it's an important day for them. Essex, as I say, will need to regroup. They've been hard hit, I think, from an opposition point of view by the fact that Sam Cook has been unavailable for 3 games now, I think, and that has really affected them, because he would have been very useful on this pitch, that is for sure. But from a Worcestershire point of view, a big win, and they will be very relieved.
Thanks very much, Frank. Nice to see you again, and I think certainly at the very least from the 2 games we've seen, honours even is the least Worcestershire deserve.
Well, that's very magnanimous of you to say that, Nick. That's Nick Gledhill from BBC Radio Essex, and I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. It's been great fun over these last 3 days interacting with the listeners, and the Essex listeners in particular, with their answers to our quiz questions. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We've really enjoyed bringing it to you, and we will both be back on I'll be back on Friday with the game from here. Will you be at the Oval, Nick?
I think it is an answer to one of our quiz questions.
Okay.
Not John Embry,
okay,
but the other answer.
Not John Embry,
Don Topley,
not Stephen Peters,
who is going
and
to be
not
there.
Rodney Cass.
So it's going to be Don, and
okay.
it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Great.
But Essex got a bit of thinking to do, but they do have a history of raising their game there, and they're going to need to.
Yeah, well, thanks again, Nick. Thanks to you for listening. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. As I say, it's been a real pleasure, and do join us again, whichever game you're following, when the County Championship resumes, for these 2 teams at least, on Friday.